Okay, the January 22nd, 2014 meeting of the City Council is hereby called to order. Would everybody in the aisles please take your seats? We'd appreciate it. The meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. Proceedings will be rebroadcast KCLV on the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with our marshals or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we do have available speaker cards which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available also online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. Anyone who is with us today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the building across the street in the garage and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered our chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Scro Alachi at Evangelical Friends Church, and please remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. Eternal Father, we thank you for this gathering of our leaders and citizens of this city. Anoint them with wisdom that the decision our mayors and city council members take today would make the city of Las Vegas a better place to live. As Solomon says, by wisdom a house is built, and through understanding it is established. Let love, compassion, and justice be their guiding light. We thank you, God, for the reviving housing market, improving economy, and good weather. And we ask that you extend this blessing to other cities as well. As Psalmist says, this is the day which the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Amen.
Thank you, and we'll proceed on with the ceremonials. It's a wonderful morning. Good morning, everyone. Very excited. I see some of our municipal court people with us today, and where are you, former councilman who must be miserable to be our DA today, because it's better to be always with City Council. Our wonderful DA, Mr. Wolfson, is with us. We are so grateful for all that you do. We know you're part of this, so we're looking forward to that. Thank you, Steve. This is a ceremonial portion of the agenda, and for our first time, I'd like to invite our Executive Director of Community Development, Jorge Cervantes, formerly Director of Public Works, but still in overview of that wonderful deal. He's done so much for our city. We're just so grateful to Jorge. Our employees strive to be superheroes, and I've been chastised for praising our employees. Well, it's too bad whoever doesn't like that. We think we have and know we have the very best that help us at the city. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stand for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They work to fulfill our core purpose, and that is to build our community to make a better life for all. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Michael Vlahovic. And Michael, please come forward and join us up here with the City Council. And I assure everybody else I'm not contagious anymore. Michael is a project manager in our Public Works Department and has been with the city since 2000. Michael's been the project manager for many of the city's high-profile projects, including this wonderful new City Hall, the Main Street parking garage, the Symphony Park pedestrian bridge, and multiple phases of the Development Services Center building upgrades. These are all key projects that have been completed and are now beautiful additions to our city. Michael, of course, goes above and beyond to research issues and find unique and creative solutions. He focuses on safety and ensures that all precautions are taken so that our residents and visitors are safe at our city facilities. He does this by keeping a close eye on construction and making sure the contractors fulfill all their responsibilities and obligations. Michael takes ownerships of these properties and sees them through from the very beginning to the end. If Michael has a task, you can be sure that it will get done. It will get done. It will get done perfectly. Michael is a valuable asset to the city of Las Vegas, and on behalf of this entire city council, it's more than a pleasure to name him Employee of the Month. Along with this award, Michael has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments the Clark County Credit Union, $100 gift card from Mundo Restaurant. In addition, a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of his choice by Super Pawn. Michael has also received various other awards from the city and council to recognize his continuing great work. And finally, to our left, you will see a street sign with Michael's name on it that is posted in front of City Hall on Main Street. I'd like to ask Jorge, please, to say a few words, and then, of course, Michael, we'd love to hear from you. But Jorge, please.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as was said, Michael's really a great asset to the city and to particularly our department helping with projects. It's interesting, while he was working on this building, the City Hall project, he was at the same time working on the Development Service Center. And right in the middle of those projects, he lost his designer that was assigned to assist him, and so to a promotion to the department. And so Michael had to take these two major complex projects on by himself while handling Garside Pool, the pedestrian bridge, and a bunch of other projects. Did it with the best of attitudes and really was always out there willing to help anybody who needed assistance with it. And so, Michael, congratulations on a very well-deserved recognition, and thank you for everything you do for the city.
And Michael, we'd love to hear from you, but here is your Employee of the Month award. Our City Council is so very grateful to you and proud of everything you do, because without people caring for every detail of every piece of work we're assigned, nothing works. So thank you, Michael, and your turn, and we congratulate you, and I know everyone here does too.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for not mentioning again about your lack of storage space in your office. And thank you also, our distinguished council members. As Madam Mayor stated a little bit ago, the letter T in our acronym ACTION stands for teamwork. And while I'm very honored to be the one that's been given the game ball today, it can't be done without teamwork. And I really need to acknowledge an awful lot of team members, so I'm hoping we have some time for that. I'd like to first do a shout out to David Logie and to Sam Tolman. 13 years ago, they interviewed me and recommended me for this position that I've cherished for the last, well, going on 14 years. I'd also like to thank my current mentors, Jorge Cervantes, David Bowers, Jeremy Levitt. They're entrusting me with some of these high-profile projects that have been listed, and I really appreciate given that confidence that you've done. I've also need to do a shout out to Pat Batte, another one of our project managers in our division. He's kind of my go-to guy. When I can't figure out what needs to be done, how to resolve something, Pat's been tremendous in giving me some good advice. I've been blessed with a couple of really good designers on my teams on different projects. A couple of them have been previous Employee of the Month recipients. That would be Mark Podekar, Bruce Breed, and Marlene Siska. I have a tremendous support staff back at the office, and the ones I'd like to specifically point out are Gail Wilkinson, Terry Choate, Rosanna Coggle, and in a different department, but she helps me an awful lot in our Development Services Center building, Kathy Holguin. I do want to thank the outside and internal customers that I've had a pleasure to work with, especially those that have shown a lot of patience in waiting for things to be delivered. Right now, I'm kind of proud to announce that I'm below 150 unopened emails in my queue. That's down from almost 700 at the peak of this building's construction, and so I know there's still some people out there waiting for some things to happen, and just have patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Wow. I'm going to get killed at home if I don't mention my home team that's here in the audience with me. My wife, Shelley.
Stand up.
My mother, Lorraine, who just turned 92 on Monday. My son, Christopher, and my daughter, Melissa, who's not able to be with us today but is watching at home.
Wonderful. Congratulations. And how about now, quick picture over by your wonderful sign. Yes, I was just going to say, family, come on down. Come on down. Doesn't happen alone. We who are on the back side of all these guys know that. Oh, we never thought of that. How many years have we been doing this, and we never thought to turn the sign? Thank you, Jennifer. Just come, and right here, we could, great. Turn right there, it's perfect, then where's congratulations. That one? Okay. Great, thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Mom, when's your birthday?
I just had a birthday, January 20.
January 20. Round of applause. That's wonderful. Good genes to pass on. Lois does remember you. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Appreciate it. We'll find out her formula later, but January 20th, it's wonderful. Our next item, I'd like to invite Mary Ellen Heiss to the podium to join us. Mary Ellen is the chair of the city's Senior Citizen Advisory Board, and she's going to present the Senior of the Quarter Award, please, Mary Ellen. Thank you, and Happy New Year to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Goodman, Council. Hi. How are you? Good. Staff, guests, and city officials. It is with great pleasure that I come this morning before you as the Senior Citizen Advisory Board Chair to talk to you about our senior who is being recognized today, who has made a difference in her community. Every 3 months, the Senior Citizen Advisory Board recognizes a senior, and it is my pleasure today to announce Sandra Vasio, who is receiving this recognition. Sandra, would you please come to the podium? Accompanying Sandra is Fran Drury, who is also a member of the Senior Citizen Advisory Board and St. Jude's Auxiliary. And she represents Councilman Kaufman on our board. Jennifer Ward, with Penny for Thoughts, nominated Sandra for her work as president, as volunteer of 30 years with St. Jude's Women Auxiliary. Sandra is an amazing person who cares for the children, the community, and anyone who has been abandoned or is in desperate need. Sandra collects clothing and other items to be primarily donated to the children's charities and the Clark County School District Title I Hope Program. The secondhand stores, managed by St. Jude's Auxiliary, sells adult clothes and kitchen household items. This money is donated to different organizations such as 3 Square, Nevada Homeless Alliance, and other charities which are applying for the funding. Our board today is honored to recognize Sandra as Senior of the Quarter this morning for a tremendous impact in the community. I also would like you to please join me in our deepest sympathy because as of Monday, Sandra lost her husband Peter, who passed away and has been very sick for the past year. Thank you, Sandra, for all that you do, and we really, really appreciate you being part of our community and making a difference in our world.
So on behalf of the City Council and obviously our seniors, we give you this award of Senior of the Quarter. And again, from all of us, everybody in Las Vegas, we extend our deepest condolences to you. But I know you've probably had a very meaningful, good life. And this is wonderful because everything you do for our community is an expression of that. So we thank you. Did you want to say anything?
I'd just like to thank the mayor and all of our volunteers at St. Jude's. Without them, we could not do the good works that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Fran, thank you. Good to see you. Mary Ellen, thank you.
Thank you. Bob Bierce is giving me a problem because I don't look like a senior.
Okay, for our next item, I'm going to recognize the winners of the 2013 Mayor's Urban Design Awards. This is an exciting, exciting time for us. Each of these projects, the ones that are receiving these awards, have projects that foster the city's commitment to livability, historic preservation, and sustainability in one of 4 categories. In the building and environment category, the winning project this year, and now I know why Barbara Buckley is here, who is their head, is the Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada by JMA Architect Studios. If they would come up, I'd like to ask Sylvia Kim, please, to come up and accept the award on behalf of JMA. Located near downtown, this wonderful contemporary, much-needed building, wide sidewalks and shade trees set the standard for new development on Charleston Boulevard, while also meeting Silver LEED standards. The center, of course, is a nonprofit public interest law firm that provides free legal advice, advocacy, and representations to low-income residents of Clark County. J.W. Zunino, is that how it's pronounced? Zunino? Landscape architecture won the public Places category for improvements to the historic Lorenzi Park. I'd like to ask Jack, please, to come forward to join us to accept that award. The improvement to our parks include a redesign of the Twin Lakes, a themed children's play area, recreation of the historic band shell, and interpretive markers that utilize historic images of the park. It is truly a gem of a regional park, and we are so proud that this historic location has been fully restored. These unbelievable, just beautiful. Yes, those are two parts. Be sure that they don't drop apart. On our next award, the Historic Preservation and Adaptive Reuse category is awarded to Jack and Lance Johns for the rehabilitation of Atomic Liquors on 9th and Fremont Streets. And they are joining us. It's what? Kent. So much, well, Jack Kent, 4 letters, they're good. But thank you. We will correct that for everything that's going up. So, now it says Jack and Lance. I mean, we're changing everything. Kent and Lance. Lance here. Kent here. I just want to see if you're paying attention. Relation. Are you related? I could tell because you do the same beard treatment. Okay, opening in 1945 as a cafe and becoming Atomic Liquors in 1952. It's the oldest freestanding bar in Las Vegas. Working without a design team, the Johns brothers painstakingly preserved the most significant historic elements of the iconic bar that once served patrons as they watched the atomic bomb detonations at the Nevada test site during the 1950s. The bar's most recognizable symbol, the large Googie-style neon sign, and also lovingly restored, bring light and life to the facade. And I would tell you the neon treatment inside the facility is phenomenal. I was delighted to be there at the ribbon cutting. I should have known the names, but I didn't read this ahead of time. So we fired everybody who wrote this. Rise above the street art one more now. Rise above the street art project sponsored by Life is Beautiful Festival that took place in downtown in October is the winner of the public art category. I'd like to ask Graham Chowdhury and Charlotte Dutoy and Joey Vanis to join us, which I feel they're here beside me. Each of the art pieces at Life is Beautiful were completed by different well-known artists on the buildings throughout downtown. Many of the pieces remain in place in the original 15-block area, continuing to engage the community in artistic dialogue. I want to thank all of the 2013 Design Award winners, and please give them a hearty applause. I want to thank them all. We are so proud. What an addition you have all made to our city. We couldn't be prouder, and we're really, really grateful. Hope to see you back again competing for next year. And Mrs. Buckley, you must be so thrilled. Are you in? Isn't that beautiful? Do you want to just say a quick word? Barbara Buckley, please.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. It's wonderful to be selected among this year's Mayor's Award winners, and we're even more grateful to be in our new facility because that means we can begin serving more people in need. Just this past month, because of the additional room, we've just hired 3 new attorneys to represent abused and neglected children in our community. So we are very proud to be in, look forward to our grand opening celebration, and we're very appreciative to the mayor, to the council, and to all the staff for all that you did to make this happen for us. Thank you.
We are so proud. JMA also, great work. And Jack, can you come up a little bit, just a little positive statement on our Lorenzi Park redesign?
I'd love to. Thank you, Mayor. I'd first of all like to thank the Honorable Mayor for this distinguished award and the recognition for the fact that as landscape architects we're improving our city appearance, we're improving the environment and being sustainable. But I'd also like to thank Councilman Barlow for his input through the design process and throughout the construction of the project. His insight and help move the project along. But the city staff was also very good to work with. We enjoyed working with city council, and we enjoyed working with all the staff people over at the city. They were great. And I'd also like to thank my mom and dad who are sitting in the back for coming to see us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And so on behalf of our Atomic Liquors, the brothers, you will both speak. Jack, Lance, and Kent.
All three of us. Thank you, Mayor. I first just want to say that it's great to be doing business in the city of Las Vegas. Everybody's been so helpful. We've now been open for 7 months this week, and when the mayor came out for the ribbon cutting ceremony on a Thursday at noon, we had about 100 people there. So it was absolutely, the turnout's been phenomenal. So thank you very much.
We're so proud.
Thank you.
We're so thrilled. Iconic place, just made just as beautiful as it always was. History's great. You now have new names. Okay, and Joey, do you want to take it, please? Joey Dennis.
Sure. There were a whole lot of people that were involved in making Life is Beautiful what it was. The Rise Above art program, the street art program, I think was one thing that people can still go and enjoy from the festival. That's part of why it's so special. I'd like to thank Charlotte Dutois, who's standing here. She was our curator that brought all these incredible artists into our city to leave their mark. And also like to thank this young lady right here, Ashley Goodhue, without whom the festival just flat out would not have happened. So thank you to Ashley and Charlotte and everybody else.
Thank you. Absolutely, and we look forward to next year. I mean, it was fabulous this year, attended twice, but even bigger and better because we're just so supportive and grateful. You did a great job. And thank Rehan wherever he is. He's not here. Sick. Oh, he doesn't have the, hopefully not the flu. Congratulations to all of you. You have just made the mark on our city better. Thank you. Congratulations. And I also do want to thank, it's beautiful. Thank you. Oh, look forward to it again. We had a 7-member volunteer citizen committee that reviewed each of the applicants and ranked the submissions. These were great projects, and I know at the ultimate it was a difficult decision to make for them, but we are so grateful to the volunteer committee who made these selections for us. And we are truly building a community overall that is making life better for everyone. I'm thrilled now to turn the microphone over to the big whip snapper who really made Lorenzi Park move along very quickly, along with the support of our city staff. There's only one. This is our Ward 5 councilman. Yeah, you made things move. You're out there cracking that whip. So we have great projects, and I know you have something exciting. It's yours.
Thank you, Mayor. You may have had a conversation with my dad because he would always call me a whippersnapper. So it's interesting. Whip. I don't think I had it with them. But ladies and gentlemen, I do have the honor and privilege of recognizing some wonderful people who have made significant contributions to not only this community, but communities around the world. And today we have a lot of them right here in the council chambers celebrating with us here today. In observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day and Black History Month, we held an African American Community Leaders Breakfast this morning right here in the Now Cafe at City Hall to honor the good work of these community stakeholders that have collectively made our community a better place. These community leaders' passionate and genuine commitment to making a difference in this community, which has tremendously made a positive impact on our lives and the lives of this community. Will all of the community leaders please stand to be recognized so that I can thank you publicly. Please stand, all of you that attended the breakfast this morning. Please stand. Thank you all so very much. Thank you for all that you've done, and may you continue to be a blessing not only to each and every one of us, but to the entire community moving forward. In addition to that, 35 years ago, citizens of West Las Vegas, Clark County School District, Las Vegas Clark County Library District, the City of Las Vegas, and local elected officials began to host an annual program each February located primarily within the historical West Las Vegas community at the Doolittle Community Center. Throughout the years, this tradition continued and lived on through those that passed down the information of its importance. This year marks the 35th year of the annual Black History Program, one of the longest running annual programs that has been supported by the City of Las Vegas and the community. The program has continued to grow based on the contributions from churches, businesses, and many individuals. And at this time, I would like to ask that our Assistant Deputy Director, Ms. Dr. Hibler, if you would please come forward. She chaired this, and I served as the co-chair of this wonderful program that she has so eloquently led this year. So I would like to at least bring her forward so that you all can see her and give her a round of applause for continuing the leadership. Thank you so very much. And you can stand here with me as well as I continue, Lisa. The Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Committee, often known as the King Committee, consisted of members who were the driving force behind the Black History Month activities. They successfully lobbied for the holiday to be recognized in the state of Nevada and have managed King Week activities and the parade for, about 3 decades now, Wendell? 32 years, 32 years. The City of Las Vegas has participated in the Black History Month in many, many ways and continue to do so throughout the years. Activities included car shows, soul food lunches, art displays, essay contests, school supply drives, sports tournaments, candlelight vigils, poetry nights, talent showcases, marches, and parades. However, one of the highlights and focal points of the annual City of Las Vegas Gospel Showcase that withstood the test of time. More information about this year's Black History Month program also can be found on my website, which is www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5 for additional information as it relates to all of the Black History activities are posted on my website. At this time, I would like to also ask the following people to join me here at the dais, if you will, starting with the chairman for the King Parade and also the founder of the King Parade, former Assemblyman Wendell Williams. If you'll please come forward. Mr. Bobby McRoy, also a retired city employee from the City of Las Vegas. Bobby Mack. In addition to that, I would like for Shawana Timms to please come forward. Mr. Bill Evans, if you will please come forward. Is Marsha still here, Marsha Robinson? Okay, if not, then I would ask for Mr. Mason to come forward in her stead. I know I saw Mr. Mason somewhere, if he's still here. And Marsha Robinson, she does such a wonderful job over at the West Las Vegas Arts Center. I want to thank her for she and her entire team for a wonderful job that they've done. In addition to that, the City of Las Vegas Parks and Recreation and Neighborhood Services staff, Geraldus Henderson, Phil Thompson, Elgin Williams, and Ingrid Williams, if you will please come forward as well and stand with us. And last but not least, is Yanni here? Yanni or her sister? Jill, they're not here yet? They're not here? Okay. So at this time, I will ask that you all please come forward. And Wendell, if you'll please come forward and say a few words, because I know you have a presentation for the mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman. I just want to say on behalf of the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee of Las Vegas how much we thank and appreciate the cooperation and partnership we've had with the City of Las Vegas. I can personally tell you, in being involved with this parade for 32 years, how much the city has been involved. I started with Mayor Bill Breer. Then I went to Mayor Ron Lurie, Mayor Jan Jones, Mayor Goodman, and Mayor Goodman. So that is the longevity and stability of our partnership with the City of Las Vegas that we appreciate. I need to say that the Martin Luther King Jr. Parade was conceived and started and formulated within the City of Las Vegas properties. It started at the Doolittle Community Center. And if you notice, this year we had our parade ran a lot smoother, I thought, and a lot faster. That is because the very first parade and the original parades started with City of Las Vegas staff. Mr. Bobby McRoy, Mr. Elgin Williams, and Mr. Phil Thompson are the original drivers of how the parade should be ran. They're the ones who operate the mechanics of a smooth operation. And having those gentlemen back this year and the last several years has been a load lifted off of me. But I really want to thank, too, personally, Ms. Esther Carter from the City of Las Vegas, who was tremendous every single year in helping us to do this. I also want to thank our members. We have two, Ms. Tanya Ann, both of the Forson lady, Betty Forson is here, Ms. Lillian McMorris, and of course, Ms. Shawana Timms and other members. We can't say how much we appreciate the partnership and the cooperation and the in-kind that we have received in doing this, and particularly our 2014 Grand Marshal, Councilman Ricky Barlow. He has done so much. That's right, give him a round of applause. He has done so much, words cannot express how much assistance and help and encouragement that, and a lot of times that's better than in-kind, that's better than money. Encouragement was so valuable from him. We were so proud to name him as one of our 2014 Grand Marshals. Our other Grand Marshal we have standing, Ms. Ida Gaines, is here today. We'd like to welcome her as well. But at this time, I'd also like to present to Mayor and Council our 2014 Corporate Award. We have others, too, for you. This is not the only gift we have for you. To the Mayor and Council today, as our corporate sponsor for the 2014 King Week celebration, we're so delighted, we're so pleased, and so appreciative of what you've done in your cooperation and assistance.
We have been so excited to participate in this memorable event every year for the good that it does for our community and it does nationally. We thank you for all the wonderful work you've devoted to our state over these years as well, and all of the citizens who made this wonderful day a celebration of life and what living a good community life is. I can assure you this will be on display on the 7th floor where we all work and live. And thank you so much for this great honor. And on behalf of Ron Laurie, who I know very well, and Jan Jones, and my husband, and and Jim Bill Breer. Bill Breer. Again, he can come look at this. Everybody can come look. Thank you. We will hold it with great appreciation, high regard. Thank you.
And finally, we are a part of the Federal MLK Holiday Commission, and the commission tells us that the City of Las Vegas has one, if not the best celebration of MLK Boulevard. And out of the 937 cities that have streets named after Martin Luther King Boulevard in Ward 5 is the best looking Martin Luther King Boulevard in the nation. Thank you so much for the gift.
Thank you, Mayor. Wendell P. Thank you, Wendell. And thank you all so very much for your continued support of not only the Black History celebrations throughout the month, but everything that you all do each and every year to make our community a better place. As I shared this morning during the breakfast, we all have a responsibility to do our little part to the bigger scheme of the puzzle of life. And so if we take care of our part and we put all those parts together collectively, we will have a beautiful, beautiful community that future generations can stand upon and continue to build upon moving forward. So with that, thank you all so very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you all. Our next item, Councilman Coffin is going to recognize a local resident who's given so much time to assist the city's very successful Youth Offenders Court. So, Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much, and colleagues. Normally I stand up here and I ad-lib something because I really mean it, but I can speak from the heart. And yet, although I can do that in this case, I want to take a few minutes to read something about Stephen, because Stephen Altig, who would like very much now to join me at the podium. It's your turn to be embarrassed, Steve. Thank you. Come. We're going to honor Steve for a lot of reasons. He was born in Southern California, and he came here at the age of 11 and grew up here, went to Valley High School, and then he went to UNLV in 1988, started there then. But like many, many people in the Southern Nevada community, he had to work while he was going to school. And in a minute, we're going to bring up for a couple of words the person he first worked for as a legal courier, but I think it's important to mention that he did his job while he was going to UNLV was as a legal courier for Steve Wolfson, who later became a city council member and is now our wonderful district attorney. We're going to have Steve come up in a second. You know, in '89, you didn't waste any time. You had your first child. Rebecca was born, and so, you know, you were starving then, but you still managed to bring forth a child. 1986, you got your degree, and you didn't stop there because you went right away. I think it must have been being exposed to Councilman Wolfson because you decided to go into law, and you attended McGeorge over in California. You earned honors for your work in sentencing and post-conviction remedies, the Parole Representation Clinic, trial advocacy, and capital punishment. And you received the Bancroft Whitney American Jurisprudence Award for your work in sentencing and post-conviction remedies. I think that speaks a lot about where you were going to head. Public service, you were destined. You were recruited by your professor in the Parole Representation Clinic to return the following year and assist the professor in teaching the clinic to other law students. During law school, you really were grooming yourself for a legal career in criminal defense because of your interest in and passion for defense, as well as defending the true words of the Constitution of the United States and our state of Nevada. You passed 1999, and then you passed the bar exam right away. You were sworn in the same day the bar results were released. You made your very first court appearance that afternoon at trial. And so you were thrown right into the fire by Wolfson and Glass, who apparently continued to see merit in employing you, and probably for half the pay. You were an associate there for 5 years, and shortly after beginning the practice there, you and your wife had 2 more children. So you had Rebecca right out of high school, and then right out of college, and then right away, Jackson and Emma were born. And you, I think at that point, felt like if I'm going to starve in my own building. So you opened the law offices of Stephen M. Altig, Esquire, and you've done it ever since, handling all kinds of criminal matters. I think in the early practice of law, you have to take everything that comes along, but you have done a wonderful job for them. So, you know, you haven't been really interested in making money so much because even though you've had a few contracts for the defense of indigents in Clark County, the reason we're honoring you today is because of what you give away. In May of 2010, Steve was approached by Judge Cedric Kearns of our Las Vegas Municipal Court, and Judge Kearns is here today with us, and he's going to say a few words shortly. The judge asked you to help with a new court program the judge was forming called Youth Offenders Court. We all know it as the YO Court. Youth Offender Court is a court program developed to address addiction and substance abuse issues in criminal defendants aged 18 to 24. So youngsters in the audience, pay attention to this stuff because it's critical. Stephen, you know from personal experience how hard that can be, and so you were pleased to help. You said the judge, okay. And the judge, well, I guess he probably told you we didn't have a lot of money. And I suppose you probably said, well, okay, I'll try to do what I can. Just hope that I can give you what you need for what you're paying me. So then, now this is no joke, for almost 4 years now, Steve has donated 20 to 30 hours of his week, every week, 20 to 30 hours of his week, a full day every week, representing youngsters in the court of law. Because even though we have a court dedicated to youth in the city here, and even though you would think they must be well cared for, in fact, they're under an order of some kind. They're being prosecuted for something, and they need representation. And Steve represents them for free. He doesn't ask, nor will he accept money. So whereas our program builds a strong relationship with community partners to address the needs of the individual defendant, and whereas the true value of Stephen's work is to the families of these defendants. Because, I mean, I just elaborate a little bit. Really, when someone is addicted in a family, the entire family becomes addicted. When someone is sick with addiction, regardless of whether it is prescription medicine, illegal drugs, alcohol, no matter what age, the entire family is affected and is sick too, because this disease is pervasive. So for this reason, for representing these difficult clients who are suffering difficult problems, we are now today honoring you, Steve. We're calling this today in this city Stephen M. Altig Day, and I'd like you to say a few words, please, Steve. We have a proclamation I'll read to you. But first, your turn.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the proclamation. It's greatly appreciated, and I'm humbled by it. You know, I don't do what I do for Yocourt for any compensation. I wouldn't ask for any. I wouldn't expect any. I do it simply because Yocourt changes and saves lives, and that's thanks to Judge Kearns. And because of that, I can be a part of something where I can actually help change a life. And if I can go the rest of my life and say I've had an effect on one person, and I stop that one person from being making the same mistakes that I made with addiction in my life, it's all worthwhile. And so this is actually more of an award for Yocourt than it is for me.
Steve, that's so typical of the way you are, and you're always trying to give credit to others. But there are a few of us who would like to pay tribute to you too here today. So I'd like to invite Judge Kearns to come up and join us for a few words. And District Attorney Wolfson, please step up forward and come and join the praises.
Your Honor. Councilman, thank you. Mayor, Council, thank you. I have to tell you, when Steve came to me a few years ago and he said he wanted to help out with youth offender court, I didn't know he was serious. So I said, sure, you know, Steve, I don't have any money. He said, that's okay. This is what I need to do. I said, no, really, I don't have any money. And he said, that's okay. I'm gonna give to this court because it's my way of giving back to the city. I could tell you that there are many attorneys who practice in Las Vegas. I would not want any other attorney than Mr. Altig representing these kids. He's in it, he's vested, and these kids have the best defense they could possibly have. And Steve has never charged me anything. This is such an incredible honor. You could see how humble he is by not taking the credit for what he does. But I could tell you, my court would not be anywhere what it is if it wasn't for Steve. And so, Steve, congratulations.
Well done. Steve Wolfson, please come up and say a few.
Real quickly, thank you, Councilman Coffin. Wow, deja vu. I had 8 wonderful years here, so let me just say for just a minute, I served with all of you, and I miss you all so much, except for you, Beers. You replaced me. But I've gotten to know you a lot, and you know, being a city councilman was one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. Being the district attorney, though, Mayor Goodman, contrary to what you might think, is a great job, and I feel it's so appropriate to say that I am truly the happiest district attorney in the universe. Sound familiar? All right, this is not about me, though. This is about Steve Altig. Steve, congratulations. As you said, Councilman Coffin, I hired Steve Altig 25 years ago as a runner in my law firm with Jackie and I, and look at how far he's come. And all the credit goes to you, Steve. You've come a long way. We all go through life, and we go through its challenges, its trials, its tribulations, but you have succeeded, and you are at the top of your game today. So this is Stephen Altig Day here in the city of Las Vegas. Wow! I remember doing this so often, but this is really special because I love you, Steve Altig, and for what you do for the Yoke Court is unmatchable. So please congratulate Mr. Altig for all he's done, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Steve. And give our regards to Judge Glass, too. It's quite a dynamic duo over there in the firm of Wolfson and Glass. I think we should give you this proclamation. I know it's running late. Kids in the audience, remember, this is about you. The court could be about you. But don't be ashamed to seek help. Don't be ashamed to tell your friends to seek help. Sometimes it happens. You kids from high school over here, you know what I'm talking about. This is the most devastating disease that's ever hit our country. And it is something that can be fixed but only with the total cooperation and the total enthusiasm, frankly, a war effort, a real war, to correct addiction. In the meantime, I can tell you that I know firsthand how much this does for the families of those people. Because really what the secret thing about Judge Kern's court is, this is really about the families. It really keeps them together. It helps them cope with this and helps them learn how to, help others. And Steve has made it possible for all this to happen. Steve, essentially this proclamation says what we have said. So I'm not going to read it again, Steve. I just want to present it to you with my heartfelt thanks. And I can tell you one way the council could say thanks to you, to Judge Kearns, and the other members of the court, Jim Carmody, the administrator, is here today too, is that we help by increasing the budget for this kind of activity, because we cannot take care of enough. We're just scratching the surface. We have approved program, a tried and tested program, Your Honor, and I hope in this next budget we can find more money to assist in a very progressive program. So, Steve, thank you again for all your service. Congratulations. Let's have a photograph. Can we have a photograph with Steve?
And I would again like to just state about Judge Kern. Having known him for many, many years and knowing the push and effort he put into creating this court and this particular effort, sometimes with pushback, but really to have seen how it's grown and the money that has been sunk into it, it's never been enough, but all the young people's lives that you have helped and their families that you have helped because you made this happen. And so, Steve, it really is an honor for us today wherever you went. You snuck. Luckily, you're taller than I am. If I stand here, then nobody can see the councilman who's just made that great commentary. But we are so proud of you and knowing what an emotional man you are. And I look out at the audience, and I see someone just as emotional as you. Happens to be your wife, I'm sure. Not? It is. Wrong. Okay. Anyway, that was not meant as anything. I just know very emotional time, very emotional for us, and a wonderful, wonderful award to have this day in your honor. You've done a beautiful, beautiful job. We're very proud of you, and amen to what Councilman Coffin has said about putting more funds into this wonderful program and these programs of help. So thank you. We need a photo. That's okay. Thank you. Great. Thank you and congratulations again. Thank you. Thank you. So proud. Mr. Carmody, everybody, thank you. I mean, just really superior how you're helping. Our next item, Councilman Ross is going to recognize a wonderful group of young athletes who recently won a state championship. Wow.
Yes, yes, and ladies, we save the best for last. Everybody, help me welcome Nevada State champions. Make some noise now. Arborview Aggies women's soccer team. Come on down here, girls. Second time Nevada State champions. Coaches, come on down with them, if you would. As they're coming down here, fall out right in front, spread out. I want you all on television this morning. You all look very nice representing the school. Go Aggies. I didn't hear any noise. Did you give us some noise? Yes. All right. This year, this team won 3 consecutive division titles, 2 consecutive region titles, and 2 consecutive state championship titles. They are the only team to win the first 2 true state championships, with last year being the first year playing the Northern Region. The Aggies finished their season with 16 wins, 4 ties, 1 loss, and the team finished the season with 17 shutouts and scored 72 goals. That is incredible. Yes. Wow, what a team. We have some very talented people in this city, without a doubt, and mayor and council members, we all recognize that our youth certainly, they all say, go ladies. All right, now I'm going to try to not butcher your names, ladies, so please bear with me. With us up here today is Melanie Ara. Raise your hand, Melanie. Where are you? Okay, Melanie, I want you to raise your hands. Maddie Boyd, Bella Oliva, Bailey Davis, Caitlin Laurent. Did I say that right? Lorente. Okay, I'm still learning. Deanna Yanez, Mia Diorenzo. How'd I do? Did I do okay? Okay. Asia Harris, Brianna Larkin, Jessica Longhurst, Vanessa Lorenko, Haley Vicente. Oh, okay, but I said it right? Okay. Kendra Wallace, Jamie Wilson, Haley Doss, Lexi Epley, Sasha Escamilla, Taylor Gill. Someone's laughing at me. Did I butcher that one? Escamilla. Okay, you can kick me later. Taylor Gill, Vanessa Martinez, Kylie Wallace, I'm sorry, Kylie. Jocelyn Yanez. Did I get it right? Okay. With them are their coach, head coach James Howard. James, raise your hand. And Coach Melanie Johnston. Where's Melanie? Right down there. Give them a great big round of applause, everybody. Where's Kylie? Kylie, you're the team captain, right? Come on over here. Tell us how awesome you girls are.
I'd like to, first of all, thank Ms. Mayor and the council for inviting us here to help celebrate with us. This was the best year that I could have ever asked for, especially being my senior year and captain along with Taylor Gill and Haley Doss. I'd like to thank my teammates. They're not just my teammates now. We're family. We see each other every day, and they're the best friends that I could ever ask for. So I just love all of you guys so much, and thank you for helping me become a state champion my senior year, and I just love all of you guys so much, so thank you.
You're awesome, Captain. I'm going to let you pass these out to your team. Give these ladies one more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They are the best. Go Aggies. Oh, wait. The mayor has a few words.
Okay. Just quickly, I don't know if our cameras can look down at the attire. I'm not sure if it's Zappos attire on the feet, but look at the diversity of selections. We have the highest heels you can imagine. We have the most beautiful flats. We have, with spangles. Then we have evening wear. We have boots. Talk about how Las Vegas is totally eclectic and totally into all of you. We are so proud of you that not only are you getting this wonderful, beautiful award of congratulations, we're so proud, but also good luck mayorship, which is to keep with you. It's good luck and good health. And may you keep on in life doing everything you've been doing. You work hard, you pay attention, you learn, you listen, and you see the results of what a great education can be and what having heart and working together means. You are a team of great young ladies, and we are so proud. Have you taken on the guys yet? In any team competition? Why not, Coach?
Have they played the guys yet?
Are you ready? I think we need a challenge match, and we get points. All right? Not hearing from any of the guys back here. I know our councilwoman, too, would be in favor of that. Did you want to say something?
I just wanted to say, because of my age, I can remember a time when you wouldn't have even had a chance to have a soccer team. I played half-court basketball because they didn't feel ladies could do a whole court. And for years, you didn't get the funding, and for years, you didn't get the recognition. You still don't get it as much as you should now, but I just want to say how good I feel seeing all you ladies doing so well. And just remember those who came before you and who fought hard, so you would be recognized today. I think it's magnificent. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
We're very proud. One more shout out.
Thank you, ladies. We have talented students in Southern Nevada and Las Vegas. And ladies, thank you so much for making me proud as your city councilman representing your families in Ward 6, Centennial Hills. Let's do it again next year. How about it? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
He loves his high school. Congratulations. Let us know when that event's going to take place against the guys. Okay, finally, I understand we have a council joining City Council here today. We have the Student Council from May Elementary School, who by now have missed 3.5 hours of school. Wouldn't you rather be in school? Look at this cheering. No, because you know where the action is. This is wonderful. So first of all, I'd like to ask you to stand so everybody can recognize the May Elementary School Student Council, future leaders here, and give you a wonderful round of applause. I understand we have some seats, or do we not, because of the time? I gather selected Becky Skousen will direct. We have some seats up there, but we also, I believe, have some extra city mayor good luck chips for each of you, which we'll get to you. And we want to also and thank everybody for being part of this, and we will get right on to City Council. Thank you. Okay, here we go, and because we have all these very handsome gentlemen and beautiful young ladies seated up here at the dais at City Council on January 22nd, which you can see yourselves every time you play it again. One time is 4 in the morning, so you have to ask your moms and dads, can I stay up at 4 in the morning to watch? But let's start way down here by Mr. Jerbick, who is head of our attorneys. And if you'll announce yourself and what your job is in City Council.
My name is Mackenzie Murdoch, and I'm Vice President of Service.
Next.
My name is Boston Toro, and I'm the treasurer.
Thank you. And next here.
Right here. My name is Manny Blanco, and I am president.
Wow, aren't these wonderful? And please, if Councilman, could you turn on your mic so that... There you go.
My name is Araya Spatafor, and I'm Vice President of Spirit.
Wonderful. And next, please.
My name's McKenna Connect, and I'm historian.
What a wonderful group. And these are all 5th graders, I guess. So they're all going to a middle school next year. And you can tell we have young leadership right here and all smiling. What wonderful representatives of how beautiful and fabulous our young people here in Las Vegas are. And we're so grateful that you came here, and I know you're grateful that you missed some classes. So do make sure you do the makeup and keep those grades up. We're proud of you. And you're coming up to the 7th floor next, so you can see where the council persons work, and you can stop by the mayor's office and take a view of your whole city. So we look forward to having you. And I think at this point, you may sit for a few minutes, but Ms. Skousen, are you going to, at what point do you want them to step down? 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. So we will now go on to... Okay. January 22nd, 2014 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting's been properly noticed. I did this. So wonderful. Got so excited about all the young people and everything. So we are on to item 11. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for our record. We will set the time at 1 minute, and good morning.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Just right off the bat, I think it's apropos that the treasurer was put next to Councilman Beers, and he would probably learn a lot more sitting right there today than he would in school. But the other item is buried in the consent agenda. Quite often are some items that are just terrific, that need to be done. And I'm addressing items number 23 and 24. And they don't get the attention that they should have, but the people ought to know that we really appreciate this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name. All right, hearing none. Oh, so sorry. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Tasha Heath. I have a couple of questions on item 74. It's the old Dodge dealership. In the photo evidence pictures, it doesn't show all the military vehicles being stored there. It also doesn't talk about that that's what they've been doing since they've been there. I went last night, got some more photos. I don't know if you could put them up, but they are there. And we just have questions concerning this. If it is the Army Reserves, then where's the signage and what's going on? I feel that the people should at least be able to know that this is not being used as a car dealership. It has no intentions of being used as a car dealership. And I just think those questions need to be answered. I have a couple, I don't know, can you put these pictures up?
At the appropriate time, what we'll do, I know Councilman Ross would like to say something, but for those of you who are here on 74, I have Tasha's card, Cindy Lake, Jason Nellis, and Diane Jordan.
I can't say her last name either.
No, but if you're sitting here, I apologize for this. It's Giordamani. M-A-I-N-A. And Councilman Ross, I would invite you to back at this point unless you're conclusionary on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, for all of you that are here on that agenda item, that won't be heard until this afternoon's session, which will be after 1 o'clock.
Okay,
So just so you know that.
Will we be able to speak on the item then?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank
Mayor,
you.
Absolutely.
Yes. And to also say your name, please.
Melissa Letourneau. I won't be able to be here later, so I just wanted to, I had some questions I wanted to have answered. What I can do is I can go ahead and put them together for you and then hand them to you guys so you have them written down since I can't be here. Maybe you could review them or just
Is
5
it
or
on
6
this
of them.
agenda item also,
It would be
or a
side-
different
yeah,
one?
74 as well, yeah.
And Mayor, if this might help too. If you can't be here, please call me and we'll fill you in on anything I know about it and what they're doing over there. Okay, and that goes for everybody. Don't hesitate to call my office and I'll call you back if you leave me a message or shoot me an email and I'll respond to that, okay?
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and again, I will take public hearing on 74 when we get that, so I'll make sure to make note and invite you back. But as Councilman said, it's after 1. Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name for the record. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. And we will then move on to agenda item 12. Business items, possible action, any items council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one item, item number 46, report from staff and UNLV students regarding the Keene Technology Initiative. Staff has asked that be obeyed till February 19th, 2014, and that will be my motion.
And Councilman Beers, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. On item number 40, I'd like to pull that off the consent agenda as well. Staff has proposed a slight modification to the conditions.
Okay. Is that afternoon?
That's next.
Okay. But anybody else who from council, yes, anyone else from council who wishes to strike or please?
Yes,
Councilor
16
Barlow.
and 17, Mayor. Thank you.
16 and 17 be obeyed?
No, I would like for those pulled forward.
Pull forth. But we're not there yet either. Okay, anything to be stricken or obeyed, that's what we're after right now. Okay, hearing none other than number, what did you say that was, 46? 46. Please vote, because that was the motion. And please post. Thank you. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 13, motion to approve the minutes of possible action by reference to the regular city council, the meeting of December 18th. Those minutes, 2013. Mayor Pro Tem, I have a motion on those, please.
So moved.
There's a motion to approve the minutes of December 18th, 2013. Please cast your votes and please post. Okay, here we are on the consent agenda. Items 14 through 45, with the exception as requested thus far of pulling forward 16 and 17. That was a request by Councilman Barlow, and 40 as requested by Councilman Beers. On the consent agenda are considered routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Do any members, are there any members of the council who wish to pull forward any other item? Okay. Therefore, Mayor Pro Tem, with the exception of 16, 17, and 40.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 14 through 45, except for 16, 17, and 40.
Thank you very much. This motion. Please vote and please post. Okay, that motion carries. We'll go forward first with agenda item 16 for possible action to approve a lease real a lease for real property between 208 Las Vegas Boulevard LLC, City of Las Vegas, to manage and operate a parking lot located 208 Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 5. The purpose, 208 Las Vegas Boulevard LLC wishes to utilize the city's existing parking management enforcement infrastructure to operate, enforce, and collect revenues on a new 75-space parking lot at Ogden and Las Vegas Boulevard, as it has no existing parking management expertise or staffing in place. The estimated revenues to the city after expenses are $23,000 annually. And I see in front of us Mr. Arndt and our wonderful parking managers are. Please go ahead if we could make your presentation.
Good morning, Mayor. For the record, Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. With me today is Brandy Stanley, our Parking Services Manager. We're recommending approval. We'd be glad to answer any questions.
Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Arnott, yourself or Ms. Brandy, if you will please just provide us a recap of the item and the location, and if in fact you have an aerial, if we can show that on the overhead as well. I'm not sure if you have
Thank you,
that.
Councilman Barlow. I'm not certain if we have an aerial, but I'll let Brandy address the location and what we're doing with the item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. This particular parking lot is under construction, and it will be located on the northeast corner of the intersection of Las Vegas Boulevard and Ogden Streets. It is right across the street from the Ogden Residential Tower, in between and right behind the 7-Eleven located on Stewart Street. We'll have about 75 parking spaces, and the entrance and exit will be off of the alley to the east of Las Vegas Boulevard.
Right. And this is the parking lot that we've had discussions in the past as it relates to providing additional parking for the downtown visitors. Is this the parcel immediately south of the 7-Eleven?
It is the parcel immediately south of the 7-Eleven. I don't recall any discussions about this particular lot. I believe the one you may be referring to is the one directly to the east. That one was filled with cars every day. It's owned by an out-of-state entity, and it has since been fenced and dust controlled. But that particular lot that you're referring to, I don't think that's not what we're talking about here.
So this is a lot adjacent to Las Vegas Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay, and I know that there was discussions in the past in regards to a cutout as far as ingress, egress coming off of Las Vegas Boulevard. So will there be ingress, egress off of Las Vegas Boulevard, or all access will come in off of the alley?
All access will come in off of the alley. There is no access on Ogden Street or Las Vegas Boulevard.
Okay, great.
Can I have some questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything, I'm not able to recall the lot itself, was there any requirement for specific lighting to that piece of property?
I believe it is it was permitted under the city's temporary lot standards, and that does not require lighting. However, according to the plans that I have, there are 2 overhead lights that are going to be installed in the lot, so it will have lighting that's actually above the current standards for a temporary lot.
And is it already paved, or will it be paved?
It is paved right now. It's currently under construction. They're redoing the sidewalk on Ogden Street, but they haven't quite finished it yet.
And that, at the time of usage, is it already open to use, or do they have to comply with at least city standards in the paving and striping and everything else?
In landscaping?
Yes, they are. The plans were approved by the Planning Department according to the temporary lot standards, so it will have fencing around the outside. It will comply with all the temporary lot standards, and it will not be given a certificate of occupancy until all that stuff is complete and inspected.
And when is that anticipated to occur?
The lease is supposed to take effect February 1st. I was out at the site yesterday. They will probably make it by February 1st, but again, we wouldn't take possession of the lot until it does receive a certificate of occupancy and in compliance with all of those, with the plans that were approved by planning.
Metered or not metered?
It will be a metered parking lot. We're planning on putting in 4 parking meters at the pedestrian access areas.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Okay, move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's a motion. Please vote And please post. Thank you. That motion carries. Let's move on to agenda item 17, possible action to approve Exhibit 1, Declaration of Special Land Use Restrictions and Infrastructure Environment Agreement, the Project Manager Disposition and Joint Development Agreement between Newland Real Estate Group, LLC, City of Las Vegas, City Parkway 5, Inc., City Parkway 4A, Inc., and Office District Parking 1, Inc., for parcels located in Symphony Park at the intersection of Grand Central Parkway and Bonneville Avenue. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 5. Purpose and background. From 2005-2013, Newland Real Estate Group acted as our project manager on Symphony Park. They filled a second role as the exclusive residential developer in Symphony Park. Exhibit 1 was left unfinished until the master planning for Symphony Park was completed. The Declaration of Special Land Use Restrictions and Infrastructure Environmental Agreement addresses Newland's development obligations and the city parties' infrastructure improvement and environmental obligations with respect to the residential blocks Newland has under agreement. The document will be executed and recorded in connection with the closing of each block Newland purchases. Ms. Starr, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, for the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. This item really is an item which is a follow-up cleanup item for one of our projects in Symphony Park. Newland is a company that has rights to develop parcels C and N in Symphony Park, and one of the requirements that we have of our developers is that they build a specific project for a specific use. So this declaration really is mainly meant to protect us, the city, and our affiliate company, City Parkway. It limits Newland to building residential on those parcels, the project that they've scoped. It does also kind of lay out some of the other obligations that are in our development agreement with Newland. Does not change any of the other terms of the agreement with Newland. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Questions? Councilman Barlow.
Yes, move for approval, subject to all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Arndt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Now on to agenda item 40 for possible action to approve an extension of temporary massage establishment license, Ivy Garcia, DBA, Vegas Massage Studio, 9061 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 104, Ivy Paulette Garcia, owner, and that's in Ward 2, Councilman Beers. Possible action to approve an extension of a temporary massage establishment license. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. On this item, we have one condition. It is hours of operation that are specified in the land use approval. That land use approval has been in place for quite some time, and our current massage code is much more liberal than these hours. They're very restrictive. We would just ask that at the end of the hours, we add the words, or as current land use approval allows. So if that applicant comes back for land use and they get those hours expanded, we don't have to bring an additional item back and for your consideration. We're just trying to save the applicant one step should they expand their hours of operations through the land use process.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duddleston. Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move approval with the new condition and all other conditions.
And I gather the licensee has accepted those conditions and is aware of them?
They are aware of the original condition. This allows them, like I said, just simply to save one step.
Wonderful. Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. No, there it is. And please post. The motion carries. We'll move on now to the administrative. And agenda item 46 has been obeyed to the 19th of February. And we will move now on to agenda item 47, discussion for possible action regarding the First Amendment to exclusive negotiation agreement by and between City Parkway 5, Inc., Office District Parking 1, Inc., and the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, and LV Entertainment Development, LLC, for the exclusive rights to develop parcels located in the northeast of the intersection of Bonneville and Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. And just so that those who are here, I have received your cards. We will take comments after the presentation. We have Paul Moradkin, we have Terry Murphy, we have Rich Worthington, we have Russell Rowe, we have Jonathan Lelu, and those are the ones that are itemized for agenda item 47. So please, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Scott Adams. I'm the Deputy City Manager. I want to just introduce members of the team that are here present. Bill Arndt with the Economic and Urban Development Department. Bill Rhoda is with CSL, who's our arena advisor, had been our arena advisor for the last several months as we've had discussions with the Cordish Company, and then Portellus with the Cordish Company, and I believe he's accompanied by Dave Goldwater, also representing the Cordish Company. Before we get into making some brief presentations, there would be a presentation by our city team and a presentation by Cordish. I wanted to get something out on the record very firsthand, and that is some amendments we're proposing to make to the agreements that you have that are part of this agenda item. In front of you, you have a First Amendment to an exclusive negotiating agreement, and an exhibit to that agreement is a term sheet. We are going to be submitting for the record, and I will briefly go over those amendments. Amendments are revisions that do two basic things. They delete from both documents any reference to a casino, hotel, or third-party operator, and that it also deletes reference to a special assessment or special improvement district. That has a very specific meaning under Nevada state law. We're deleting any reference to that type of district being a financing mechanism for any defrayment of bonds on this project.
So that in specifics, an acronym SID has been eliminated, no reference at all.
Right. And we're handing out the amendment documents so that you can take a look at those. We distributed those in advance of the meeting. We've given you a clean version and a red line version. The easiest one to follow for how those changes were made would be the red line version. If you look in the First Amendment to the exclusive negotiating agreement, there are simply deletions there of provisions in that agreement that address a casino resort, casino hotel, or third parties. Perhaps the more involved amendments are in the term sheet, which is attached as Exhibit A to that extension agreement. And there are numerous deletions of the term third party throughout that agreement. And then the basic thing that we've done in that agreement is under Section B, little 1 through 3. We've collapsed those two sections into two sections, little 1 and 2. Again, deleted all reference to the term special improvement or assessment district, and simply left available the possibility of use of a tourism improvement district, which is a different type of funding mechanism, and other equity or contributions from other interested parties as a way to fund that additional gap funding that would be necessary to move forward. It'll be our concerted effort in working with Cordish over the next 4 months to work real hard to figure out how that works to replace special assessments for funding the project. So without any further ado, unless you have any questions on those amendments, I'm going to turn it over to Bill Arndt, who will get started with the city team presentation.
Any urgent questions, comments coming first? Nope, let's move forward, please. Thank you. Wait, excuse me?
I just want to make part of the record that I have handed those documents to the city clerk and asked that she make them part of the record.
Make sure, City Clerk, could you just repeat that instruction, Council?
Yes. I've handed all three documents, the First Amendment clean, First Amendment red line, and the amended term sheet to the city clerk, and ask that they all be made part of the record.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Arndt, please.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, members of council. Again, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development. Wanted to first kind of start off with recapping kind of where we've been, then look at some comparable facilities built around the country, and as Scott mentioned, that's why we've brought on CSL, one of the true experts in the industry for building facilities such as this. So Bill's going to cover comparable funding models from other cities, and then Scott's going to rejoin the presentation and cover the ARENA funding model, as well as explaining what specific action we're asking for today. So recapping where we've been, these are some of the major milestones. We thought it was important to kind of go back when we started this initiative. We really go back to actually 2006. Back in 2006, there was a joint task force which was supported both by the Las Vegas City Council as well as the Clark County Commission. And at that time, an event center task force was formed to look at what would be needed to have a truly world-class event center to not only house existing events, but to keep those events and to compete for new events. And as you know, every industry changes over time. The events industry is no exception. So we started that back in 2006. Then we took a number of steps to try to find the right project, the right location, and the right partner. We issued a request for proposal back in March of 2007. We looked initially at doing a memorandum of understanding with a group out of Detroit by the name of REI Neon. That project did not come to fruition, and so we kind of shifted gears, and then we recruited one of the responding developers to that process, which was the Cordish Companies, back in November of 2009. As the council at that time voted to move forward on the project with the Cordish Companies, we were actually looking at the former site for the project, which was the former City Hall building, as well as land that the city had acquired east of Las Vegas Boulevard, which would have made it a true entertainment destination and a campus. As you know, Zappos had interested in the building, and so we worked with the Cordish Companies to move the project from the City Hall site to now what is the site in Symphony Park, roughly about 13 acres, and we came forward with an exclusive negotiation agreement in November of 2010. We've been working nonstop since November of 2010, and one of the deliverables, the major deliverables that we got in October of 2012 was a site plan, as well as some feasibility report from Cordish. And then fast forward to today, what we're talking about today is really a framework financial deal structure, which we have as part of an extension agreement before you today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bill. They looked at arenas and facilities around the country. This is an excerpt from some of the work that Bill did, looking at 4 cities that are of a comparable size to the city of Las Vegas as far as the population and the size of the market. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bill.
And would he or would you please just give a little bit of a sense of his background and his company's background?
Certainly, and I probably wouldn't do it justice, so I'm going to let kind of Bill introduce himself. But Bill Rhoda, again, is with the CSL firm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor, member
Good morning.
of council. Scott mentioned that we've actually been involved the last...
Could you hold on just one second? We have Mr. David Cordish on line, and the clerk has asked to make sure that he can hear and we can hear him.
David, are you online? Can you hear?
I am, and I can hear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's do it again.
Perfect. As I was mentioning, my name is Bill Rhoda. I'm the president of CSL International. And as Scott was mentioning, that we've been involved the past 4 months. It's actually, if you go back to that previous slide, we've been involved since 2006. We did the original study. We helped the city with the development of the RFP, helped negotiate with REI, which occurred over 6 months to a year process. And so we've had a long history with this project. We've been involved in a number of similar projects around the country, and we've been able to bring really that background to help the city throughout the process. And one of the things that Bill mentioned that we've done is put together some comparable case studies that show each of you how other markets around the country have financed similar projects. We put together some information on Orlando, Charlotte, Indianapolis, not Phoenix, but the actual new Sacramento project. The Amway Center is widely regarded as one of the most advanced and most state-of-the-art buildings around the country. It's about a 750,000 square foot building that's built for the Orlando Magic, opened in 2010. A total project cost of about $480 million. The largest component of that funding tool is a county hotel motel tax that is used. Obviously, Orange County has a very large population from a tourist perspective, very similar. The Magic's contribution was about $62 million, so it was roughly 87% publicly financed. The new project in Sacramento will open in about 2016. It's about 18,000 seats. It's a smaller building than what they saw in Orlando, about 650,000 square feet, but still a total project cost of $447 million. That's a split of about 58% for the public sector and 42% for the private sector, being the Sacramento Kings. Time Warner Cable Arena is the new arena, was the new arena back in 2005 for the expansion Charlotte Bobcats. The deal was actually negotiated between the city of Charlotte, which we participated in, and the NBA for an expansion team to relocate there, or expansion team to play there, because the existing team had left the market and moved to New Orleans. In this situation, it was a $265 million building. 87% of it was publicly funded, 13% by the team itself. The final one that you see in front of you is a little bit older. Thus, as you see the project cost, it's a little bit smaller than some of the more recent ones. This is the one in Indianapolis. It's Bankers Life Fieldhouse. It's changed names a couple times. It used to be called Conseco Fieldhouse as well. Opened in '99 for a project of right around $236 million. And it has a very similar public-private participation split, 87% for the public and 13% for the private sector, which is primarily from the Indiana Pacers and a ticket tax. So when you look at each of these markets that are larger than Las Vegas, you see anywhere from 58 to 87% of these projects have been largely publicly financed. And then the smaller markets is right around 87% for the two markets that we looked at. So you can see there's a large portion of these buildings around the country that are traditionally publicly financed. I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thank you, Bill. In our project, we've defined and we've worked this out with the Cordish Company, a total project cost of $390 million. The funding structure on that is there $187.1 million would be supported through a city backstop GO bond issue. And that would be solely supported, well, would be supported by arena revenue. And the arena revenue, we believe, is way more than sufficient. In fact, we're looking at about a 2-to-1 coverage ratio of arena revenue in our projections to what we actually need in debt service to repay that debt.
And could I ask you, which is perfunctory, but GO bonds are municipal bonds that are tax-free?
Yeah, the intent would be to, and that's another advantage of and reason for having the public sector engaged, is they can borrow at lower interest rates than the private sector can. And they can borrow at tax-exempt rates, which it's very difficult to do in the private sector on a project of this type.
Which to me, I mean, that is the biggest piece of it. They're tax-exempt bonds, and they are thus municipal bonds. So it's a great opportunity as an investment for the private sector.
And the spread between a tax-exempt bond and a taxable or a private financing is substantial, and really that swing or spread could mean the difference of this project being comfortably feasible and one that's marginally feasible. The other piece is an additional gap funding, and this addresses the issue that I just put on the record earlier, that we were planning to use special improvement or assessments to pay for this. We're going to drop back and look at a tourism improvement district that would be drawn around Symphony Park and areas around Symphony Park where there's currently not any sales tax being generated, and capture incremental sales tax in those areas and use that to retire this. And then we would be looking at other investors, not Cordish. I need to clarify for the record. They're stepping up in that next line item, but there may be other investors downtown, along the Strip, or elsewhere in the market that have interest in getting into this project. And so there'll be a concerted effort, as I said earlier, to put together a funding package to fill that gap.
If I might also inquire, Bill had mentioned in the other cities the incremental sales tax on the tickets. Would we, or is that part of an arrangement with whomever, which team's in there, whether the city would get something back from the ticket sales?
Well, we would, as we've discussed, we would draw a tourism improvement district around the arena as part of that bigger tourism improvement district. We would capture sales tax generated by the arena on all of the things that are sold that are sales taxable. So the arena itself would generate some of its own revenue that could be used to help defray that portion of the gap.
Very important. Thank you very much.
And then finally, and I think this was probably the watershed piece that really got us to this point here today, that made us comfortable in bringing a project forward to you, is Cordish is willing to step up and put $151 million of equity in the project. They would defer their return to the other financing. In other words, our $187 million would be the first payment made on net revenues after operations, and that's where I said there's a comfortable coverage ratio as we currently project. But as we move forward, it is the next 4 months, as I'll get into in a moment, to really drill down on that in a little more detail to make sure we're in good shape. In terms of the risk on this project, we would own the arena for the duration of the debt, like the Smith Center. When we're issuing tax-exempt bonds, we have to own the facility. That's an issue we encountered with the Smith Center. That's why we own the Smith Center, because while we're repaying any kind of tax-exempt debt, we would own the project. As I said earlier, the city's GO bond would be in first position for first payment of revenues. All the other financing would be subordinate to our debt position in the project. The developer is responsible for cost of operations. We'd work with them on bringing in a major operator of significance to operate the facility. And then when it's paid off, we've structured a 65-35 split in net revenue, 35 to the city, 65 to Cordish. And the reason for that is their returns in the early years are not very great because they're putting so much equity in, they're deferring that return to kind of the tail end of the project. That's when they start really making their money. What we're asking you to do today is to consider this term extension, which extends the agreement for 4 months to June 1st, with, as we provided you, the amendments to take out, strike any reference to casino resort or SID. In that extension agreement, Cordish would have to deliver to us by June 1st a construction feasibility report that really gets their arms around that construction cost number, firms that up, makes sure we are right on the money in terms of what it costs to build it. We would collectively produce an investment grade feasibility study that really takes a lot of the work that Bill's firm has done and converts it into a form that really allows us to start approaching underwriters, bond underwriters, with meaningful information they can use to start underwriting the financing of the project. And then a little known piece of this that we haven't really talked too much about is the Live District. And they'll talk about it in their presentation, but there's a entertainment district that's a featured part of the arena, and we'll start to firm up the pro forma and the city's participation engagement on the Live District, which is really one of the things that makes this project special, different than you see in other arenas around the country. The city would review and validate all of this using CSL, and these costs would be provided from the planning fund. I do need to make one additional disclosure here, and I hate to do it at this moment. And that is, we've just learned that we'll probably need to hire an outside counsel from our city attorney, and we're going to need to handle the fees for an outside counsel. This is a very complicated transaction, and I think, I'll let Brad speak for himself, but I think the city attorney feels we need an outside counsel to help with that. We think that will probably cost us at least $100,000. Perhaps the best way to do it, and I will defer, I'm going to be introducing Cordish to make their presentation in a moment, would be also to take that out of the planning fund. If we elect not to, we would probably have to come back to you at a future meeting with a request to fund an appropriation for an outside counsel on the project.
I think, can we have Mr. Jerbick's comment on this because of the date and time of this, that it wasn't before, to why now?
We just learned actually a couple of weeks ago that we were going to go forward with this extension. I think that we have never represented, in spite of the talented attorneys I have with Terry Ponicello and Nick Niarchos, that we have any expertise at all in negotiating an arena agreement. I am very fortunate to have worked with other city attorneys, including one in Charlotte, North Carolina, who Bill may know, Mac McCarley, who is now in private practice, who has done many of these deals, and I'm going to bring him before you and recommend that he join us as a team as our outside counsel.
And did you, in fact, give Mr. Adams an approximation of what you estimated the fee might be to the city to incorporate in this negotiation amendment?
That is very difficult. I think Mr. Adams said it could be $100,000. It could exceed. I don't know. I know that what we want to do first is work with CSL and make sure that there's no overlap in what the two individuals are doing. Once we determine what CSL's already done, we'll know how much remains to be done by our outside counsel, and then we'll be able to size the fee. But until then, I'm not able to give you a number that would be reliable.
Might there be an estimate as to when the CSL's ready?
Pardon me?
So that we could add in the fee amount and be ascertained as to what the additional cost is going to be?
Mayor, what we would need to do is bring back the two different contracts. One, in the agreement right now, should you go forward with it, the Cordish companies out of the planning fund will be paying for CSL. I had a conversation with Blake Cordish this morning, and I'm sure that Port can reflect this on the record, that they're willing to use that up to $100,000 to be able to defray some of these legal costs. The bottom line is that both of those efforts together may cost more than the $100,000. As Brad said, we need to figure that out and bring that back in a subsequent action.
But not to delay today's decision?
Not at this point.
Thank you.
And then finally, the really big piece, all this is really putting the due diligence together we need to work together with the Cordish company to negotiate a final disposition and development agreement for the actual development of the project that would be complete also by the end of the 4-month extension term. Now, this is a lot of work. It's going to require both parties to really dig in and really step up and make this happen. But that's really the goal, is to get us to a DDA at the end of that 4-month term. So that's the end of my presentation. I would like to turn it over to the Cordish company, but I know Dave Cordish is standing by. And let me just give you a very brief introduction of Dave Cordish. He is a 4th-generation Cordish. Their company is 100 years old, and Dave is a legend in the redevelopment business. I know, and I don't mean to date Dave, but when I was coming out of college, he was the Undersecretary of HUD, the U.S. Department of Urban Development, and created what's considered one of the greatest urban development programs that's ever been created by the federal government. He is a very creative person, and certainly the spirit and the force behind the Cordish company. So I wanted to make that introduction of Dave, and I'm not sure who's going to start first, Port or Dave, but I wanted to make that introduction.
Did you want David to make a comment?
I think it would really, we owe homage to you for all the wonderful work you did in that area of government. And so please, Mr. Cordish, if you would we welcome you to this, and hopefully you're not caught in the snow. I know you couldn't even get out of there.
Well, the snow here is, thank you all for the very generous introduction. I wish I was there in person to look at it, but it would be nice. I know that my son Blake, who's president of the company, was able to meet a number of you over the last 2 days in Las Vegas. And he and his 2 brothers are the next generation behind me. I took over from my father, and took over from my grandfather. So we when they're put into the downtowns and cities. And this is not me talking, this is fact and a reality. Many of you may not know this, some of the professionals on this line know what I'm about to say, but approximately, I think it's more than this, the last 20 arenas in the United States of America have been built downtown. Now think about that. The last 20, and I think it's actually 23, but I'm trying to be conservative for a moment. It's at least 20, have all been built downtown. Now why is that? That's in cities the size of Las Vegas, it's in bigger cities, it's in cities of populations in between the two. Why? Number one, they work, and they've all worked. They've worked as arenas in and of themselves financially. But maybe more importantly, from my perspective, I think from the mayor's and council's perspective and staff, they've worked to transform the areas around them downtown. And it's happened every time. And when you put them out other places, as they used to do, non-downtown, they don't transform anything. And that's, I think, what all of us should focus on. It's really the reason we're interested in this extension, so to speak. There's nothing in it for us unless we finish, unless we do the job here. We have a contract with the city where we could not be having this call. We get a check for our efforts to date of $1 million plus, I forget what it is, but over $1 million, and we could be on our way. Instead, I have no interest in that. Instead, what we want to do is finish the job we started, and we are going to invest significant funds. In fact, there was a little discussion a minute ago about you may need outside counsel. What we've set aside from our funds for you to draw upon are two pots of money. One is a fund of up to $300,000 to go to outside consultants that you may need, outside help that you may need, and then another fund of $100,000, and it's too complicated why there are two funds. In any event, it's $400,000 that we want to make sure you've got the proper, because this is complicated. You're going to need help, and there's no reason in my mind, and I think Blake's already expressed this to somebody, that you can't draw upon that $400,000 to pay for counsel and other experts. And I think cumulatively those two funds should more than do it. I don't actually think you'll need all $400,000, and that comes from our funds. So what the purpose here, the bigger purpose for all of us is Symphony Park right now is an empty palette. It's the perfect place to do transformation. And if we get this arena built, I guarantee there will be tremendous spin-off development in Symphony Park. Cornish may do some of it, I hope so, but whether we do or we don't, it's not important. This is what happens when you build arenas downtown. This is where arenas belong. That's why the last 20 were built downtown. You look at Las Vegas, where should it be? You have the major customer of arenas are locals. I'm not saying that we won't welcome visitors and the millions of visitors that you have in your hotels. Great. And if they want to go to a professional team or a concert or wherever, great. And they will. But the major day in and day out ticket holder of a sports team, let's stick with that for a minute, are the locals. And the people by locals, I mean, you all who live there. And if you think about where it is convenient to go to, where it is right off the freeway for the people, the citizens, the year-round citizens of Las Vegas, it's downtown, it's Symphony Park, it's perfect. Versus when you have to go out to the Strip, say, have nothing against the Strip, but there's a lot of traffic out there. It's not convenient. It's not where you want to buzz in for a concert necessarily. Where they belong is downtown. And it will cause, not that the arena itself won't be terrific, it will be. You'll say, that's great, we've got a team, we've got concerts, we've got other things that we didn't used to have here, but I predict that the major benefit of it will be all the other development that occurs. The LIVE, an exclamation point, is a word that we have trademarked with the United States Patent Office. And there are live districts throughout the United States that Cordish has done. And they're special. And with all of the entertainment in Las Vegas, and Ward knows nobody has more entertainment than cumulatively exists in Las Vegas and in the county and the city. We put it all together. But there's not a live district. And a live district is where we create a public plaza. It's free. It's open to the public. And we program that plaza, and we might have a singer or a concert or a band or whatever. It's live entertainment, and that draws you to the plaza. And then we put venues around it, so that depending on the size, some of our live districts are larger than others, but you could have 20, 30, 40, 18 venues that come off this plaza. And while we're programming the plaza for free, it's open to the public for free, and nobody requires a customer who comes down for an event to go into a venue by, the law of nature. They're there, and they see a particular venue that's appealing to them. They go in, they buy dinner or whatever, and it works. And we've done them successfully all over the United States. And our plan here, our 100% plan, is to accompany the arena with a live district that is a different formation, different way of presenting entertainment that exists anywhere in Las Vegas today. So that's one spin-off I can speak to. The other ones, they'll be there, and you don't have to worry about it. And if you go look at it, you've got some very good consultants here. One of them just spoke. They will tell you in these areas of other arenas, these over 20, other things get built. And that's ultimately, and I know this sounds funny for me to be saying, the millions of square feet that will be attracted because you have this arena is actually, in a way, more important than the arena itself. Now, let me see if there's anything else I would say. I think that does it. Fort, who was there also to answer questions, let me introduce him. We have a West Coast office that he heads up. He will be a partner in this project. He's been there, knows most of you, and certainly, we'll be with this project from beginning to end.
Thank you, Mr. Cordish. Because of the couple of years since I took office and Councilman Coffin knew at the same time, can you just speak? I know there are a couple of pressing questions that repeat. Could you mention as to, from your perspective, why the delay since 2010-11?
Thank you very much for asking that question. I actually meant to address it, and I appreciate the question. I know, as I said, I've been on the government side, and I know all of you want to produce for your constituents yesterday. It seems like a long time, but it really isn't, and they're very reasonable answers. First of all, we had a different site that was assigned to us to work on, and we did work on it, and we were making progress, and for very good reasons, after a couple of years, or I can't remember the exact period of time, the city, with the ability to attract a world-renowned corporate tenant who said, the only place I'll go is where Cordish is supposed to be building this arena. You've got to move it. And we moved. And the corporate citizen got built, and it's all good. But that was a very significant change, to put it mildly, when you have to change locations and kind of start over again. That was the first primary reason for a delay. Then we had the wasn't in a position to do even that. And when you compare this to what's going on in all the other arenas that I know of, and 4 of them I mentioned to you, I mean, it's an insignificant, and I don't mean that it's significant, but it's small compared to what other cities have done in their arenas. It's very small. But even that contribution, I think, is going to be very, very safe, because you get your money out first, and ours comes last. You still weren't in a position even to do that. And, you know, I know a very distinguished mayor, whose name is also Goodman, who I had many meetings with. It happens to be related, I think, to the present mayor. And we talked about this many, many times. We had many meetings in Las Vegas, meetings in Baltimore, meetings in Washington, D.C. And given the financial situation in general in the world and in the city, even, and I'm going to use the word modest, but I should have a better word, what the city is proposing now, which is very important to us. And the mayor points out, because when you do that at a ridiculously low interest rate, the interest rates today are giving us a window of opportunity. They are, I've been chairman here 51 years, okay? Never have I seen interest rates where they're already taken. Never. And, I mean, they're not even close. And then you put on top of it, that, as the mayor indicated, that 187, which is roughly half of the debt service, what we have to service, will be at tax-free rates. You're bringing down the certainty of execution and the certainty that it'll be a success. Well, we didn't have that. And so a lot's been done, both in the planning, both in meetings with the NBA, both in meetings with the NHL. I mean, we are light years ahead of where we were. When I started with Mr. Goodman on this project, and he sent me to see certain officials in the sports world, and who I knew, I could barely get in the door with this subject. Well, that's, you know, it's a different world than that. And we don't need, you know, go through all of this. But a lot of progress has been made. The delays, I think, are far from the course. When you think about it, one final thing on this. There are a lot of very smart, very capable people, and very well-heeled people in the general vicinity of the city of Las Vegas, meaning the Strip and elsewhere, who have been trying to build an arena longer than we have. You know, brand new, modern, state-of-the-art that can take professional sports teams and everything else. I don't see them. So it's not so easy. And if you trace the history of the 20-some that have been built, the most recent 20-some, I can tell you a few of them that took 10, 12 years. So that's my perspective on it, and I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Mr. Cordish. Well, we'll proceed, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions, so welcome, Port,
Sure.
to
Thank
tell
you,
us,
Madam
and if you'll restate your name for our record, and please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Port Tellis, and I'm here on behalf of the Cordish Company. David Cordish went through a lot of information that I was going to present, so I'm going to fast forward some of that. I was showing some of the images while he was speaking, so I hope that the audience was able to capture that. You know, on the screen right now is a picture of the live district that David referenced. And one of the other things that we're, you know, deeply involved in is sports-anchored entertainment. You know, this, for example, is a picture of St. Louis. We have a partnership with the St. Louis Cardinals, the DeWitt family. We also have partnerships with Xfinity Live, which is owned by Comcast. This is a project we built in Philadelphia, which was recently opened the last couple of years.
And that's a partnership also with the NHL Flyers. And if any of you have ever been to a ball game, a professional ball game in Philadelphia, you know that the Eagles, Phillies, Flyers, and Sixers are all on one parking lot. It's completely unique. Even New York and Chicago don't have all 4 teams on one parking lot. In any event, we were chosen to partner and
So, thank you. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, so to complete some of the slides, this is a picture of the Power and Light District in Kansas City. On the left, you'll see a building, that's the world headquarters for H&R Block. And on the right, you'll see the Sprint Center, which was part of the master plan of this development, which encompasses over 12 blocks. These are additional pictures of the live block, Ballpark Village. So let's get to the arena, which is what we're here to talk about. And one of the, the key aspects to redevelopment, and I know that Blake was mentioning this yesterday in his presentation, is truly great architecture. It's something that's inspiring, it's welcoming, it has a feel when you walk into a place. It provides a sense of comfort. One of the key aspects to our project is the roof structure. You'll see it's a very bold statement in the architecture. And in addition to that, we wanted to have transparency in the windows. So you have all this energy and excitement that's going on inside the arena, but when it's put into a black box, you have no idea what's going on. And that's why we wanted to make it open to the outside and to public. So when you're not in the arena, you can still feel the excitement. One of the things that David mentioned that is just so important is the impact that an arena can have on a downtown area. And you can go to Los Angeles, you can go to Denver, you can go to Baltimore, St. Louis, all across the country, time and time again, the success story of showing how arenas raise all tides and all boats and businesses and people and opportunities for redevelopment. It's truly an exciting and catalytic aspect of arena development. One of the really important opportunities that we have right now is to connect Symphony Park to the downtown. And this image right here shows the pedestrian access space where you can be on the Fremont Street experience but also walk in and over to the arena. I think there's a potential, if this is an opportunity, it's also potential danger if it's not captured right now, where you link the two, because you don't want to create two separate entities within your downtown. You want to have a unified downtown. One of the other aspects to this slide, and it's a little bit repetitive in a subsequent slide, is the importance of walking and energizing the existing downtown. So how do you do that? Well, one of the ways of doing that is scattering the parking around. So you actually intentionally underpark the arena. And what that does is it forces people out into the downtown to park and then to walk into the arena. It's a great way to expand the impact that an arena has on a downtown area. This is something that was done very, very successfully in Baltimore. Again, this is a parking and access plan that we've done, and Mr. Rhoda with CSL can comment on this further, but in 2006, the county and the city did a joint study on finding what is the best location for an arena in the region. That joint study found that this location is one of the best, if not the best location in the entire arena. One of the reasons for that, obviously, is access. And David Cordish mentioned access to locals. You can get to it, it's easy, and it becomes part of the community. So it not only benefits the downtown, but it's a huge benefit to the entire region. This is a slide showing the configuration of the arena. You can see the internal portion of the bowl, and then it's how it's placed in the surrounding development. This is another picture of the same. Again, I mentioned the importance of the roof. So you can see the undulations in the roof as it's higher at the entrance, and then it goes down, and it integrates and connects the entertainment block to the arena itself. And then you can see on top there's the canopy, which is opaque, and you can see through it. And that provides a sense of being outside while also providing comfort. So it's, on a hot day, it helps to cool it. On a colder evening, it helps it to be warmer. One of the things that we do as a company is we strive to build world-class projects. And so we don't necessarily look, we don't necessarily look internal for that. We also look externally. And we go around the country and we look for great precedent images. And so these images will show you of other great arenas that have inspired the design of our design. Again, this is a picture of the front, and you can see the connection over to the left of the live block. This is the back side of the arena. You can see the transparency and the canopy. and then undulation of the roof and the connection of the entertainment to the arena. One of the other aspects is the live block is designed and will be designed to be an extension of the downtown. So again, it's the linking of those two sites. This is a great image. This is a photograph of the Sony in Berlin, which is really, to a significant extent, part of our inspiration for the canopy. And you can see the colors and the excitement that this architecture creates. This is a section of the arena. I'll go through this quickly. And then, I don't think anyone can doubt the impact, the economic impact that arenas have, in terms of jobs and, these numbers right here. So the project we're proposing is over $500 million, 4,500 new direct jobs for the construction of the arena, 7,000 ongoing jobs after the development of the arena, so that's the operation. You have a total annual output of $670 million. That includes $290 million in earnings, $30 million in new annual taxes, and 3.5 million new visitors coming to the region and downtown Las Vegas. David, a couple of aspects, too, that we find to be truly important about arenas is arenas are a community asset. And we refer to those as being part of the public trust, meaning they're not for any one individual, they're not for any one company, they're for the community because that's the purpose that they serve. And part of that aspect is to bring a professional sports team. That's always been our goal. And the economics of an arena are such that, and this is what Mr. Rota's report indicates, that because of the public nature of arenas and the sharing with the community, it's just something that requires public funds for. One of the things I'll talk about, too, is what David mentioned in terms of timing. These are generational opportunities. The timing right now is truly incredible, where you have low interest rates, you have low construction costs, and I can tell you this building in the go-go days would have been well over $650 million to construct. And then on top of that, you have the healing of the city and the ability to backstop bonds. Cordish is going to make a significant commitment to this arena. David was being modest in terms of that commitment. It's $150 million of our financial resources. We don't look to outside resources for our funds. That's one of the aspects to our company that is truly unique. We don't go to hedge funds. We don't go to Wall Street. We look internally for our financial resources. And this is a commitment that we're making. So we are literally at the 90-yard line right now. We've got 10 yards to go. We're asking for a 4-month extension so that we can complete the DDA and do some of the additional analysis that the city has asked for. With that, I am around for answering additional questions. And I, again, want to thank everyone here for the opportunity to speak. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Port, and Mr. Cordish, thank you very much. Hopefully you'll hang in, and so we can open up the dais for questions. Are you ready to make a motion? Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, hold on one second. Councilman Barlow.
was there a motion going to be made?
Was questioning, so
Okay, well,
it would be appropriate in Ward 5 to make the motion.
I was under the impression that there were some concerns or questions as it relates to this item. No? Okay.
I'd just like to ask a question.
Are we opening up to the public?
Well, at this point, I think what we'll first do, because you're frowning, and because we do have cards, but let's start and defer first, because Councilwoman Tarkanian has a question, and are you directing to Mr. Tellis or Mr. Cordish or either? Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Either is fine. I just wanted, because this was new information for me today, are you saying that you're setting aside an additional additional to what you've already said that you're going to give to the 151 million? Are you giving an additional 1,000 more for outside counsel? And is there also an additional $300,000 for outside consultants? Did I hear that clearly? I think that was from,
That was for me.
yes, it was.
Again, I'm sorry I'm not there, but there's $400,000 total set aside for the city to utilize for consultants, of which I gather from previous remarks, part of it, I think, leaning towards using an outside attorney who's a specialist in these kind of things to be one of your consultants. Obviously, the arena consultant who's been working with us right along, you're going to continue to use. I think you need a feasibility, economic type consultant. But there's 400 total, and it's in two pots. And I'd be really, really surprised if that 400 doesn't exceed what you're going to need on outside consultants. I think the city staff would agree with that, but that's what's available.
Now, that is in addition to the 151 million that you're putting in privately.
Let me address that
Okay,
question.
somebody, I don't know which one to ask the question of.
Scott Adams, Deputy City Manager. In the relocation of Cordish from the old City Hall site to the new Symphony Park site, we, as you know, negotiated a payment to Cordish, and part of that payment was made. That total was $2.4 million. About half that's already been paid out. The other half has been placed in escrow in a planning fund. That's the term used in the agreement, and would be paid to them on termination of the agreement. This extension negotiated there would be two caps for services that are to be done under this extension. Their work that I referenced, the constructability study, the investment grade feasibility study, and the pro forma update on the Live District would be subject to a $300,000 cap that would come from that $1.2 million that's in the planning fund. In addition, we've agreed to a $100,000 cap on our procurement of services. We would see that as primarily CSL services. There may be others. We didn't really want to limit that. That would be subject to another $100,000 cap, which would also come from the planning fund, that 1.2, so that it's coming out of money that we've already paid out that's sitting in an escrow fund that we committed to Cordish upon termination of the agreement.
Thus, it does not come out of the money that Cordish has committed of $151 million. It's coming out of something we've already given them, which is separate. That's all I want to know.
Yes, ma'am.
That we're giving back, but it does not come out of the 151. I don't think either Scott or I understood first.
I couldn't hear what he said. Could you just repeat that, please?
You have it correctly that it does not come out of the 151. It's in addition.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, before then we go on, I will open this up, public hearing, and I did mention that we have Russell Rowe, Palmer Radkin, John Laylew, Terry Murphy, Rich Worthington, anybody else who'd like to address the issue, please come forward, state your name and who you represent. Thank you, good morning.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Russell Rowe here on behalf of Boyd Gaming Corporation, here today to oppose this proposal. Boyd Gaming stands in opposition to any public funding of any arena. We're frankly shocked at how this has come about. There seemed to have been a significant lack of knowledge, at least according to press reports. But according to testimony today, this has been under discussion for a year and certainly in depth for several months. And we as a company have had no opportunity to have any comment, any conversations. I know they've been apparently around for 100 years, which is impressive. Boyd Gaming's, as you know, been in this city for nearly 40 years, paying tax revenue, providing jobs, being a good steward of business in this community. providing charitable contributions, building a law school, building a stadium that's old and dilapidated now, and apparently the ball's on the 90-yard line. And we'd just like an opportunity to be in the game. I think that's a fair question.
I might add, Scott or Ms. Fretwell, could you respond to that? What are the plans going forward were this to pass? And how are you going to involve the business and residential community, and perhaps a statement of what's happened thus far that this comment from Mr. Rowe has evidenced itself?
I actually think it'd be helpful if Portellus came up and helped respond to that question. We know that this has been a rapid development as this deadline approached, and we recognize that it has probably taken people off guard, and I think that that's unfortunate. I do think that we need to restructure the way we communicate with the Downtown Alliance and the members of the Downtown Alliance and the Fremont Street Experience and other related parties. In our conversations with the Cordish Company, they made a commitment to have people on the ground in town, both Port, and I believe they've hired other consultants who are present in Las Vegas to help them in that effort. As the city goes, we recognize that communication could have been better, should have been better, and it will improve over the next 4 months. So, you know, other than making that representation and possibly having Port share his thoughts about that.
Also, Ms. David, of course, will take a quick crack at it. And first of all, I'm very familiar with Boyd, and it's a very, very respected name, and I don't need to tell that to all of you in the gaming industry and beyond. The only thing, number one, it's a real long shot that any city funds will ever have to be spent, because they're only guaranteeing the first slice of the debt, our equities going in before it, and as was indicated by the city's consultant and the city staff, there's a 2-to-1 coverage. So it should just pay for itself without any city funds ever being utilized. The other thing I can say is I would be very surprised if one of the major beneficiaries of an arena that 20,000 people would attract each event weren't the downtown casinos. We're very familiar with arenas and casinos, and this is not the time, but I'd be very pleased to meet with you and talk to you and give you examples in other communities where there's an arena near a casino, and the casino's revenues go up when the arena opens by just the additional visitors that are in the neighborhood. I do think at the end of the day there will be no city funds whatsoever actually expended, and that the downtown business, not just the casinos, but the hotels and the restaurants, if they're not helped by an arena, it'll be the first community where that didn't happen. I think that this is the kind of conversation that should take place now, and we'd be delighted to follow up with you one-on-one to kind of give you other illustrations of other cities that you can check on, where you may know the casino that's near the arena, and you can just say to them what happened after the arena.
Mayor, if I might finish, I'll be brief.
Thank you, please.
Look, Boyd Gaming doesn't oppose the construction of an arena. We have an arena. There are several arenas in this valley. I think it's proven out in this market that there are private interests willing to build arenas, rather nice arenas. We have several in this seating range. We have one under development on the Strip. We have others being proposed, all private.
Okay.
If Cordish wants to come here and build an arena downtown, then we welcome them. but don't ask the public and the people in this community to fund it when we're trying to figure out how to fund more cops.
Thank you.
So we would ask that you deny this item and invite Cordish to come in and make their investment and build their arena just like every other company in this city has done on its own.
Thank you.
And finally,
Thank you.
one last point.
Yes.
And this relates back to having an understanding of what this deal entails. We're kind of operating in the dark, but from what I do understand, some of the events that are proposed for this arena are the very same events that are occurring in town, the very same events that are at the Thomas and Mack Center, which will end up with a situation where we now have a publicly funded arena vying against another publicly funded arena that is also the home to our university's basketball program, which in and of itself is struggling to survive. And I'm sure Mr. Rhoda could comment as to how the impact of these arenas are going to have on our one public facility
Thank
that
you,
is
Mr. Rowe.
the heart of this community.
Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
comments and well-taken points. Who would be next? Please come forward, state your name.
Good morning. For the record, Richard Worthington, 100 North City Parkway, Suite 1700, Las Vegas, 89106. Thank you, Mayor, council members, for the opportunity to speak on item 47. I'd like to make a few remarks and ask a few questions. First and foremost, it really saddens me to be an outspoken critic of the city and this important project. I mean, it puts me in a very awkward position. I feel like our firm has a tremendous relationship with the city, respect for each and every one of you, and staff who's done a tremendous job of moving the ball forward for revitalization for the city of Las Vegas. However, I can't help but feeling like a betrayed spouse or partner. Not just once, but several times. You know, 2011 legislative session with a proposed $1,000, upwards of $1,000 per parking space tax to fund this project. And now today, and by the way, I appreciate the city's effort to withdraw the SID component, which was in the backup to this ENA approval. But again, it doesn't leave me with a feeling of ease that stakeholders and people impacted and potentially taxed by a project like this would not have a sort of seat at the table and understanding of what's going on. Because I found out about this project Thursday night, was traveling on business in San Francisco, and yesterday I spent most of the day fighting for increased sales tax to bring more cops to our community. And so I didn't have a lot of time to engage the Cordish company or staff or a multitude of the other community stakeholders who were pretty wigged out over this proposal. So, you know, it's with great unease and sadness that I sit here today before you and say that I'm against item number 47. I'm against extending this ENA. And furthermore, I'm against any private sector funds and public sector funds going towards an arena. I mean, this will be the 6th arena in our valley, the 6th. Not the first, not the second, not the third. And I have questions at the end of my remarks that I'd like to have CSL answer, which is, or maybe the Cordish companies, we seem to have a speaker and somebody on the East Coast that could maybe answer this. How many of those other cities, whether it was Orlando or Charlotte or those other municipalities that provided public funding, were doing the 5th or 6th arena in their marketplace? Vegas is a unique animal in that we have many private sector companies who already have arenas constructed as part of a business model. And CSL, I believe, made a presentation last week on the UNLV project, and I'd like to ask them how many of the events that are pro forma in that project are contained in the city's pro forma. Furthermore, in light of MGM's recent announcement for their arena, I mean, do we really think that this is going to be feasible? Now, my whole life, 30 some odd years in real estate, everything I have done has been driven by market demand and a reasonable competitive landscape. And I think the city is entering down this path towards a project that has a very dangerous competitive landscape, and whether the good faith and credit of the city stands behind those bonds or they're simply arena revenue back bonds, when they subperform and there's a workout, it's a black eye on this city. Whether you want to agree to that or not, your financial analysis, your Mark could tell you that that's the reality of the bond world. And so I want to say that we have great respect for Pat Christensen. I don't think there's anyone in this valley working harder to bring events and conventions and create jobs and economic activity for our community. And I speak in the broader sense of our community. And he thinks that this is just one arena too many, and we concur with him. So I urge you to proceed carefully. I urge you not to put the city's credit at risk for a project so speculative. And when I saw in the backup materials of the E&A the suggestion, not the commitment, but the suggestion that it may be in the best interest of this city to move forward without an anchor tenant, that's financial suicide. That's a train wreck in slow motion. And again, I apologize for being up here and being an outspoken critic of a project so important to the city. I applaud staff for finding a fine company like Cordish, one of the finest in America, in doing major projects like this. But the time for this project has come and gone, given the number of competitive projects in the marketplace and the fact that the city should not be putting taxpayers' dollars or bond or credit rating as a backstop to a project. Let the Cordish companies put their $150 million of equity in. Let them go out and float either taxable bonds or find a nonprofit to do a 63-20 financing, which really doesn't even involve the city. A nonprofit could sponsor those bonds. And let the city contribute to land if you like. I'm not up here to micromanage your negotiations. I'm here to tell you this is a mistake. And excluding the business community and the ideas like the SID and the 2011 legislative games that were played, this feels like deja vu all over again. And this is one partner, ardent supporter of this city, and every one of you on this dais and this staff that is grossly disappointed. Thank you.
And I have to mention that I, too, and being there yesterday, was terribly disappointed in the vote for no more cops. I think that was simply appalling and was just shocked that it failed after so many hours and so much data research and so much effort to protect the citizens of this entire community. It's appalling. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to share a bit of knowledge that I gained, I guess, as punishment for running against Governor Gibbons. He appointed me to the Monorail Board during its trip through bankruptcy court. And I just wanted to point out that we won't have the workout option. If the project fails, taxpayers cover the difference. We don't have a workout option like you're used to in your real estate world in Nevada's government law. Instead, we just shovel the money in until we can no longer pay our employees and have a crisis, and the Department of Taxation comes in and manages us out of the crisis. That's one of the things that we're dealing with over in North Las Vegas right now, is how to hopefully head that off. But the traditional workout concept where you get to say goodbye to some of your debt is not an option for the city government.
Thank you, Councilman. Please state your name and who you represent.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the council. Paul Moratkin with the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce regarding item 47. First, the Metro Chamber would appreciate the proposed amendment that would remove the financial assessment provisions that could potentially create a new tax on downtown businesses, and we appreciate that amendment addressing our concerns as originally proposed in the agenda item. Yesterday, there was a meeting with the city and the Cordish companies, and we appreciate that city staff for facilitating that conversation. That was insightful to some updates that we had heard in the newspapers. While the Metro Chamber has not taken a position on this particular arena project, any project of this scope should strive to be done in an open and transparent process. For example, if during the 4-month extension, any financial proposals emerge that would impact businesses, we ask the city to engage businesses and have meetings, presentations, and regular updates, and conduct a business impact statement process and present those findings at a public hearing at a future city council meeting. This conversation should be about creating economic opportunities, not curtailing it. Additional information, understanding, engagement, and transparency would benefit the taxpayers, area businesses, employees, and residents of our fine city. I'd like to thank the city manager for her comments regarding greater efforts in the future for transparency and working together with the business community. Again, we would like the opportunity to continue to work with the city and improve and strengthen the notification and engagement process and have the conversations we need to have about proposals like this for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maradkin. Yes, sir, please state your name and comments.
My name is Anthony Hodges. You want? I may better let him go first. You go ahead, sir. No. You answer? Oh, okay. All right. Well, Mayor, I've been here since 1991, and over the years, I've seen many great events take place and things were built. One of the things that you can really be proud of is that Fremont thing, you know, under that shit, that dome, whatever. And Frank Hawkins and Jan Jones, they were the mayor. But they said, hey, build it. And they paid $55 million back then. Today it probably costs a small fortune. The objective is what I'm saying. And then Stupak came down here about the stratosphere. He wanted to go 1,800 feet, but the air people, the federal government said, hey, you can't go quite that high on the kind of air. Forget about it. The objective, what I'm saying, I've been around and seen a lot done, okay? And the objective is this city don't have to have no reason going into building an arena of any kind. Like you said, this valley is full of arenas. You know, the private sector, and you got to tell them, hey, that's an arena. You know, add a little more to it, dress it up, put a skirt, whatever, you know. Take what you got and do the best. What I'm saying, we don't need the city to go into debt to build an arena. I'm sorry, not this city. Your head is slightly above water. You don't want to sink like North Las Vegas and many other cities throughout this country. Your head is above water. Stay afloat. You've got a great city. Take what you got and be thankful, but walk cautiously. But an arena, this city has no right in the arena business. I don't care who brings it. Even if they want to build it for free, your name shouldn't be nowhere on it. You don't. This is a valley full of great companies, and all of building things competing with each other all over the place. One thing we really need is a giant football stadium. I'm sorry. That's the one thing we really need, and it don't need to be way out in the boondocks. Build one in the city, to let the university build whatever. But we do need a nice 50 or 60,000 seat arena. I mean, a football stadium. I'm getting ahead of myself. We need a football stadium real bad. But this city don't need to be going out there getting into debt of any kind. You got your nice building with it. Hey, stay afloat. Watch your P's and Q's going forward. Because tough times are down the road. And you're not in a lot of debt at this time, and you're blessed. You got cities folding right and left all over this country and various parts of the world. So you're blessed. Take what you got and walk cautiously. Now, I know you don't want to take my word of advice, but I haven't failed very much in this world. I made a lot of suggestions and a lot of great things that happened in this town. It got my footprint. You know, when they said, let's build it, I said, when the Cleveland Clinic came here, I came from Cleveland. I said, hey, build that brain center, whatever. Many things you have, you build, and I was one of the first people to come and say, do it. I even recommended that you build this city hall. And there was people who was opposed against that, because first building was supposed to be taking from 15 to 30 years to pay for it. I said, build it anyway and let the future take care of it. Now you got the building, hardly paying anything for it. The objective is none of us can see the future. Man, failure is a part of progress. Let's all remember that, okay? Failure is the foundation of progress. If you don't fail, get up when you fail. That don't mean you have to quit. Quitters quit. So failing ain't a bad thing. So what I'm saying, this city's on its feet. Hang on, hang in there, but don't build no arena. That's all I got to say. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Yes, sir, please.
Good afternoon. John Lelu from the Greenberg Torg Law Firm, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the World Market Center. My remarks are going to be very brief. Your Honor, are you okay?
Thank you. It's 6 weeks of stress. This is not the piece of stress that did it, but thank you.
No problem. Our position differs somewhat from the preceding comments in that we are supportive of downtown development, even if that development is an arena. Our concern is how that arena is financed. As Mr. Worthington stated, it does. This situation does feel like deja vu all over again. We all remember 2011. We all remember the waning hours of the legislative session, especially those last 4 days where we were running from committee to committee, chasing down a parking bill that was really a disaster, and at the risk of sounding flip and disrespectful, it was harebrained. And now here we are again with a financing scheme that was again proposed at the 11th hour. And really, as you get into the numbers of it all, you have to start wondering whether it makes sense or not. That being said, World Market Center understands that that is really not their place. That's up to you. Whether or not the financing makes sense is a decision that you, fair people, have to make. We appreciate staff taking a look at the original proposal, removing the SID. We do also understand that there now is a $52 million gap in the financing that needs to be bridged. And we are very concerned on how that gets bridged, particularly in light of the history that we have all experienced here. We don't want to be back here 4 months from now talking to you guys about the latest gotcha game, the latest jack-in-the-box that's popped up. That's not what we want to do. Ms. Fretwell has been very forthcoming and has displayed extraordinary effort in trying to communicate. And we applaud her in that, and we absolutely want to be a part of any discussion that goes forward regarding this item, regarding future development in the downtown area. We're your partners. We've said that from the beginning. We've been saying that since the year 2000 when the World Market Center concept was pitched. But we want to be partners, and partnership requires communication. At least that's what my wife says. So we need to communicate. We can't be told about a $52 million hole at the 11th hour. We can't be told about $1,000 per space parking tax at the 11th hour and be forced to chase things down. We don't want to kill this. But I want to make very clear that we will, unless we're included. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Was there a question you wanted to ask? Okay. Please, good morning, or good afternoon. We're into after.
Terry Murphy, President of the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance. Like my colleague, Rich Worthington, I am very, very sad to be standing here today. I like to consider myself and the Downtown Alliance as one of the city's best cheerleaders, best partners. We put a lot of time into working with businesses and bringing new opportunities to the city. But as you all know, the very first question you ask me when I bring a project into your office is, what do the neighbors think? What will be the impact to the city? Is this a real project? Will it get built? Neighbors don't know what to think. You've been handed an amendment this morning. We're happy that an SID's been taken out. We've not seen that amendment. You've been handed new information that you have to hire outside counsel, so there is a fiscal impact to the item that was posted. Things keep changing. I think my colleagues have said everything that's really needs to be said, except that we're here every day, and apparently this has been worked on for quite some time. Nobody's ever asked our opinion. Nobody's ever said, hey, what do you think? We've been working on a business improvement district. Everybody knows that. There would be a significant impact to that if this goes forward. So I have to join my colleagues in asking that, if you give a 4-month extension, I don't know that there's anyone in this room who can really, with a straight face, believe that all of the work that needs to be done to have this project succeed is going to be done in the next 4 months with the small building block that's there today and the funding gap. The other thing I would ask, we're saying that there will be no SID. That's nice, but we want a commitment. There's no tax on anybody. Rich referred to, this is the second go-around, this is actually the third go-around. When we supported AB 50 at the last minute, there was a potential extension of a room tax in there. And it's the third time to the dance. So, again, I'm very sad to be standing here before you today. I support jobs, I support economic development. I support people that have nothing to do with our organization. But I can't support this because I don't have enough information. I'm sorry to say that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward and state
Madam
your
Mayor,
name.
could I just ask a question, please, of Terry Murphy?
Certainly.
Are you saying that none of this was discussed with any of you as far as this downtown arena? Are you saying that you just heard about it in the last couple of weeks?
In the newspaper.
You found out about it in the newspaper?
Yes, ma'am.
So no reaching out was done at all in the community?
It may have been done, it was not done. I got a call this morning from John Ritter asking to please express his same opinion. In the short amount of time, with the small information that we have had, we reached out to Guy Hobbs, who looked at the numbers for us and said they're wildly optimistic and they're based on existing events. So we don't have enough information to form an opinion, and the first we heard of it was when...
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, please come forward, state your name.
Robert Real, TR Las Vegas Street, 5300 West Sahara. I take great measure in some of the statements that were said earlier. There is a lot of concern on these arenas. We had the privilege of being part of that negotiation back in 2007. We were the land controls with the REI Group. We had a limited experience back then with Cordish Group, who was a partner with REI. Since then, we've continued to control our land. With every proposal that's ever come since the recession to date, current proposals, all have included an arena on our site. There wasn't a single one that has not. These are developers that are, we have local as well as international developers that have brought us these proposals. They have all are well-tested companies. Their proposal, I assume, that included an arena was done with thought. So for some reason or another, they believed that a downtown arena would be successful. I've lived in this town over 50 years. My partner Tom's lived in, over 50 years. The ability for downtown to have an arena, I think, is important. I think it's necessary to downtown. We've looked at different thoughts on events that we would lose by not putting a state-of-the-art arena in. Since our proposal back in 2007, there's probably been 4 proposals, some that have renewed on the same sites to have arenas. None of them have transpired. To say that additional arenas being competitive are going to be built already or proposed to be built, we've seen that as well. We've seen them be proposed. We've seen them fall to the waistline. We stand to benefit tremendously for our neighbors that are in our assemblage, almost 113 parcels. And I reached out to them after our meeting yesterday with Cordish, the presentation that they did, and just kind of got a consensus, and they were tremendously excited about seeing what a new arena downtown could do for the entire area. We visited many cities when we were in our negotiations with REI, and we've seen the impact, the positive impact that a downtown arena can make, which, not mentioning the competition, not mentioning the lack of or the support type thing, they've been hugely successful in transforming downtown areas. We've seen that firsthand. We've had the opportunity, the pleasure, to be at an actual NBA meeting with the president of the NBA, head of construction arenas, head of financing back in 2007, and downtown was the only place that they really wanted to support an NBA team. So I think if we're really going to truly have a professional sports team in Las Vegas, downtown is going to be the most appealing site for them to want to go to. I'm not saying that the examples that I have are the answers to all the questions, because I know arenas are very complicated, but I do know from my heart of being a longtime resident that I would love to see an arena downtown. I'd love it to be on our site. But precluding that, I'd love it to be downtown. And we fully support the arena. I know all these questions that have come are questions that are good and need to be answered, but I strongly support giving the extra 4 months and seeing what can transpire.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard from the public? All right, hearing no one else, and seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing, so please don't come back up afterwards. We'll take comments now from our council. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we've been talking about an arena downtown for a long time. I know at least the four and a half years I've been on, and it would be great to have an arena downtown on Symphony Park, and we hired a solid company, Cordish, to come in and help us do that, and I know Scott and everybody's put a lot of time and effort into it, and what I was hoping was going to be the outcome is a private company coming in and building an arena and taking on all the risk and hopefully making a ton of money. But that's not what happened in this particular agreement, and that's not going to be the outcome of any extension. So what's happening now is a big part of the risk is being put on the taxpayers. And just to remind you, it's not the taxpayers in southern Nevada, the 2 million people. It's the 600,000 who live in the city of Las Vegas. It's the 100,000 that I represent in Ward 4. And I'll tell you, the 4 years I've been on the city council, I have not had one person in my ward tell me, please support a public-backed and built arena. Nobody's ever asked me to do that. Every single person has told me, if you're going to build an arena, do not use my taxpayer dollars to do it. That's all I've ever heard. And in this particular case, we're taking a significant risk. I mean, we're going to own an arena. That's a big risk. We're taking out a $187 million bond. That's a big risk. There's possibly going to be a tax imposed. That's a risk. We're hoping that a sports team comes in. And I mean, I'd love to have an NHL team here. I'd like to entice the Detroit Red Wings to come out here. I'd be a season ticket holder. But we're just hoping that an NHL team comes in or an NBA team comes in to occupy this building. And, you know, like has been mentioned by, I think, Rich, maybe it was Russell, we are unlike any other city in the United States. Most other cities have maybe 1 or 2 arenas. We have, I don't know how many arenas we have, entertainment districts that we have, and we have 3 or 4 that are being discussed right now in other parts of the valley in order to be built. So if we start this process and we start building an arena, how does that impact the rest of the community out there? Are we just taking events from other arenas and causing problems for them? Again, it's another big risk. So it seems to me if this was a really good idea and somebody could make this work and make a lot of money, they would come in and do it without any public funding. Since none of that is going to happen in an extension, I really can't support extending the contract. And eventually, I mean, if we do extend the contract, then we'll go from there. But if we don't, I'd like to invite anybody in the world who wants to come to Las Vegas and build an arena with their money. Be glad to help them out. So thank you.
Thank you. Moving along, okay, I do have comments as well, but defer to my colleague down the right there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Frankly, the first couple of years I served here, I mean, maybe the first year and a half, I, as you did, came in the middle of 2011. I knew there was an agreement. I knew there was discussion going on or had gone on to select the Cordish company as a company that would find a way to put an arena downtown. Now, I was kind of indifferent in that I didn't see anything happening. Nothing was going on to my knowledge, and I had never met anybody from the Cordish company. And then one day, I think a year ago or so, I was quizzed by a reporter about how I felt about taxpayer money going into an arena. And I said, no, I don't believe, at least in this case, that we should have taxpayer money going into it. But frankly, I didn't know all there was to know about the arena. It just seemed as if at that time it was the wrong time. Because when you look at needs versus wants, you know, I'm going to say, I don't think we need an arena specifically downtown. Probably we need an arena somewhere, but we have 6 varying sizes from 5,000 to 18,000. One on the way, that's going to 15 or 20,000 over at the MGM. So, yeah, I'd want one, but do I need one? I don't think so. And that's where we get into that situation where we've got to balance our needs versus the wants. And you talked about taxes, Your Honor, and how we sure do need more cops, but the county commission, again, for the 3rd time this year, or in the last year, decided not to approve the taxes for that. So, and I'm not biased against taxes to pay for facilities that might be shared by the private entities. It's not just a knee-jerk reaction. I've supported them before because sometimes it's a good thing. You know, it just depends on the timing and all of that and the need. And in this case, I can't find the need. Your Honor, I broke into the life insurance business 45 years ago, right out of college. And the first thing I learned was that you can't make a sale if you don't establish a need. If somebody doesn't want to buy life insurance, they're not going to buy it. They have to need it. And if they can't figure out how to need it, you have to help them figure out how to need it. And there are many devices on how to do that, but I mean, the point is, you can't make a sale. And if you did make a sale, then you'd oversell them and probably they'd cancel the policy. Well, the same thing here. I haven't been persuaded yet of the need. Sure, it would be good. But I don't see the need for an NBA team or a NHL or IHL or a pogo team. I mean, I don't see the need. We're going to probably have one someday. Our professional team, frankly, for the last 40-some years has been UNLV. It's been the team that essentially usurped the potential for any professional team to come because the marriage of this community to that team became, well, that's been solid. And even though they've had rocky times, we've really liked them. So we've kind of been satisfied. That need to participate in public sports has been satisfied. So that kind of whets your appetite there. It's been mentioned about the Philadelphia experiment. I think that's a great thing. I attended a baseball game a couple of years ago in the Phillies ballpark. Smart deal. Having all those arenas and stadiums around that huge parking lot makes a lot of sense. We don't have enough real estate for that kind of thing here in downtown Las Vegas, but the point is that there is a way to do it, and that's the public chipping in with the private partners. Well, so anyway, that public exchange of information a year ago, Your Honor, where you and I were both quoted about public financing for this arena, sparked a big flurry of excitement around here. And I was told, I think we were all told then at that time by our city attorney, and I don't know who else, that we shouldn't say bad things about Cordish. That somewhere, either in the exclusive negotiating agreement or in understandings of some kind, we weren't supposed to criticize it. That right there took me by surprise and frankly astonished me because I just can't believe that anything that is like this could, in essence, have an agreement where you couldn't scrutinize it and couldn't criticize it if you didn't like it. Or if you saw edges to it that were rough and couldn't be smooth. I have never, ever heard of such a thing. And yet, apparently, there it was. Public officials are not going to be muzzled, and mugged, yes, muzzled, no. They shouldn't be, and they shouldn't allow themselves to be. But I had no particular reason to enter into the public debate on it again. Nobody seems to care, so they haven't really been asking, how do you support it? I'm telling you now that I won't support the extension. I think we should cut cleanly and cut now. And if there is ever a reason for us to engage in any kind of negotiation with any other kind of entity that feels so insecure that you cannot criticize them or anything about them because it might upset the deal, I don't want to have any part of it. I don't think the city should. That is just absolute lunacy. And any public official that allows himself to be gagged shouldn't be in office. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to just now make my comments and keep it open. First of all, the request on the floor is for a 4-month extension to something we've been involved in well over 2.5 years. I want to thank Mr. Cordish for hanging in on the telephone and Port Tellis, and please thank Blake for coming. I think we have some areas that we obviously have been at fault in, but I have to tell you, when I took office in 2011, I did so, and of course knew about the endeavor of the Cordish Company to work with the city. And in fact, within a month of my being sworn in, I met with Port Tellis with members of our staff saying, now is the time, now is to move forward. That was 2.5 years ago. And like so many of you, and those of you who we regard so highly as partners of our wonderful city of Las Vegas, I was not made aware of any further movement forward, though I continuously asked our city manager to keep reaching out, what's happening, what's happening, what's happening. And until we recently found out there was a movement to go forward because the end was near, January 27th was the end of the MOU. Really, I think that inspired perhaps the new look. Now, how, in fact, the community was involved in it, I kept trying to make Downtown Alliance meetings and just couldn't get there, but I assumed in the conversation, at least as that began, there would be some information, we may have something moving forward. Regardless of that, anything of this magnitude, and I go back to the days of this, well, actually the World Market Center, and the popularity of having that come into town. Our Smith Center, which was grossly opposed, the City Hall, which was grossly opposed, the Mob Museum, which was opposed. We are at a time in this city that is a critical time. Gaming is worldwide. We need to find a way to, one, keep leadership in the city and be leaders and be innovative and be able to go out there as we did with the Smith Center, City Hall, World Market Center, the Mob Museum, and be courageous. This is Las Vegas, Nevada. We are not duds here that just sit and say, we're not listening to anything. But this is not the time. We have been 2.5 years during my term, and these wonderful council persons have been taken to a dance. We have nothing else on the table. Yes, we have other arenas. They are all under discussion because they are all antiquated, and everything else is out there in conversation. Without mentioning names of down the Primrose Path we've been led before, down here in the city, out in Henderson, all talk, nothing. What we have done with the City Hall, what we have done with Smith Center, what we've done with the premium outlets, World Market Center, the private-public partnership that has existed makes downtown now a place to be. We have to be the leaders and look forward. Now, I couldn't agree more with the comments that have come before, but this is simply, we are already at the dance. There's going to be a 4-month timeline here where I would expect our city to be deeply involved with many, many meetings to get all the information together in hopes that we can do this. Listening to CSL and knowing with the competition that we have with Orlando in so many ways right now, are we going to tuck our tails under our legs and body and just say, fine, we're out of the game? We have antiquated arenas. You look at what Jimmy Johnson's done down in Dallas. That brought new energy. Look what's happening in Austin, Texas. This is the tourist leading place of the world. We are the #1 voice, Vegas, Las Vegas. And so my opinion is on this. I am very much supportive of the 4-month extension, only for the fact that we have been doing this for 2.5 years. I'm terribly disappointed that we've had to wait till the last deadline is here to make an effort. But how remiss it would be on our part, 4 months. And with full engagement of the community, not to listen to this. We are stagnated. We are trying to fill the hotel rooms downtown. We're trying to energize The worst thing to do is run away and just say, we're not participating. I think it is imperative that we give this 4-month extension, that we demand that we do it together and look at it. These are municipal bonds. Coming from the East Coast, my parents had the good sense to invest in municipal bonds in the New Jersey Turnpike. No tax on those bonds. This can be a magnificent opening for the private sector to invest in those bonds if we do a good job. But all I'm saying right now is we have heard naysayers so many times, and we have risen higher on that mountain regardless of naysaying. This is about invigorating Las Vegas. This is about bringing people downtown. We can't compete in this gambling world that's going on around us. Now we're going up into the internet with the gambling. We have to be creative. We have to be innovative. We have to know that this is an opportunity. And at the end of 4 months, you will have been included all the way, and you will, and this council will make the decision at that time, is this good? But after 2.5 years, sitting here 2.5 years and knowing my husband's passion, I too am passionate about, and we have spoken with David Stern and now Adam Levin, who has taken over the NBA, and the NHL interests. This is the only place in the entire southern Nevada that already has the infrastructure and roadways to get people here now and in 18 months. I'm not saying it's going to be a picnic, but it's sure better than the other sites that are out there trying to bring people in from Phoenix, Los Angeles, Utah, anybody coming in. We have 95 and we have 15, and it sits there, to say nothing, if it goes forward, of the economic benefit. I look north of 95 and I think, oh my God, that area has been in such disrepair for so long. Can you imagine what this will do to energize building development, apartments, houses, economic development to the entire area? So it's not, we're not making a decision today. You could cut it off right at the neck and say, we're not going farther, we're just not going to listen to this anymore. But as Councilman Coffin just said at the end of his comments, shame on him as an insurance broker if he didn't tell people who didn't know why they need insurance. You need insurance. So to me, all we're asking today is, we have been at this dance for 2.5 years during my term with these partners. They certainly have presented a unique proposal to us. There needs to be a lot more done. Where are we going to make up that $52 million? Has anybody thought in naming rights?
I did.
The Tarkanians are going to name that building for $52 million. You heard it. Yes, standing ovation.
I do want to say, I did think of that last night,
Okay,
Phil.
see?
I was thinking, where would you fill the gap? And I thought maybe some family that would have the resources could perhaps think of that.
Okay. But anyway, but these are the ideas, and our community is rich with ideas, innovation. I mean, look at the container park. Who would have thought of that years ago, or Zappos coming in? We are a community that is creative, energized, and we have been gamblers forever. How can we put our tails between our legs and not go forward? At least just a 4-month window where you will be included. Nobody loves the Boyd family better than I do. Well, that's a lie. There are plenty of people that do. But we have such great respect for them and what they've been doing. And the Molaskis, all the founders of our great community. But we were then a day of less than 250,000 people. We're over 2 million, and we are larger today. And as you know, I mean, we know up here what the sensitivities are in our community. So all that I am really saying, it's been too long with nothing. 4 months more in my lifetime is worth the wait to see if, in fact, the community is totally involved, which I would ask our city manager make sure that every step of the way we are including all the voices so we can look at it reasonably. But I remember forgetting to cut the little coupons off of the New Jersey Turnpike tax-free bonds that my parents bought. It was wonderful. So it's a great opportunity to sell, and I think it will totally invigorate, if it should come to pass, and if the community is behind it, bring the most excitement to the downtown that will invigorate every single hotel, fill every bedroom, fill every restaurant. It will be an explosion for the entire region, not for only Las Vegas. But this city of Las Vegas has taken a leadership around the county, and I couldn't be more supportive. I'm disappointed. I would have loved today to have the final deal here. But for 4 more months, after 2.5 years that I've been sitting here, oh, yes. And I am fully supportive of that. And I would ask those council persons who've been in reserve, and perhaps because of the fact that they don't like taxes, well, guess what happened yesterday to our safety? I found it absolutely appalling that we are at risk because we aren't hiring more cops. That's absolutely the most ridiculous vote I've ever heard. And I am asking our council 4 more months. Nothing's going to come to the table in 4 more months. They're not screaming at our door. Give it a chance. Bring yourselves to the voice. And I guarantee you, if I can ask the commitment of our city manager to make sure it's a done thing, that our community will be involved, the full community.
Mayor, I give my commitment that we will, I'll personally be involved, as I told you in private briefings, that we will create regular venues to have discussion about the progress. I believe in the conversations that we've had over the last several days with the representatives of the Cordish Company, they are committed to that same model. You know, it's easy to look back and try and come up with excuses. The bottom line is, we didn't communicate well. It's upset a lot of people. The point was not to play gotcha. The point was not to hide the ball or any of those other things. A lot of things happened very late in the game, completely deadline driven. And yes, this is a 4-month performance period. And yes, it will take a lot of hard work and dedication of our team, the Cordish team, and this community. Some may even tell you that they don't have time to give to it. We understand that. But the bottom line is that we're turning a page here today. If the council makes a decision to go forward with this extension, you have our commitment that we will create those venues on a regular basis to discuss how these negotiations and this deal structure move forward. It is a significant public project. We recognize that, and that's my commitment to you and the rest of the council.
Thank you, and I can assure you this is a collaboration. This is more than a collaboration. It must be fiscally responsible to the community in which we all live and want to continue to live and see business grow and flourish. But I ask everybody for the 4 months. We've already been 2.5 years, at least, a little bit more, into this. So 4 months, nothing's going to happen in 4 months. And we can just sit and say, now what? So, yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Very convincing, Mayor. Thank you very much. And it's challenging to see some of our tribal leaders of this community here today opposing this. And Mr. Worthington, I get your frustration because you and Ms. Murphy are absolute downtown fans and what's happening. I want to ask Ms. Fretwell a couple of questions. However, should Cordish go away, Ms. Fretwell, what happens then? Well, who's standing in line, I guess? If you'll indulge me in a couple of questions, Mayor.
All the information we can get at this point, people need to be informed, so please be very forthcoming.
Sure. The answer to that question is pretty straightforward. When we, as Bill described in the presentation earlier, when we had to move Cordish in order to make way for the Zappos corporate headquarters move to the old City Hall campus, what we had to do is work out arrangements with a series of land developers who had the potential to develop in that area. So what happens is if January 27th rolls around and there is not an extension, then a portion of the assembled site that Cordish is currently planning to develop an arena on, that 13 acres, disassembles. A portion of which used to be the World Jewelry Mart site, Forest City has the opportunity to prepare a development proposal for the use of that land. As you know, Forest City owns PQ, parcel PQ, which is the only gaming entitled site on Symphony Park. And the remaining portion would then give an opportunity to Newland for them to develop. They're primarily a residential developer, and that was the original plan for the site for Symphony Park. So the 13 acres, as we know it assembled, goes away, not literally, but the assemblage goes away and reverts back to give those rights to those prior development partners in that regard. So the short story is assemblage goes away on January 27th without an extension.
But that would hold true at the end of 4 months as well, correct?
Yes, it would. It absolutely would. Those rights are still vested with those two developer partners.
In perpetuity? Are those rights there in perpetuity?
I would
or for
have to
how long?
defer to Scott or to Bill to answer how long those rights are vested with them. I believe it's as long as there's not a courtish arrangement, those rights would kick back in. But I may be wrong.
And Scott Adams, Deputy City Manager. In the City Hall development agreements that we entered into with Forest City, we gave them a first right of negotiation to negotiate the then World Jewelry Center site. I don't know the exact term of that. We believe it's at least 6 months. But the point is, the rights snap back to them for a fairly significant period of time to allow them an opportunity to negotiate with the city for a project on that site.
Thank you. Continue, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. That being said, Ms. Fretwell, is there anyone at the door to do anything significant? Newland's certainly not there. We're not allowed to negotiate with anybody else on certainly an arena, but has Newland approached you or the City of Las Vegas, or has Forest City approached the City of Las Vegas to do any kind of significant development in that location? Should this deal fall away?
Well, obviously, we're in an exclusive arrangement with the Cordish companies regarding the development of an arena in the city of Las Vegas. You all are very well aware of that, so there have been no discussions in that regard. But I do know that Forest City is actively making plans for their holdings in downtown Las Vegas. They have significant holdings, which is fantastic, adjacent to City Hall and obviously PQ. And so I would imagine, I can't speak for them, but I'm sure that they are looking at all of their options associated with the holdings they do have and the holdings they could potentially put together a proposal on as a result of that snapback. Terry Murphy's their representative. He or she may be able to provide some additional information about Forest City's efforts, but I do know that they are actively engaged in taking full advantage of the parcels that they do have here. Specific proposal, no, and quite frankly, when you're in an exclusive negotiating agreement, it would be inappropriate to have that kind of conversation. We have a developer partner right now in the Cordish companies, and we need to see that through. This is an opportunity for the council to weigh in about the future of the city and the vision of the city. For 10 years nearly, we've been talking about an arena in downtown. And so, these are the kinds of things that ultimately land at your feet for a final decision, whether or not it's the right direction for the city. Obviously, if you chose not to go forward, the snapbacks occur. We would be working as diligently with the people that follow to try and make sure that that land gets activated as quickly as possible.
I would like to add to it, if I may, Councilman, and having been assessing this now for quite some time and wondering why we're not moving. Nobody's been at the forefront saying everybody's waiting for some spark to really move. Now, the Smith Center has been huge. And of course, we had a lot of pushback on that, a lot. And so that was supposedly the piece that was going to ignite all the others, as you know from Charlie Palmer, waiting, all the other different pieces, waiting. So, and I must apologize. I think I said that the new head of the NBA was Adam Levin. I know Adam Levin very well. It was not Adam Levin. He's a Latin teacher. It's Adam Silver. I can't believe it. Boy, you can tell where my mind is. But to respond further, I mean, I think everybody's sitting waiting to see what's going to occur on that piece that is either opening back up or is it going to move forward?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Mayor, one bit. And if you would indulge me one more time, Courtney, can you come back up to the microphone, please? With the mayor's permission, of course. So she'll say yes. We had a conversation the other day in my office about the lack of communication that's transpired, where I've said that Cordish has kind of been in a silo. And what was my direction to you and your team the other day in my office about what you guys had to do with community leaders?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is a jumping off point. There's going to be tremendous engagement with the community. That's what we see this additional 4 months as being, giving us an opportunity to do. And so, you know, we've hired a consultant here, and we're going to be heavily engaged.
Well, and I mean to purposely put you on the spot, because it is very important to me as a councilman on this city council that our business community communicate with one another. I made another suggestion to you as well, and Mr. Goldwater was in the office as well when we talked about the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance. And what was my recommendation to you?
To join.
To join,
Yeah.
exactly. Because private companies, Boyd, Mr. Worthington's company, Mr. Lelu, who he represents, huge, significant private investments in this city. And we can't look beyond that. I mean, that's the reality of it. But I think we also have to think outside the box. And we've been talking about this for a long, long time. The GeoBack bonds, you know, they're there, yeah, they're a reality, but for goodness sakes, to get a catalyst-type project, Mayor, like you're talking about, happening, so Charlie Palmer built, so the rest of them built. So Forest City comes back with an idea, with their plans on the other parcels that they've got their name on. I mean, we've got to do something big to make this happen. Now, I have to go back to one of your slides I took a picture of because it's significant. Mayor, thanks for indulging me. Everything I think we do as a council, every vote we make, and this is coming from a recent book I read on the job wars, we need to keep jobs in mind. And it is very, very difficult for me to ignore 4,500 new direct and indirect construction, 7,000 ongoing jobs. It's very hard for me to ignore that. Yes, the people coming downtown, the hundreds of thousands coming into the core of the city, boosting our downtown businesses, eating at our restaurants, drinking at our bars and taverns, that's awesome. But I think everything we do, Mayor and council members and Ms. Fretwell, is we have got to always concentrate on what's really, really significant today, and that's a good paying job. And I think that with that, you know, we're not approving a deal with them today. This is a 4-month extension only. I can fully support moving forward with that.
Could I
Thank you.
say
Can we have Councilman Coffin first, and then
Your Honor, thank
Ford.
you for the second time. I appreciate that. You know, I wasn't here in November of 2010, and Lord knows there was probably many months of discussion before a partnership was entered into with this company. So it's almost been 40 months since we teamed up with this partner. And I can't see what additional 4 months are going to do on top of 40. I just met Mr. Cordish yesterday. They called last week to see if they could have an appointment with me on Tuesday. That's the first call I'd had from anybody in the Cordish family in the, say, 30 months I've served on the council. You mentioned, Your Honor, a spark. We need a spark. We've been looking for a spark. We married this partner, I think. I wasn't present at the ceremony, but I'm a citizen too, and I thought the spark was going to come from the partner, that the partner was an experience in getting these things going, and that they had a way to get teams, and they knew what to do, and they were the people, because we're not in that business, you know, we're just laymen like this, and you know, we're just out in the country with a little hayseed in our teeth, and I thought, man, that's what you do. You find a partner. Nothing better than a partnership. Nothing has happened, Your Honor. And so for that reason, I think the best thing to do, if you want to get jobs, fire this partner and get a new partner. Maybe it's going to be Forest City, I don't care. But the world will know that we need a new partner real soon if this gets dissolved today, or you're just putting off the inevitable for 4 more months. And, you know, we'll be talking about this in great detail with an awful lot of emotion come May this year sometime. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Beers.
Thanks, Your Honor. I'll be voting against extending the contract today. I guess this afternoon, yeah. But I would like to put some of my reasons on the record if I can. First, we're not contemplating changing some long-planned master-minded facility here. This master-minded plan actually had the stadium where Zappos is now. We paid Cordish, what, $2.5 million, I think, to give that location up. And now we kind of have this patchwork plan thrown together, created a great deal of uncertainty in the entire Symphony Park area. And so no one's done anything there save the recent long-term care facility, which probably isn't going to be a good source for basketball ticket sales. I disagree that there's no harm in extending Cordish's contract. Here we are at the end of the contract where we'd hoped they'd have performed years ago. It's been 3.5 years. In fact, city taxpayers are currently coughing up about $500,000 a month in interest payments, cash interest payments on the debt that we have borrowed to invest in Symphony Park. I think it was about $100 million we borrowed to spend putting the old railroad acreage up, planning to quickly sell all those lots to developers and be able to pay that debt back and ride happily off into the sunset, having enhanced our city revenue streams so that we can fund new recreation opportunities in our neighborhoods and make sure the sewers work, feed the homeless and stuff. Instead, hardly any lots were sold. No debt was paid back. City taxpayers kind of hold the bag now. Lloyd's called those bonds last year, apparently due to our non-performance, and we were forced to hurriedly refinance at higher rates. So today, Las Vegas taxpayers are paying about $500,000 extra dollars a month, just in interest payments to the folks we borrowed this latest money from. All the public sector property, Smith Center, doesn't pay any property taxes. Most of the private property owners have had property taxes abated until my children have grandchildren. And so there's no revenue, lots of costs, in addition to the debt service. The specific offer before us I find deficient on a couple of fronts. First of all, the revenue projection is just wildly unrealistic. It suggests that we'll take all of Thomas and Mack's business away. It's kind of a preposterous premise. Apparently, the other stadium that CSL has as a client is then going to immediately take all that business away from us or something. I'm not sure how we're managing to allocate the existing arena business in town between the new projects that they're consulting. I'm sure one will be built, which is very important to our consultant. Without that revenue, this project is likely to fail, I believe, and that will leave taxpayers holding the bag again. Number two, without pre-selling a bunch of expensive corporate luxury boxes, I don't believe Cordish is likely to be able to borrow the money to finance its position or its suggested contribution. And I've been around enough real estate developers to, every one of them's rich as Midas, but borrowing money for projects. So without even a single such luxury box contract at this point, I don't think 4 months is enough time to put together and execute an adequate sales campaign to satisfy the requirements of who will eventually be Cordish's lenders, much less our lenders, because we're going to have to go out and borrow money too. In fact, a stadium proposed for the same area of downtown, it's not been 10, it's been 20. It's been 25, frankly. In 1999, we had a stadium proposal downtown that failed in large part because it couldn't sell luxury boxes. It's a key financing component. If Cordish already has his hand on hand and unencumbered, we'd probably already be watching our new pro hockey team in our new arena. They don't. Yesterday's decision to eliminate the SID from the sources of funding, and I guess that's what, an 8-digit hole in an already spectral financing plan. As to Cordish telling us that the NBA or NHL really want to come here but need an independent arena, I'm not so sure it's an independent arena they want as much as a public sector arena, because governments tend to be poor business people, and teams get a lot higher percentage of the take when they do their deal with a government arena instead of a private arena. Again, that usually means taxpayers come out of pocket even more. So with city taxpayers now shelling out $500,000 a month on interest for the Symphony Park borrowings, I think that chasing this patchwork dream, not the original dream, built in a different economy by a different city council, will do our taxpayers a severe disservice. And that 4-month delay is going to be $2 million. That's half of what we need to get our city workers back on a 40-hour week. I think the current Cordish proposals, last second, a way wobbly revenue forecast, two-thirds paid for by taxpayers, it's the wrong way for us to go. I think the right way is to move forward, recognizing these new economic times, if that's what we want to call them. So I suggest we start listening to some new ideas in this new era. And by the way, that would include some new ideas proposed by Cordish, too. They're more than welcome at the table, but the uncertainty caused by the patchwork composition of the overlay, in my opinion, is only going to be fixed by erasing with a big eraser and saying, give us some new ideas, world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilman Bierce. All right, you wanted to,
Would you know me?
please come forward again?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again. Councilman Kaufman, I appreciate your comments. I respectfully, don't agree with them. And one of the things that I would ask you to do is to reach out to Mayor Kevin Johnson to talk to him about the difficulty it is to build one of these arenas. Sacramento has been working on an arena for 6-8 years. You don't even have to reach out that far to understand the difficulty associated with building these. You could talk to the executives at Caesars or call MGM. I mean, they're very, very challenging to build. And when you talk about a spark, we think our commitment of $150 million is a pretty big spark in cash that we're investing in your community. So those are things that I think are important to understand. And as it relates to Symphony Park, the Symphony Park is a great development. We have seen tremendous financial challenges the past couple of years. And there's nothing right now preventing any of the developers in Symphony Park from going forward with their developments. They can do those right now. And I think the fastest way to spur development in Symphony Park is with the development of an arena. And so we're only asking for 4.5 months to try and work to finish that job. And I totally agree with the comments about engaging the downtown. There is no question the stakeholders, the people of the community need to be engaged. We are a 100-year-old company, and that's Development 101. The reason we're here right now is because we feel like we have the structure and outline for a deal that's real. And that's where things begin. And that's where we reach out to the community to talk about the ideas that we have for this structure to get their input. And over those next 4 months, that's what if you grant this extension, what we will absolutely do. And you have my personal commitment, and I know you have David Cordish's and Blake Cordish's commitment on that as well.
Would you, in fact, be investing to have more of your people here on a daily basis? There's so much to do in 4 months' time to see if, in fact, this is going to fly, if, in fact, the council is of the mind to give that 4-month extension.
Absolutely.
Would you, in fact, have a presence here so that this ongoing dialogue and out in the community and with our business partners and the private sector can really participate in it, so that at the end of the 4 months, we have a absolute fiscally responsible and definitive participation, most specifically led by you and the Cordish Company?
Yes, you have that commitment from us. And we've already retained, we've already retained a consultant right now to work on that on our behalf.
And if you
who's
have,
local.
but if you have retained consultants from here, it's very important too that we have representatives of Cordish here with the presence during these 4 months, the specific Cordish Company here.
Yes, I will be here at every meeting that's needed to be at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does our council wish to say anything?
Before the vote, I want to ask a question. I can ask it actually right now of Port, with your permission. Early on, it was represented that we were going to probably incur outside legal fees for this project if it does pass today. The way the agreement is written right now, there's $300,000 allotted for consultant reports and $100,000 allotted for consultant services. But Dave, forgive me, I thought I heard you say earlier that that was a $400,000 pot that could be used if there was extra money for legal services?
I didn't address that. I mean, that was David Cordish was
Right.
the one that had mentioned that. And The answer was, we think there's enough money in what we've allocated right now to cover all the expenses.
What I would like to do is just read this and see if you agree with it, because I'm not trying to add to either pot. We have a $300,000 pot and a $100,000 pot, but neither one address legal fees. What I would like to be able to say is words to this effect: any funds left over after payment for consulting reports and consultant services may be used to pay city's cost of legal counsel.
That's David Cornish speaking, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the opportunity.
And thank you, Mr. Jerbeck. I think those are important issues. We must be very clear in everything we're doing as we go forward. So at this point, Councilwoman, you did, and then I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Barwell.
I just wanted to say personally, as a member of the council, I'm really disappointed in what has transpired over the years since we've been with Cornish. I mentioned this to the Cornish representatives when we met yesterday. Where is all this time gone? What have we done? I believe that we as a city could have done better in reaching out to the community. I preach that all the time, as anybody here knows. Get out and see what our neighbors, our business people, the residents feel about this, and we haven't done that at all well. So I say that, and I also want to say that if we were voting on the Cornish proposal today, I would probably vote no. I'm not in favor of the use of public funds and I stated this early on, but we have to look at all ways of doing things, and I like the comments made by our Chamber of Commerce representative that if we do go forward, let's change what we've done so far and let's do a much better job of it. And I know we can use the 4 months' time to get information, and I also know that if Cornish really wants to put their full energies and their full heart and passion into this, we could get a lot done perhaps in this just 4 months. And I'm talking about financial arrangements too. I'm talking about all of it. And so I don't feel, and everybody knows my family strongly feels in second chances. And at other votes that I've done, I've said with the economy the way it was, I voted for extensions because I know they needed help. So I would be in favor of the extension now, but that doesn't mean I want to make clear that I would be in favor of the project when it comes for a vote. But we certainly, Cordish, excuse me, I'm mispronouncing. I meant to say Cordish. But in any case, I expected a spark from Cordish too. You're the experts. You're the ones that I thought, and when I mentioned yesterday, what have you been doing these past months, I was disappointed in that. I expected that during those past months you would have been out in the community, you would have been spreading the information, you would have been seeing what might work best. Maybe every person who came here today represents an entity that is deeply respected in this community, and I personally have the highest respect for everyone that came here. I can understand why they're feeling the way they're feeling. And maybe there is some way, through the types of minds people in business have, this could be worked out in a much better way that might satisfy some of these concerns. So that's why I'm going to vote for the extension of 4 months. And then hopefully Cordish do a lot better in getting out in our community and talking with us. And you know financing of these things better than us. See if there's other ways that we can do things. I agree with Mr. Beers in many of the things that he said. I think that, however, you know, if we are paying $500,000 a month interest, isn't that correct, Mr. Beers? Is Mr. Beers listening to me at all? No, and neither is Mr. Ross. And I think it's because you are, yes, you are. It couldn't, is it because I'm the only female council person on this? You're the mayor, you know? So listen, Mr. Beers, did you hear what I said? No. He's still not listening, okay? I'll go ahead anyway. The $500,000 a month we'd be paying anyway, rather we extend it or not. We're certainly not going to get an answer to that problem within the 4 months, and I think it is a problem that we are paying that type of interest. But in any case, I wanted to say that's the reason why I will vote, not because I'm solidly behind the project, but because I'm solidly behind taking the time to get additional information after effort has been made already, and saying, please, both of us in the city and and the Cordish Group, to please spark us up, get us information, go beyond the box, do your very best. Pretend we're the President of the United States and you have to impress us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're going to be President someday, so
What did I do? I think I cut off some other microphones with my nails. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the entire city staff and to our business leaders in the community. This has been one amazing day, receiving a lot of great information that is new to me today, sitting here on the dais, and information that I've already heard in the past. Decisions that we make on a day-to-day basis, sometimes for the most part, are quite standard in the sense of we can get our arms and our minds around items right away, and we can make those decisions for the most part on the fly. And then there's times where we have items such as this that are not as easy. They're more complex, more diverse, and there's a number of interests for and against as it relates to big ticket items, and this most definitely is a major ticket item to our community, to our state for that matter. The way in which I legislate from the seat of Ward 5 is I communicate with my constituents to find out specifically on those major ticket items that will affect them, whether it be financially or impact them as far as their quality of life. I take information out and I vet it to get a gauge as to how my constituents feel about what it is that will be coming into their community. Having said that, our city manager, who I love, I have to share something with you as the leader, okay? And that is, I don't believe that your administration adequately took this message to our constituency, our business community. And as many meetings as we've had in the past, whether it be from the noise ordinances downtown to the curfews to the liquor, I mean, they've been a part, the business community of our downtown have been a part of every conversation and coming up with ideas and recommendations and suggestions as to how, in fact, we should craft legislation that will impact not just the business community, but the community overall, as far as how we attract more of our residents and tourists alike into our downtown to make it a viable entertainment venue that everyone will enjoy once they arrive, so that we can continue to have a return on that investment. So I would like to recommend that we find out what happened as far as the breakdown of communication, because there's a lot of hurt feelings and a lot of relationships that were established. I believe that a lot of relationships have somewhat been severed, if not completely severed, and there's a distrust. And we need to recapture that, because we have a very good working group of men and women and professionals in our downtown community who do a great job and come to work each and every day to really make our vision, the vision of being a world-class city mayor, that we set the tone here from this legislative body as far as what we want our city to smell like, feel like, look like. And we need to make sure that we protect that brand, because at the end of the day, all we have is our word and our actions. And when we do things to misstep, it creates a distrust amongst our friends and our community as a whole. The opportunity to create economic opportunities exists as it relates to an arena. It really does. I've had an opportunity to frequent a number of ballparks around the United States, and a lot of them are really, really exciting. As of recent, I was in Phoenix and attended the 49ers and Cardinals game out at the University of Phoenix Stadium, and the economic development that has just really magnified itself around that stadium. I looked at that in awe, like this is something that could truly be something special in downtown Las Vegas. I've had an opportunity to visit the stadium in Minnesota. And, you know, once again, another great opportunity of economic development that created a true sense of community. But in the process of trying to deliberate and figure out what side of the aisle I need to be on from the taxing structure of this particular item, there's a number of concerns that are raised that I don't have the answers to today. One, the structure of the deal. How, in fact, are we going to really provide for a structure that makes sense to our constituency, makes sense to the city, being that we've just come out of a deficit ourselves and we still have yet more to grow from an economic standpoint. We have issues such as what the mayor brought forward with the more cops, and I don't want to belabor that, but you know, that will be coming back before this mayor and council for us to figure out how, in fact, we're going to offset our expenses in order to, you know, provide those necessary and essential public safety ticket items. You know, this deal could be paramount. It could be paramount in the positive and it could be paramount in the negative. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what side this will fall. But one thing I do know is that we took a chance, this mayor and council, many, many years. We've taken a chance. We've taken a chance on building a new city hall. We've taken a chance on building the Smith Performing Arts Center. We've taken a chance on the Lou Rouveau and a number of deals that didn't go quite as well as we would like out at Symphony Park. And there's countless other opportunities that we're still yet to vet, if in fact this is not the deal for us. But I don't believe that this council and your leaders, your city leaders, we are not timid by no stretch of the imagination. One of the beautiful things that you see here is democracy in progress, because you have those that are for, you have those that are against, you have those that are in the middle, you know, trying to figure out what is the best move for the overall global impact of the community in order to really reduce the unemployment, not only in our state, but throughout our city. And will this be that catalyst to really turn the corner for us to drop the unemployment and increase job opportunities, not only for those working full-time, but all of the essential services that will tie into building such a venue, if in fact that's something that this council wants to move forward with. Time, the applicant, Cordish, has asked for a 4-month extension. Some have stated, you know, let's stop it now, let's stop the hemorrhaging, let's cut bait and start over. Others feel as though we need to move forward 4 months, because what is it that we have to lose? You know, $180 million of injection is not a small piece of currency. The big question is, are we playing the development game? And this is a question for Cordish, you know, for you to think about, not for you to answer, but for you to think about, and for a number of us to think about. Are we playing the development game of build it and they will come? We've talked about an NHL team. We've talked about an NBA team. We talked about other opportunities that will exist, and we've had a number of private meetings with folks that I don't necessarily want to mention right now from, the NBA and the NHL, but I believe that a lot of people are looking at Las Vegas for a number of reasons. The structure, the outline of the deal, is it really real? Is it an opportunity for us to advance? We don't know. Thank you. How will we know? The mayor mentioned that we've been at a dance for the last 2 years. And do we want to leave our partner on the dance floor with just 4 months left for an agreement to take place? That's the biggest question of the day. And Mayor, I don't know that question, or I should say I don't know the answer to the question, but what I do know is that I'm prepared for a motion to help us get to the answer. And so at this time, I will move that we provide Cordish the 4-month extension that they're asking for in order that we may close up a lot of the unanswered questions. That's not to say that this council will be there in 4 months. That's not to say that Cordish will be there in 4 months. I mean, this is an opportunity for us to find out if, in fact, this is something that's good for the city, and giving our city manager and each one of us as representatives of our own individual wards an opportunity to put out surveys and ask more questions amongst our constituents as to whether or not this is something they support. Because I can share with you that I'm going to listen to my constituents. And if this is something that they want, that's something that I'm going to stand behind.
And that
if
is
it's not something that they don't want, it's not something I'm going to stand behind. But I won't have enough, I don't have enough information today to provide enough information to my constituency to present it in order for them to give an accurate and most updated correspondence in order to bring back, in order to position myself for what's to come in 4 months. So at this time, my motion would be to extend this agreement for additional months. That is my motion.
There is a motion. Please vote. Sorry.
I have 2 questions for the maker. The first is, would he be willing to amend his motion to include the language that Brad read and Mr. Cordish agreed to?
I am willing to amend my motion to
Sorry?
the language that our attorney, Mr. Jervik, has brought forward, and add that to my motion.
Is that accepted by you, Mr. Cordish? And did you, in fact, would you like that repeated? And Port, could you come back up on behalf of the company?
I'm back at it, Madam Mayor. It's acceptable. That's acceptable.
Okay.
And Brad, if you don't mind, if you just repeat so that everyone's clear as far as what that amendment that Councilman Beers has brought forward. Thank you.
I'll be happy to. My recommendation is to add a sentence at the end of 3C, that's under negotiations of DDA, and the new sentence would be at the end of that paragraph and would read as follows: any funds left over after payment for consulting reports and consulting services may be used to pay city for costs of outside legal counsel, period.
And we'll be sure that you have a copy of that today, but of course, it's on the record. So that is acceptable as an amendment to your motion, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, that is acceptable.
Okay. Oh, one more?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Would the maker of the motion be interested in adding language to his motion expressing the City Council's apparent agreement on a desire to see less public money, significant reduction of public money going into this?
No, don't change the name.
I would have to pass on that amendment respectfully.
So at this point, the amendment that was read into the record by Brad Jervik and accepted by Mr. Cordish and Portellus, you heard that and agreed. The motion stands as that with no other amendments. There was a motion out there, and I see that we have not voted. Councilwoman, you haven't voted yet, or it didn't take. Do you have everybody? Okay. And please post. Motion carries. There's a 4-month extension to the agreement that's on the table. We have a lot of work to do, and it's going to take lots of boots on the ground, and we as council, and I personally am very excited, and hopefully it's been a long wait, and it could be a spur to something incredible for our downtown. But we need to make sure that we have the buy-in of everybody. So let's go forward. Mr. Cordish, thank you so much for hanging in with us, and we have a lot of work to do and to bring this back to council for approval going forward, or not. So thank you for being with us, and I know you're probably landlocked wherever you are with the snow. It's beautiful out here at 68.
Thank you for listening to us today. We appreciate the confidence and our question.
Thank you. I hope not, because we've got the council, and then we really work in the best interest of what we perceive as the great things for our city. And so everybody's points of view are very well taken and very significant to the future of our city. So thank you, and thank you, Terry, and everyone that spoke on behalf today. So let's move on now to agenda item number 48. Discussion for possible action regarding a memorandum of understanding between the City of Las Vegas and the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance for promoting economic development within the City of Las Vegas. This is in reference to all wards. And Mr. Arndt, please.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. For the record, members of council, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. For the record, I do need to read 2 quick changes into the record. There were some typos in the final agreement for this item. In your backup, page 3, section 5, item B, there's a parenthetical that reads, need definition of terms, and that was from a prior red line, and we addressed that in the language, so I'd like to strike that phrase. And also, item 6, subsection A, at the end of that section, there also is a parenthetical, what is LVGEA's fiscal year? That was also in a prior red line. We've addressed that in the agreement, so I'd like to strike both of those phrases.
Is their economic fiscal year different from ours?
Their fiscal year for the organization is the same as ours, so it was addressed in the body of the agreement. And I apologize for that error. Be really quick. I know the hour's late. We're excited about this partnership. We think it's one of the most important things we're doing as a city as far as economic development goes. This MOU provides annual funding to the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, which is our regional development authority that has been named by the state of Nevada to promote economic development, both attracting new businesses as well as expanding existing ones for the entire Clark County, including the city of Las Vegas. Previously, we had funded the predecessor organization an annual contribution of $35,000. This agreement would increase our commitment as we see other partners of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance increase their funding commitments as well. The LVGEA is going to be delivering performance reports annually to us within 120 days before the start of our fiscal year, or no later than March of each year. And either party may terminate the agreement with 120 days notice, meaning that if either party is dissatisfied, we can terminate. So there's an annual termination clause. There are 2 important efforts that have been...
Excuse me if I might, is there any penalty on that clause?
No penalty at all. So
Okay.
Either party can terminate for no cause.
And we can do that up to the end of the fiscal year then? Or
right.
it must be before 120
Before
days?
the start of each fiscal year. So the idea would be that by March of each year for the succeeding fiscal year, we would notify them if we would like to terminate. They have that same right as well. And it's meant to kind of enforce some accountability between both the LVGEA and the city. Just to wrap it up in introducing my colleague to my right, Jonas Peterson, the Chief Operating Officer, 2 important efforts have been underway. First, the community came up with a regional strategy for economic development led by Glenn Christensen on behalf of the Global Economic Alliance and our own Betsy Fretwell. They chaired that committee. We have a regional strategy in place which we think we're seeing results from. And then second, maybe a point less well-known, under leadership of both Tom Skanke and Jonas Peterson, we've been having monthly Economic Development Advisory Group meetings where Clark County, City of Las Vegas, City of North Las Vegas, City of Henderson, Mesquite, Boulder City, Nevada Energy, and Southwest Gas all have been meeting on a monthly basis to where we roll up our sleeves and talk about how do we grow businesses within our community, both from within as well as attracting new businesses. Those conversations are starting to yield fruit. We're seeing new businesses locate both within the Las Vegas Valley and within the city limits. And I don't think that would be without the effort of our regional partner, Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. So on behalf of the city, just looking at my
One
colleagues to my
more
right, I
question
just
before
want
we welcome Mr. Peterson. Is there any, is that $100,000 to go to GLVEA without any restriction as they see fit, or does it say we want this money to be allocated specifically towards?
So it goes into their overall budget. So essentially, it's for supporting the overall mission of the organization. We have specific benchmarks within our agreement as far as performance. So that as a contingency for funding the LVGEA, they have to perform in certain areas. And we've outlined those areas in the agreement. They include business attraction and marketing, foreign direct investment, and international relations, including co-funding of Gail Anderson, who I know is supporting our international efforts with the city, business retention and expansion, as well as entrepreneurship and small business development. So there's a whole category, essentially a scope of work, which they're doing not only for the city but for the region, and we want to make sure they continue to do that for the city. So that really is the performance metric that we're going to measure them against.
Okay, and the last would be the database that we would see the results of what's been achieved economically in the economic development for the whole area.
That's correct. So those performance reports have to show all the business activity, including business announcements, site visits, business expansions. That's something we work on a regular basis. There are quarterly reports that we get from the LVGEA. We'll continue to get those. It's something fairly new, so I don't know that we've spent a lot of discussion internally sharing that with you and with the entire council, but that's something you'll see at a minimum on a quarterly basis.
Okay, because I was just going to ask, as you do your EUD reports to us all, it would really be helpful specifically and separately that we see the results of what's come from this marriage with the LVGEA.
Correct.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to take up that.
That's okay, and so I just wanted to thank Jonas for their effort in bringing the community together. We are seeing progress, and with that, I'd like to introduce Jonas Peterson, the Chief Operating Officer of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Bill. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Again, for the record, Jonas Peterson, Chief Operating Officer of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. Our organization is very excited and supportive of the MOU that you have before you. Over the past year, Southern Nevada has made great strides forward in terms of how we deliver regional economic development programs, services, and initiatives together. As of today, we're working directly with the City of Las Vegas on business attraction. We're working together on retaining and expanding our existing companies, working together on marketing and branding, working together on foreign direct investment, and working together with regional partners to advance a common economic development strategy for Southern Nevada. All this work, including that's advancing at LVGA, cannot be possible without the leadership of many. I want to draw special attention and say thank you to your leadership, Mayor Goodman, to that of City Manager Fretwell, and also to Director Arndt as well. We very much appreciate your efforts to not only lead and be involved in the governance of our organization, but help push those regional efforts forward together. The MOU really formalizes some of the work that's already underway and would allow us to do even more together. And with that in mind, we encourage your support and thank you for everything you've done up to this point.
Thank you. We congratulate you. I have a question, another one. The GLVEA is 501c3. Is that not correct? It's a not-for-profit. I mean, even though you're hopefully making profit for the entire community, the entity in itself is a 501c3, not-for-profit.
We're a nonprofit 501c6,
I mean,
starting
C6,
up as a
correct.
C3 to take investments through that avenue as well.
And you are allowed to lobby, which the threes aren't. Question. Looking forward to the political future of the state, what is the board's direction as far as being a voice, a political voice for one party or another, one candidate or another? I think it is very significant, being a 501c6, that, in personal opinion, that body, that august body that is driving the economic future, is nonpartisan. So I'd like to know what is the palette at the LVGEA and the board with coming elections.
Sure, and so I would share that we are nonpartisan by nature, do have an appetite for weighing in on the significant economic development opportunities, initiatives, policy reforms that we think will have an impact on Southern Nevada. Above and beyond that, I would leave it up to the direction of our board or our CEO.
I'd just be curious, and I'd love you to get the answer back specifically. Will they be endorsing candidates? Will they be taking a side in different political? And it's just a question. That's all. So if you would, and then get back to us, I'd appreciate it, just with some statement. Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Don't do that. Don't get involved in politics. Stay out. Don't cut your own throats. You know, don't let us know how you feel about anything. Or
right, please.
Half the people will, lose your support. So, it's not a good idea. Just keep your nose to the grindstone and don't read the newspapers and don't do anything but hustle people to come here. Okay? Thank you. That's my advice.
Thank you. I mean, because you are getting our dollars, and I'm sure the other entities and municipalities and private funding as well, there's always that push to be a voice for some person or some party, and I couldn't agree more. I think it needs to be separate because you are a 501c6, but I would love to see what the statement from the board would be in that regard. Any other comments, questions? Okay. So staff is...
Pardon me. So staff recommends approval of the agreement and also the authorization of the $100,000 funding commitment, which will be made on an annual basis.
Okay. Would you like to make that motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Arndt. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 49, discussion for possible action regarding City of Las Vegas Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, CAFR, for fiscal year ending June 30, 2013. This is all wards. Oh, Ms. Appleyard, how are you?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Vanetta Appleyard, Acting Finance Director for the City of Las Vegas. We are presenting to you today the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for the city. Again, this report is required by NRS 354 to be done by an independent outside auditor. And this year, our audit was conducted by Piercy Bull, Taylor & Kern. And with that audit, they use generally accepted auditing standards and governmental auditing standards. Piercy Bull and Taylor & Kern issued an unqualified opinion. That means that our financial statement information is fairly presented in all material respects. We also wanted to note that we received the Governmental Finance Officers Association Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 33rd year. And this is in large part due to the hard work of the finance team, which is led by the Senior Financial Analyst, Joseph F. Williams. Just to give you an idea where we ended the year, our cash position, we have $538 million in cash. The $163 million that you see there is sitting in our proprietary funds, which is our business type funds, enterprise funds. So that is the parking enterprise fund and sanitation. Another, that's about 30%. An additional 30% is in the capital project funds. That's where we put the money and designated those projects that you deemed necessary to do in the future. And then the little yellow piece that we've brought out is the general fund, and that's our ongoing operating budget that we use. And remember, the cash is coming in and going out as we're receiving our revenue. The other thing we wanted to talk about is our fund balance and our governmental funds. We are required by auditing standards or by governmental accounting to report those by our strictest versus our least restrictive. So the non-spendable, restricted, committed, and assigned, those are the most restricted ways in which we report our revenues. Those are like items that you have already designated specifically, that you want it done by, you want it spent there. It's got a resolution associated with it. It's something that the government has required us to do, or NRS has required. But the unassigned fund balance is the one that's the most fungible. So keeping that in mind, you'll notice that we have 312% or 80% of our fund balance is in that most restricted area, and 20% is in the least restricted. But we do have $392.5 million in fund balance for our governmental funds. We wanted to highlight for you in the general fund our operations this year. As you can see, we had general fund revenues in excess, we had in excess of general fund expenses by 21 million. So that shows we're positive. We added into that the fire safety initiative, which is a transfer in from a special revenue fund. We also know debt service is an operating concern. And even after that, our net operations was 25.2 million positive. The transfers out that you see there to the OPEB trust and the capital funds, those were the items that after we had that net operations, as we reported to you during the budget process of 14, you authorized us to transfer those monies into other areas, particularly in the capital project areas where we could do some good with those. And that net change in fund balance brought us to the 28.7 million. So this just gives you an overall highlight comparing FY12 to FY14. With our general fund revenues increasing about 3.7%. General fund expenses were relatively flat with a 1% reduction. And again, that general fund balance changed by that 28.7 you saw on the previous slide. So with that, we feel we would like you to accept our report. We also have in the audience Thomas Donahue. He was the engagement partner with Piercy Bowl, Taylor & Kearns, and we're available to answer any questions you might have regarding the city's financials.
Thank you very much for that fine report. Any questions, comments? Are we enough to vote here?
Yeah,
You have
Your
a
Honor, this
motion?
is the most fascinating subject we've tackled today. Where did our council go?
They're exhausted and hungry.
Well, if there are no questions, then I would move that we accept this report.
Well, I
Wait,
did.
we have a question?
I did want to say something, and that was, your department has done an absolutely great job. In the past, you've continued to do so. I know some of the things that were recommended, you followed through on everything, and I just wanted to tell you that. I do agree with Councilman Beers. Councilman Beers, I do agree with you that this is one of the most important items on the agenda.
So are you prepared to make that motion? Or did you? You did. There is a motion to approve this report, financial report, the City of Las Vegas Comprehensive Annual Fiscal Report, the CAFR, ending June 30, 2013. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Thank you very much. Thank you, Piercy Bowler. We'll move on to agenda item 50, discussion for possible action regarding appeal of a work card denial for Damian DeMario Bradley, DB, Rancho Mart, 2151 North Rancho Drive. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Is the appellant present?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
are the gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Duddleston, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bradley is applying to be a clerk at a convenience store. The employer has submitted a affidavit of support as well as a letter stating that he is very well aware of Mr. Bradley's background and that he will always be working with 2 additional people and there will be multiple cashiers on at each shift. With those representations and the support of his employer, we would recommend the consideration of a one-year site-specific work card at this location with an administrative review.
Thank you. And Mr. Bradley, do you wish to say anything?
No, I do. I believe that I'm a dedicated worker, despite my background, that given the opportunity to show that I can perform my actions, I would really appreciate it.
Well, I would tell you, it's a wonderful opportunity, and every day is a new day, and life starts anew. And so this is a great time for you to take on that new responsibility and build the rest of your life, which we're very confident that you should be able to do. You've got a lot of support behind you. And is this the owner of the mart?
My uncle does, but I manage, and I've been working with him for the past 3 months.
Okay, so you have had that conversation and the letter of support.
Yes, Your Honor.
Councilman Barlow.
Yes. Damon, I would like to say that you're blessed to have such a supporting employer that is coming up to vouch for you, because not too many people have individuals that will come and vouch for them to work in their establishment. So I hope you really respect and honor the chance that they're providing you, that you're able to once again provide for yourself and live a positive, productive life. And for that, the fact that your employer has sent in a letter and has contacted me in relation to their support of your employment, I'm going to rule in favor of that. But just keep in mind that there's not a lot of people out there that would take a chance with hiring you due to your past. But hopefully, with you moving forward, doing positive things going forward, you'll have an opportunity to put that dark past way behind you, so that you can start to really accrue some of the positive things and attributes that you'll be providing to the community.
Having them behind me and giving me the opportunity that you have to take that by tenfold and run with it and go and accept all your blessings that come.
Okay. And also, sir, you didn't state your name for the record, so if you will please come forward and state your name for the record.
Okay, David Ambaye.
I'm sorry?
David Ambaye.
Okay. David. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, Mayor, I'm ready for a motion if you are. I'll
Please.
move just for point of clarification, the staff's recommendation for point of employment in relation to
Yes,
the work hard,
site-specific,
site-specific.
only at this location, under the conditions set by the employer, with a one-year review.
Okay, that will be my motion at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Can do this.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Motion carries.
Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. We will move on now to Agenda Item 52 for possible action regarding Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, RTC, Advisory Committee on Bus Bench Shelter Construction and Maintenance. Vernell McNeil, term expires 1/21/2014. Rebecca Medrano, term expires 2/1/2014. Councilman Anthony and Councilwoman Tarkanian, I understand you both have recommendations. Councilwoman, please.
Yes, in the replacement of
Mayor,
Rebecca.
May I interrupt real quick? I think you're on item 52, but it's posted as 51, so, yeah, well, I just want to make sure for the public that right now we're talking about the Regional Transportation Commission, Southern Nevada Advisory
You are
Committee on Bus
absolutely right. My
Shelters.
page is stuck together.
Okay.
Sorry.
thanks. No, that's okay. I
Everybody,
just want
it's
to make sure.
Agenda Item 52.
For the replacement of Rebecca Medrano, I placed the name of Pamela Cesena. She's helped a lot with Neighborhood Watch in the Sunrise Acres area. She reaches out through activities to help people see the value in community, spreads information as she rides the Silver Star, so I think she'd be great to have on this committee with RTC. Very observant lady, willing to be a leader, and wants to make a difference.
Boy, that's a great recommendation. Let's take it one at a time. And I'm going to hold this on the second till Councilman Anthony comes back, so he can, although I hear a door. Here he is. I'm so sorry, I took pages out of sequence. So we were on agenda item 52, and about the RTC, Councilwoman has recommended Pamela, say it again, her last name? Cesena, to fill the position vacated by Rebecca Medrano. So Vernell.
Excuse me, Mayor, who was someone that I had appointed earlier.
Before, correct. So on yours. It said here that you had a recommendation for the RTC whose term expires.
You can make the recommendation and the mayor can make it in one motion.
Reappoint?
No, this is someone that I'm replacing that I had
No,
placed.
we're okay on his.
Oh, okay.
So your motion is to join with it and reappoint Vernell?
Correct.
I gather. Okay. Who has indicated he wants to continue to serve?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so we have Vernell McNeil, whose term has expired yesterday, who would like to continue on, that Mayor Pro Tem is reappointing, or is offered to reappoint, and Pamela Cesena, who's filling in, whose term expires February 1st, 2014, whose councilwoman's recommendation to go into a new term for Rebecca Medrano.
Right, and we were reappointing Rebecca, but what happened is she's moving out of the state. And, okay.
Thank
This
you.
just happened recently.
Okay, so there is a motion on those two names, please. Cast your votes, and let's post those. Motion carries. We'll move backwards now to agenda item 51. I'm so glad everybody pays such good attention. Agenda item 51 for possible action, appointment and reappointment of members to the Community Development Recommending Board, the CDRB. Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services recommends the following appointments and reappointments. Mike Acker, Audrey Asselin, Lou DeSalvio, Rodney Jordan, Pam Hartley, Roxanne McCoy, Tom McGrath, Carmen LaShawn Miller, Yolando Orduno, and Development under Pappas, A.J. Powell. New appointments would be Harry Thistlethwaite and Darrell Ewan. And that will be my motion. So if everybody please vote on that, and please post. And that motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 53, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, Bill 2014-1. And Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to have a first amendment after I get done reading the bill. The bill is number 2014-1, an ordinance to amend the ordinance 6285 regarding the extension of the corporate limits of the city to correct the zoning designation of the annexed property and to provide for other matters. The recommended First Amendment is very small. It's on page 3, between lines 3 and 4. It contains the term RPD-4. There should be an underline under RPD-4. So with that First Amendment, I would recommend passage of this First Amendment.
With the changes.
So
Thank you.
moved, First Amendment.
So moved with First Amendment. There is a motion. Please vote and please post. Did it post and I missed? Oh, no. There it goes. Carries. Agenda item 54, bill number 2014-5. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 14-5, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for related matters.
So moved.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Yours didn't, oh, okay.
Councilwoman?
Motion carries.
Did you mean to vote no?
Councilwoman, did you mean no?
Yes. Okay, wanted to make sure.
Thank you. And we'll move on to agenda item 55. Items 55 through 50. Okay. Items 55 through 58, bills number 2013-61 and 2014-2 through 2014-4 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. Agenda item 59. Items 59 through 63, bills number 2014-6 through 2014-10 will be heard at the recommending committee on Tuesday, February 4th, 2014. City Attorney, please read our new bills.
Thank you, Your Honor. With your indulgence for a moment, I'd like to introduce a guest I brought with me today. His name is Carl Hall. Carl is an attorney in Reno. He's with the Senior Law Project. Before that, he was with the DA's office, and he's been shadowing me this morning. With your permission, I'd like him to read the new bills.
That's lovely. Are you looking to move down to the southern area of the state?
Not in the near future.
Oh, too bad. Okay, but you're enjoying this weather. I won't push the envelope. Please go ahead and read our bills, and welcome.
Thank you for having me. Bill number 2014-6, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2014-7, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2014-8, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to update the standards applicable to home occupation permits, eliminate the exception from the home occupation permit requirement for educational activities, including music lessons, tutoring, and religious instruction, establish parameters for cottage food operations to be conducted as a home occupation, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2014-9, an ordinance to allow a special event permit issued under LVMC Chapter 12.02 to function as a temporary sign permit and temporary sign certificate under the Unified Development Code under certain circumstances, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2014-10, an ordinance to permit the Director of Planning discretion as to when an ice cream truck shall be inspected prior to the issuance or renewal of its business license, and providing for other related matters.
Thank you very, very much. These bills, new bills, 2014-6 through 2014-10, are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. And I thank you there very much for this long morning session. It's 10 minutes of 2. We will reconvene at 2:15 for a break for our recession for the afternoon session. We'll be back at 2:15. Thank you.
What time is it now?
10 of. Is that good enough time?
Reading there.
let's see, starting with agenda item 64. Okay. For possible action, any items? Pardon?
You got to log in.
Oh, we have to wait 2 minutes. Computers never stay up with the brilliance of minds of active people. We're ready. Okay. Yes, ready. Okay.
We're ready now?
Okay, for possible action, this is agenda item 64, possible action. Any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have 2 items, Mayor. Item number 74, EOT 52243, applicant owner, Garden City LLC at 5750 Sky Point Drive. Councilman Ross has asked that be obeyed till February 5th, 2014. And item number 75, RQR 51477, applicant owner, Laheim Western Village Property LLC at 321 Fremont Street. Applicant has asked that be obeyed till February 19th, 2014, and that will be my motion.
And thank you. No one else has anything to add? Okay, there is a motion. And please vote, and please post. The motion carries. Thank you. Councilman Ross, you do have all 4 or 5 cards that had indicated up front. Could you just read the names off into the record of those cards?
Certainly, Mayor, and thank you. With your permission, Mayor, the reason I had that agenda item obeyed for 2 weeks is to give me time to meet with these individuals who had speaker cards, Diane Giorduriana, Jason Nellis, Cindy Lake, and Tasha Heath, and that was for the record, Madam Clerk, that I will be meeting with them at the Centennial office probably next week to discuss the property, as well as contact the owner of the property, as it is a non-conforming use, and I kind of want to find out what his plans are in the future. So that would give me time
And
to do
so also, too, that anybody that's listening to this council today, to know that that item will be discussed.
Absolutely. And the reason, another reason is because I don't want to deny anyone their opportunity to speak on an item.
Okay.
But I need to know what I'm talking about before I can talk to somebody else about it.
And if they have inquiry, what is the number of your direct line to
Certainly,
your office?
you can call Michelle in my office at 229-6154 if you'd like to set up a meeting for that also, and be participating in that. And that's the non-conforming car dealership out there on Sky Point.
And again, agenda item 74. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to agenda item 65. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1230 Melville Drive for fees in the amount of $2254.75. General fund, assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total is $21,754. Property owner, William and Patsy Goodyear, and this is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. And Mrs. Zuda.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for nuisance abatement performed at 1230 Melville Drive, zip code 89102, located at Charleston and Valley View. A code enforcement case was opened on May 23, 2013, and code enforcement issued a notice and order to the property owner on July 10, 2013. On October 29th, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of securing by boarding all open doors and windows, removal of all refuse waste, high grass, weeds from all areas of the property, and removal of graffiti from the structures. The property is valued on Zillow.com at $95,000. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $2,254.75 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,754.75 as a lien against the property.
Is the owner or applicant here?
Mayor and members of the council, my name is John Cahill, appearing here today as
your Clark County Public Administrator and the Administrator for the estate of William Goodyear. William was preceded in death by his wife. William died on 8 June of 2013, and I was appointed to administer on November 1st. I just really want to give you the status of what's going on out of respect for the council and all the work that gets done handling these kind of properties. I wish I could tell you I had a solution. I don't really. We petitioned for appointment because we believe there could be some equity there. And I always prefer to sell a property, even if it's a short sale, as long as I can break even for the estate, because, as you know, if the property's set there, the banks hold them, it's not good for the house or the neighborhood. So we try to, in every case, get a new owner in there. So I was appointed on 11/1 and received your letter, latest letter on 12/9, kind of indicating there was not going to be any equity in the home because of the mortgage and these other numbers that have run up. I can still attempt to short sell the house, but I got to know that I can break even at a minimum for the estate. And working with the banks is difficult. We ask the banks in these circumstances to pay for the legal costs that are involved to confirm the sale, and any liens against the house, just so I break even and it doesn't, because this is an example of an estate, there are no other assets. I have a 91 Toyota, and we're checking on bank accounts, but we're not optimistic. So we got to, like I said, if I can break even, pay the administration costs, pay the legal costs, then we got a new owner in the house, and I'm really happy. So I'm not exactly sure what your procedures are in these kind of circumstances, and that's why I'm here today.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to Councilwoman Tarkanian.
What is the mortgage on the house?
You know, I didn't bring that number. It's about 20% below the appraised value, and that's why we thought there could be some equity there that we would get for the estate if we could sell it. Now it's clear it'll have to be, you know, if we look at your numbers, it'd probably be a short sale also from the bank. But we're still, you know, we have to make application to get all the information. It's tough getting information from the banks. They literally will not talk to me. I have to go through the realtor to get information on things. They will respond to requests for what's owed on the mortgage.
They will respond to that?
Yeah. Yep. And I'm in that process now of gathering all that information.
Well, we do need to cover the out-of-pocket expenses. We could go with just 10% of the other. You think you can make it with that?
Well, again, perhaps the best thing would be for me to get all the numbers together and come back here and see if there's enough that I can get a new owner into this house.
I'll tell you what we could do. I could move on that, and then if it is a problem, he could come back and appeal?
As a waiver.
Appeal for a waiver. So let's go so we can do this today with paying the costs which the city has paid already, and then the 10% of the other only.
10%, which would be $1,950, for a total of $4,204.75.
Okay, that's your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Please vote. And post. Oh, Councilman Beers would like to make a comment?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Cahill, this is, I think, the first time I've seen you since I joined the board. Good to see you again. And I'm surprised that we don't have more instances of these abandoned homes that end up being under your guardianship. I'd like to hear back, if you would, next week is fine, on if the action today we took brings your total liability on that house down to a level where you can sell it, or if it's still not quite there.
And if it's not, excuse me, but if it's not, then as I said, you can come back and appeal for a waiver.
Yes, and I'll be glad to do that. And I think this is the first time in front of the board for a long time, and as I sat in the audience, I was thinking to myself that apparently there's different requirements for the city council in terms of standing for election, because this board is a lot better looking than the commission. But I can't.
It's because we all live inside city
I
limits.
could never go on record with that kind of comment.
No, I
so-
mean, if you live inside Las Vegas city limits, I think you are better looking, and that's probably the problem.
Okay, motion carries unanimously on 65. I'll turn it over to the
Well,
mayor.
and look how businesslike everybody dresses. You couldn't be more correct. We are a very august, determined body of public servants, and they all dress so beautifully. I'm so proud of them.
Thank you for
Thank you all.
It's a nice compliment. Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 66, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 3625 Maverick Street for fees in the amount of $1,864.50 at general fund, assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,364.50. Property owner Angela V. Pereja Morales, and this is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. It is a public hearing, which I declare open, and Mrs. Zuna, please continue.
The item
That's a
before you
pretty
today
house.
is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 3625 Maverick Street, zip code 89108, located at Gowan and Torrey Pines. A code enforcement case was opened on June 11, 2013, and code enforcement issued a notice and order to the property owner on July 18, 2013. On October 23rd, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of securing by boarding all open doors and windows, removal of all refuse and waste, high weeds and grass, and dead vegetation from all areas of the property. The property is valued on Zillow.com at $155,000. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $1,864.50 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,364.50 is a lien against the property.
And what have you discovered with the property owner, or is there a representative here?
Actually, this property is in foreclosure. The owners had moved out, and this property actually was registered. We did notify the parties that were on the registry, and we stand before you today asking for approval of this abatement and the cost.
Good. Councilman Barlow, they're yours.
Thank you. Were you going to come and say something? I'm not sure if this is open to public comment.
It is open to public comment. You're absolutely
Okay.
correct. Let's have it first.
My name is Hodges, and since the latest, you said this might go into foreclosure? Or is it in foreclosure?
Yes,
The property is
foreclosure.
in foreclosure, and it is vacant, and it is on our registration.
Well, it's a possibility to go back to the lender or whoever, the bank or private end, whoever. But at the end of the day, you should be able to get some money on the backside of it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Thank you.
Good luck with it.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Barlow, I believe that if a mortgage servicer or the lender is not here at the time, I think they ought to levy the entire cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll close the public hearing. Please proceed, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, I would like to move to follow Todd Farlow's recommendation to incur the total cost. That'll be my motion.
There's a motion, please vote. And please post on Mr. Farlow's recommendation. Motion carries. Agenda item 67, public hearing, possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $4,434.39 in out-of-pocket costs and $41,000 in daily civil penalties for a total of $45,434.39 recorded against the property located at 121 Pico Way. The property owner, Rudy A. Rudy A. Rodriguez. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. It is a public hearing. I declare it open. Are you the property owner or representative?
Yes, Your Honor. No, I'm the owner.
Okay, please, Ms. Ozuna, please proceed.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Rudy Rodriguez. Fees and penalties were assessed and approved by City Council on February 15, 2012. This property is located in the area of Bruce and Ogden in zip code 89101. The abatement was completed on January 19, 2012 and consisted of securing by boarding all open and accessible doors and windows and removal of all refuse and waste and high grass and weeds from all yards and removal of the graffiti from the walls and the fences. The abatement cost consisted of out-of-pocket costs of $4,434.39 and civil penalties of $41,000, totaling for $45,434.39. The current valuation of this property from Zillow.com is $59,000. Staff recommends that council deny this waiver request.
Thank you very much. Would you care to speak to your property?
Yeah, I bought this property and I didn't know they have this lien on, and I'm planning to rebuild the property in and out, but considering the fees is kind of high, I can pay the out-of-pocket cost, what it's $4,400.
Yes, $4,000.
But the other fees, would like for you to consider that is kind of high due to the value of the house.
When did you buy the property?
In October.
In October of this
Yeah,
past year?
The past year, yes.
Okay. And nothing was brought to your attention about this? What was the date on the first report on it?
It was approved by City Council on February 15, 2012.
Wow. It is a public hearing. Anyone wish to be heard? You could do the middle one, I think. It may come on, maybe it doesn't.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I live right by here. Zillow.com, 59,000. They are so far off that's just insane. The real problem that you're going to come up with, and this gentleman is going to come up with, in order to meet the new IECC codes, it is going to take about, I'm trying to figure out how they can do it by $105,000, because you have to cut into you have to get rid of the old cast iron sewer and all of that. And right now, I've been trying to figure this out, and right now it does not pencil out. The best thing that you could do right now, because of that, is just to bulldoze the thing and move in a modular home or something like that. Because these houses right there, they're about 30 by 30, and they're just not worth fixing up. You can't meet the new IEC codes. The other thing about the new IEC codes, at some place, somebody is paying the price for this. Because, and I say this because in Europe they have what they call a carbon tax. And you have to pay according to how much energy that house uses. And the whole idea with the IECC codes is to get the houses so they don't use so much energy, so you're not burning coal in order to heat and cool the house. The other problem we have when they burn the coal is that you're paying for asthma and that down to UMC, and we cannot afford those costs down to UMC anymore. So the problem is how do you bring these old houses up to code, and can you and still get them to pencil out? In these houses around that Pico, they cannot be. I can tell you that right now. So the best thing you can do is bulldoze the thing, and right now I can tell you that land, I don't know what the gentleman paid for it, but basically if you take a residual value of the land, say $45,000 for a residual value of the house, and you subtract what it costs to remove the house, because you have to remember these old houses have asbestos in them, and they had wall heaters. In back of the wall heaters is asbestos, and the minimum that a licensed contractor, you have to have a licensed contractor to remove asbestos. The minimum they'll come out to your house is $7,500. So you have to start from that. And then you have to subtract the cost of removing the old sewer line and putting it in and all of that, and you cannot do it for, it comes out to about $35,000. So basically, the cost, the value of that land is worth about $10,000. So that's what you're up against, but this can't be done.
You're a fountain of information. All right. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this property? Please come to your central mic and put, or, that's fine.
My
Mrs.
name is Hart. I got to back him up on it. Like they said, that particular piece of property, you can be lucky if you can get rid of the lot. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, we'll close public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
How do you feel, Rudy? How do you
Wait, we
feel
have
now?
Councilman? We have a councilman
very
at the
disappointed.
other end. Could he make a comment?
Well, yeah, sure.
Yes, please. Go ahead, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rodriguez, have you explored our code requirements that are the current standards that you must build to bring a vacant property back online?
No, not yet, not yet.
You should probably talk to Mr. Farlow when we're done.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Rudy, somebody else was aggregating property on that cul-de-sac. Do you know who that is?
No.
There is someone who owns 2 or 3 or more pieces of property there, because I recognize this, because it is something, you know, in fact, looking at this, is this actually in Ward 3 or 5? I know it says Ward 5, but it says Ward 3. But it's at that corner of Bruce and Fremont, which I think is a wedge driven into the heart of Ward 3, and maybe actually Ward 5. But I suppose it doesn't matter at this point. I just think that somebody was trying to buy all of the properties in there. So did somebody else come and bid at the tax sale?
No.
No. What'd you pay for it?
31, 30.
31?
Yeah.
Well, it's not your fault that all these bills piled up here, you know, and then we wish you well. It's a good-sized lot, but somebody else has tried to aggregate in there, and you ought to get with them. And maybe you can get whole.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think the advice you've gotten from other members of the council, including your neighbor here, is pretty good advice. So I will,
Can you make,
I will
excuse me,
make-
Councilman? Could
Yeah.
Mrs. Zuna, one, confirm which ward it's in, please, afterwards?
Oh.
And then also see who this property, the buyer is, to be sure, so we get the information back, just for our edification. Thank you.
okay, well, I have the councilman's proxy just in case we find out it's in the other one. Anyway, point is, I think we cannot get rid of the hard costs that we've spent. And Rudy, there's been a lot of administrative time spent on it, too. It's not free time. And so typically, the best we can do is a reduction in the civil penalties. 90%, my goodness, that would still be $4,000 in daily civils. I'm afraid we're going to have to charge you something, though. I think we better charge you to cover our costs, 5% of the daily civils. Vicki, would you say the math on that would be $2,000, $2,500, $2,100 or $2,050
Yeah.
in daily civils on top of the hard cost? What, I don't have a calculator.
It'd be $2,050 with 44, for a total of $6,484.39.
6484. $6,484 total. That's waiving 95% of the administrative cost. Can you do that?
Yes, yes, I can do that.
Okay. How long before you could pay?
30 days.
Can we have a payment schedule set up for Mr. Rodriguez?
We'll send him documentation and
Yeah.
request to pay it within 30 days. It's not a
Yeah.
problem.
Uh-huh.
Even on day 31, we're still going to take his money.
Okay. All right. Keep us posted on the progress that
Thank
you're
you.
making. And look for the owners of the other property in that circle.
Yeah.
maybe the two of you to get together and do something.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. We need a vote, though.
Yes, please, you want to make your motion?
That is the motion, was to levy all the hard costs, 5% of the admin fees for a total of $6,484.
Okay, is the motion, please vote, and please post. So I think if you could make that information available, who's buying up in that property, Councilman Coffin, then he has a place to go back to get that information.
We
That will be
will,
documented, who owns it, not hearsay.
We'll check the lots around there and see who owns those
Very
properties
helpful.
and let you know.
Thank you.
Thanks for helping.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to agenda items 68 through 71 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So we're talking about items 68, 69, 70, and 71 before I read them. 68, SUP 51687, applicant Perpucieri Aria El Zunzal, owner Milton Escobar, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,095 square foot beer wine cooler on sale establishment within an existing restaurant at 2081 North Decatur, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 69, SUP 51788, applicant The Mob Museum, owner City of Las Vegas, a request for a special use permit for a liquor establishment tavern with a waiver to allow an 80-foot distance separation where a 1,500-foot separation is required from a similar use at 300 Stewart Avenue, CV, Civic Zone, that's in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Number 70, SUP 51810, applicant Hop Nuts Brewery LLC, owner 1120 Vegas LLC, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,080 square foot tavern limited establishment use, an ancillary brew pub with a 500 square foot outdoor seating area at 1120 South Main, CM, Commercial Industrial Zone 3, this is in Ward 3 of Councilman Coffin. And number 71, SDR 51779, applicant Nevada Adult Day Health Care Centers, owner Southern Nevada Housing Authority, a major amendment to an approved site development plan review, Z002483, for a proposed 3,313 square foot addition to an existing 4,161 square foot individual care facility, adult daycare, on .71 acres at 330 North 13th, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, and Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. 68 through 71 are recommended for approval by staff and the Planning Commission. All these items are public hearings, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Please come forward, state your name.
My name is Anthony Hart. I just want to speak on 69. It says something about the Mob Museum. Isn't that the city?
Yes.
Don't y'all own that? Well, whatever you're going to do with it, I'm sure you're going to do a good job to keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 71, I'd sure like to see you approve that. I think it's an ideal place for it. And they gave a presentation at the Housing Authority meeting that I was at, and they've got good ideas for that, and I'd like to see that passed.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please state your name and
Good afternoon.
association.
Dimitrios Karapanagiotis on behalf of Boyd Gaming. We are not opposing item 69, but we would like to see a condition of applying for a business license that includes Tavern Limited and not the general tavern. We are really concerned with the alcohol going out on the street, and as you all know, there is a lot of problems downtown with alcohol, going around. So with your indulgence, if a business license, concurs or planning to have a condition, at least a business license to be Tavern Limited.
Let's hear from Mr. Fagg, and we may please comment.
Madam Mayor, through you, if I might, the intent of the Mob Museum is to actually apply for a beer wine cooler on-sale license. They will not be applying for a tavern license. And so you will have that come before City Council at a later date. But again, the intent is not to allow alcohol outside of the building. It's to remain inside the facility on sale only.
So does that need an amendment to this as it's printed?
No, it does not need an amendment as it is printed. It will be a condition upon the license itself.
Okay. Thank you very
We're
much.
satisfied.
Thank you.
Peter Guzman, 300 North 13th Street. I wanted to thank Councilman Beers, Councilman Coffin, and especially Councilman Barlow for his work with the Latin Chamber and the adult health care. This is item 71 from the Latin Chamber of Commerce and the good work, the partnership that's being done between Chris Vito, the Chamber, and that adult health care center helping what's the right term, adult, older people, and having a real dignified place to be. And so I thank Councilman Barlow and like I said, Coffin and Beers on their cooperation with us. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, the public hearings, nobody else. We'll close those public hearings. And let's see, Councilman Anthony, do you have a motion then to approve items 68 through 71? Unless, do you have comment, either Councilman Barlow or Coffin, anything to add? They're cool. You may go.
So moved.
Okay. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll go on to items 72 and 73. 72 VAR 51354, a variance to allow an 80-foot tall structure where 35 feet is maximum allowable height, to allow a 1-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, and to allow a 17-foot setback where 240-foot residential adjacency setback is required. And then item 73, SUP 51355, a special use permit for a proposed wireless communication facility, stealth design with a waiver to allow such use on residential property. The applicant owner is Macon L. Jackson at 709 Sunny Place. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on both items, and both items are RE residence estate zones. These items are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and are public hearing items which I now declare open. Are you the applicant or representative, please?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Chris Dingle. I'm here representing the applicant, AT&T. My address is 10427 Gunpowder Falls. AT&T is in the middle of doing a significant infrastructure upgrade in southern Nevada. They are looking to build wireless sites to enhance their network. They're looking for areas that they need to increase the capacity, improve the quality, and one of these such areas is the area of Martin Luther King and Washington. And so what they're proposing is that a facility that would cover the area and it would meet all the future needs as the wireless service, all the demand in the future. So they're here for that.
Mr. Peck, would you please comment as to the denials?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor, thank you. In terms of the recommendation for denial from both staff and the Planning Commission, there's really two issues at hand here. First all is relative to the minimum standards for a stealth wireless facility in a residential district. One of the minimum standards is that there be no residential use on the property, and this actually does have a residence on the property, so that's the first issue. And then the second issue is relative to the setback requirements for the tower itself. It doesn't meet the setbacks from the property lines, nor does it meet the residential adjacency standard for being set back from residential properties. And so for those two reasons, staff and the Planning Commission have recommended denial.
Thank you very much. Public hearing, anyone wishing to comment, come forward, please state your name.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I am just absolutely opposed to putting a commercial use on residential property. I think this is opening up a can of worms that will never get closed again. I mean, if they can do it on this property, you're going to have everybody in every neighborhood wanting to put one of these cell towers up in their backyard. and we just shouldn't go down that route. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, it's hard to follow Todd, but he's telling the truth. Commercial in a residential area, and these towers are kind of ridiculous in the first place, so they do more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor.
Let's take them one at a time.
Okay, that's fine. We'll take the variance first. Mayor, this is a development that's of a bigger conversation. If you all recall when Mr. Ahern came before the council a few months ago, maybe 2 months ago, in regards to a lot of the development that he was taking place in and really bringing forward a number of projects that this council will see in the future. I can share with you that this site will be a part of that bigger conversation. He is, not trying to reveal the entire game plan as far as what he's looking to do. After having a number of neighborhood meetings with residents, they all know that that entire area, I'll just put it in this respect, it's transitioning. And with that, this actually fits within the overall future plan of what new developments will be coming into the area. We've had long, drawn-out conversations in relation to this. I've met with the applicant when they originally wanted to put it in a different location, which the residents were up in arms about. And so the residents are in support of this because of what's coming in the future. And with that, I'm comfortable with it moving forward. In addition to that, I've asked Flynn, our planning director, if in fact this is setting a precedent. And Flynn, you can chime in if you will. And what he shared with me was that no, it's not setting a precedent, being that the acreage, I believe, what is the acreage on the parcel? We're not talking about a small postage stamp of a parcel. I believe it's close to 5 acres. Okay.
Might I ask, not the name of the person as well, but is the resident, I'm listening to Mr. Farlow's comment, and I tend to agree with it. If you allow it on one property, residence, what's to preclude the future? Someone saying, well, precedent's already been set over there. Are these residents who in a short term of life on the property are going to vacate the property for some other use, or is it going to?
Well, that's right, without really revealing because as you know, in the downtown, and Mr. Adams knows this even more so, once you start to reveal what's taking place, then the land costs and different things like that increase dramatically. But that is, in essence, Mayor, the direction that everything is going because of what he has been doing from the old Big Mamas, moving all the way towards the Moulin Rouge. And so, in essence, there's a master plan that he has coming forward.
Is there any type of, I don't know how to even say it, but any verbiage that can be put into this that will protect the rest of the residences who could then see that they'll put up a...
Well, let's go back to the overhead real quick, just so that the mayor and council can actually see what the uses are in the area, because it's really industrial.
No, and knowing the area really well, I drive by it almost daily.
If you notice all of the vacant land here where it says subject property, Mayor, all of this area here at one point was residential. And now, as you can see, out on the frontage of Martin Luther King, all of the vacant parcels, it's starting C1, and it's C1, and then you can see the other RE parcels going south. Well, all of that is transitioning all the way down to make it all C1. And so if you look to the interior, that's the middle of the project. And so all of that will be transitioning to be one, in the future, one C1 parcel as far as the direction that's moving forward. And so, in essence, to answer your question, all that will be transitioning hopefully a very soon date, once everything is in place, to be one C1 parcel.
Councilman, do you happen to know the vacant property, privately owned or city-owned?
Well, the corner is a city.
Which, could you point?
Yes, where
Well,
it says C1.
can somebody point on something we can see?
Where it says C1 at the corner of Washington and MLK.
Yes.
Go up a little bit more, right there. That's the city parcel. And then
Couldn't we go ahead
everything
and
else
give
below
them that?
Everything else below that is RE. Well, this is a key piece of the commercial site
Correct.
moving forward.
And couldn't we move or suggest they move there? First of all, you get the income from the rental.
Well, this is where the issue was initially from the residents, is that they didn't want
Correct.
a tower sitting on the corner. They wanted it tucked away. And so as you move
Oh.
development forward, then that tower will be sitting on the back side of the commercial, not the frontage, being that we've invested so many hundreds of thousands of dollars to improve the frontage of MLK and Washington. And so
Okay.
this tower will in essence be at the backside of a future development that's coming, not the front.
And this group of residences from Washington to Bonanza, are they in agreement, these 1, 2, 3,
There's actually
4,
only
5,
three.
6?
There's actually only 3 residents that live on this street, that reside on this back street of Sunny Place. I
And
believe it's
knowing you,
3.
you've spoken with them?
I've spoken to all of them.
Good.
Yes, ma'am.
And they are in agreement?
Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't
I
have
know
did it
that.
if
I'm
it wouldn't
just
have been the
saying
other
it.
way.
Right.
And so that's, and then just going back to my point in relation to the size of the parcel, in addition to Flynn, what were the other locations around the city in relation to the cell towers that you pointed out to me?
There's a number of locations throughout the city where we do have cell towers on residential properties. However, none of those properties have a house existing on them at
Okay.
this point in
So the
time.
only
this
difference is that
This
there's-
is really the first
Right.
one. But going back to the issue of precedence, is this going to open the door for cell towers on occupied residential properties?
No.
We do this by a special use permit, and we have to consider them on a case-by-case basis and look at the individual circumstances surrounding each property. And so, again, in the consideration of a special use permit, we look at the specific circumstances and not others that have been proved elsewhere in the city.
And this was well vetted in the midst of the neighbors. This is Bonanza Village, so you know they would be here today if in fact there were
Oh, yeah.
any issues.
Okay.
And so, so in essence, that's why I'm comfortable with it, knowing that this entire area will be transitioning in the direction that it needs to be. And in addition to that, Mayor, there's a number of, in Flynn, you can chime in as well in relation to a number of parcels in the historical West Las Vegas community. A lot of churches are sitting on or basically operating on top of R1 zoning. And so there's a lot of parcels in this area that has to be cleaned up. And so I'm working diligently to correct all of the land uses so that everything will be evenly flowing. Yes, ma'am.
To whom are you paying rent? Do you pay rent on this? I mean, I know
Yes.
from cell towers, do you pay rent to the city on this, or to the resident of that property?
We lease space from the property owner.
Okay. Do you know what that lease amounts to?
Oh, I don't know. I don't negotiate.
The lease is still, I think we're just getting ready to finalize negotiations on it, but this is one of the key pieces.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So,
Okay.
so go ahead, unless anyone has any other questions.
Councilwoman?
I just wanted to ask, I
Go
thought
ahead.
that you could put a church on R1, Flynn. Am I wrong?
You can, it does require a special use permit, however.
With a special use permit, yeah. Yeah. I just wonder, I just wondered, why do they have to do this soon before the rest of the things together? It's because of the amount of money they get from the cell tower?
This item just, I'm sorry.
Well, I should
I'm sorry,
ask
Mayor,
you
this-
that.
this
I should
item-
ask you
This
that.
item just came before the council within the last 6 months,
months.
roughly. So,
You know, if it's, the reason why they want it further back is because of something that's going to be done in the future why do you have to put the cell tower there now?
Well, there's a need right now for the cell tower in the area. There's what they call, there's kind of a dead area.
Speak into the microphone.
There's kind of a dead area in there, and I don't want to, they have an excellent network, but there are areas where the network does need to be improved, and this is one such area.
Do
and
you
so
work with the cell tower company, or you?
I'm an independent contractor that they hire to find cell tower locations.
There's lots of dead areas in the city that the only place you could put a cell tower on is next to a house, and we don't do
Well,
that, so.
Let me show you. We have to put them in an area where the service is needed.
No, what is the acreage, Flane, of the parcel?
This particular parcel is just under 1 acre.
Okay, so 1 acre.
That's about,
Commercial buildings on the other side.
I think they're right here, aren't they?
If you can
Is
see
there
that,
on the other side of
you
Banana?
can see this map, the green area.
You'll need your microphone again, please.
front of that. He's all over.
There you go.
Okay, excuse me. The green areas on the map are actually, this map is in reverse. The green areas are areas where they need the coverage. The darker areas are areas where the coverage is good. So you can see that in this area, there are these areas that's the reason why they need to do it now, because of the existing network. It's still an excellent network, but it does need a little help in this area.
Okay.
You know something, I'm very sorry, you were showing us the dead spots, right?
Not necessarily dead spots, the areas where it could be improved.
Where it could be improved, yeah.
Okay, so it's your
Okay.
motion stands?
Yeah, I'm going to move for approval of this variance, subject to all conditions as, Flynn, is there any additions that you would like to add?
No, we have the if-approved conditions in place, so it's
Okay.
good to go as is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's a motion. Whoops, wait. Comment, Councilman Beers.
I would invite you, sir, to come to my office in Ward 2. I'd be very interested in seeing that map for the far west and south pieces of the city of Las Vegas.
Okay.
Thank you.
See, you pick up business here, perhaps. All right, there's a motion, please vote, and please post.
Oh, boy. Could I just say one last thing? I'm going to vote on my faith in the councilman, because ordinarily I would say this is ridiculous. I have houses in
Can-
many
count-
places that have,
Councilwoman, if I may, just vote your conscience and do what is right, what you would do. That's what I would recommend, please.
Well, then I'd like you to pull that back, and I'd like to change my vote.
Okay.
Thank you. I mean,
That's fine.
really and
No, I'm-
truly, it was in deference to you knowing and knowing the
Vote.
residents there, but I
Please
do-
vote your
so then I will
conscience.
vote for my
Okay,
conscience.
thank you.
Yes, please. Okay, so here we go. It's clean.
You know, I
Revote.
wouldn't do it.
It's okay.
And then please post. And Councilman Ross had to be excused if he's gone. Yes. And then please post. The motion carries. Thank you very much. And do call Councilman Beers because
will.
they're.
I'll be in touch with
Okay,
you.
that's agenda item 72. Now on agenda item 73, which I had read, we'll take that separately, and Councilman Barlow too.
Okay. I would move for approval, subject to all conditions. Inflated, are there any additional conditions you would like to add to make sure that we have the protections in place?
No,
that,
there aren't.
The
They're in
Councilwoman were
place.
concerned about? We're good? Okay, then my motion will be for approval. Thank you.
And I would just like to add, my concern is I see the houses where the mayor lives, and I see the houses around where I live, and they have lots larger than that, and that's my concern.
Right, and believe me, if this were, for example, on the interior of Bonanza Village, I would not have moved forward with it, but this is in what we consider the industrial side of the area, so.
Well, and to appreciating you have knowledge that we don't. Normally, it would be 100% support because you know the area, and I absolutely believe that you've met with everybody and you have some good information for going for the future. But mine really is, again, to protect the residents, because I think that it opens the cans of worms there. So please post. Thank you. Thank you, and the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's right.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 74, EOT 52243, public hearing. That was obeyed, you're absolutely right, and 75 was obeyed, good. So 76, thank heavens, you're still awake, and I'm sleeping here at the switch. RQR 51948, public hearing, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner Bell Real Estate LLC. Possible action on a required review of an approval special use permit U0223-90 for a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 1719 Industrial CM Commercial Industrial Zone. This is from Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. The staff recommends approval, and this is a public hearing. I declare open. I see the applicant's representative here. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? And how about introducing yourself again and
go ahead.
then explaining?
Scott Nafsker with Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. We accept staff's conditions and ask for your approval.
Is that a cute billboard? Okay, Councilman Coffin.
I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Okay. Delayed.
Whoops.
Yes.
When they take a picture of the billboard, can they take a picture of the bottom of it too, so I can see that there's no graffiti in that?
Okay, that's good. Do you have one that goes as far down as you go? Doesn't show.
No, these are the ones
We'll
the
make sure
city
that
took.
we try in the future. Thank you. Okay, so there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Can I see the little chick again?
Can we bring our little chick back? That's sweet.
Okay. The wording didn't quite lift me up, but the picture did.
And please post. We don't have enough, Councilwoman and Councilman. There we go. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 77, also public hearing. Applicant Frank's Mercedes Service, owner Restaurant Row LLC, for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 51968, for a 12,173 square foot auto repair garage minor at 1931 North Rainbow Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Liz Sorokak here on behalf of the applicant. Address is 8965 Southeastern Avenue. We're here on a review, one-year review of a special use permit. There haven't been any issues with Mr. Skandera's business since it began operating at the location, and staff is recommending approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I want to know if that is Mayor Pro Tem's Corvette there, even though it's a Mercedes dealership?
No, but my wife fixed her car there.
Okay. Oh, good recommendation. Her car. All right, it's public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? How do you like the landscaping, Mr. Farlow?
Very
Good.
I only got one question. It says minor. You mean minor repairs?
Correct.
Little stuff, huh? You touch up, tune up.
Yes,
and
mostly
so on.
body work.
You know, no general breakdown of the engine and all over the place. Just minor repairs, right?
Correct, and everything is done inside. It's not a location that has rolling doors. There's one side door that all the cars go into and one side door that everything goes out of.
Well, that sounds good to me. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing then, and Councilman Barlow.
Move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we move on to agenda item 78, MSP 50453, public hearing, applicant owner WMCV Phase 1 LLC et al. For possible action, a major amendment to approve a master sign plan, MSP 6344, to add 14.68 acres to the site area, to add one 30-foot tall freestanding sign with 4 electronic reader boards, to add 6 2,968 square foot LED display wall signs on the existing parking garage and to allow LED on the 11 existing wall signs approved by MSP 40138, where they were approved only for vinyl and laminate materials on 35.72 acres at 445, 455, 475, and 495 South Grand Central Parkway. PD Plan Development Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Can you continue on with this? Oh, excuse me.
Okay, it's a ad, I'm not sure where they were approved only for vinyl.
Recommendation,
The recommend,
right here. I'll
okay.
take it from there.
Planning Commission voted 5-2 for denial. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I'll declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon. I'm very sorry, Madam Mayor, that you read all of that. I would actually like to ask if we could trail the item. Mr. Leilu, who's representing WMCV, is not here currently.
Trail list to the end? You think he'll be here?
Yes, he's on his way. He just didn't make it in time, and I didn't make it up before you started to speak. I'm sorry.
Truly was choking, so it's just as well.
Sorry.
With your permission, yes. We will trail the item, please. 78.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then 79. SUP 51184, public hearing, applicant 99-cent only store, owner 99-cent at Decatur LLC. A request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler off-sale establishment within an existing 30,176 square foot general retail store other than listed at 1200 South Decatur Boulevard. C1 Limited Commercial Zone in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Planning Commission voted 5-2 denial. Staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. Public hearing, I declare it open. And you are the applicant or representative?
Representative Matthew Dushoff with Colasar and Latham, 400 South Rampart, number 400. Here on behalf of 99-cent store, we ask you to go with staff's recommendation on this matter. I was at the Planning Commission hearing. The issue that got brought up is, why I was denied, of when do we stop? Put them in 99-cent stores, are we going to put them in Lowe's and Home Depots and Toys R Us? And I didn't want to argue or bring up the fact that none of those places have the capabilities to have beer or wine. We do. We are a general retail store. We are a grocery store for many people. That's what the 99-cent store is. We have the ability to be able to sell groceries at a much lesser price than larger stores or Albertsons or Vons because of the way they purchase items and so forth. They have the produce section. We have a meat section. We are a grocery store. Doesn't matter what the name is or what the price is. We will not be selling beer in bottles. They'll be selling them in containers, in 12 packs and the like. And we will be selling, bottles of wine, and I'll be selling it to children. It's a very small portion of the store, but we would like the opportunity to be able to compete with the Dollar Generals and with the other stores that have beer and wine. We're not asking for full liquor here, just beer and wine. And we ask you to follow staff recommendation, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
This is a public hearing. We'll take the first.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilwoman Tarkanian, can I ask that we have a review on this? My concern is this. My concern is the traffic patterns inside the store themselves. Because you're going to have, if you go in one of these 99-cent stores, it's a madhouse of kids running every place. I mean, and it's nice, it's a family thing, but still, I think that you need to consider the traffic pattern and see how that's going to work out. So if you just have a review on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name, and then we will move on.
My name is Anthony Harden. I'm kind of have to go along with Todd on that. It's a 99-cent store, and I guess, like you said, they're moving into other areas to create the wine and beer and stuff like to try to, get to boost the business. But these places do attract a lot of children and stuff, and so if you get that alcohol stuff in there, you kind of create another kind of element of kind of people that will come in to buy. You understand what I'm saying? So there is an element of concern. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Close the public hearing, Councilwoman.
Would you be selling the liquor in the same area that you have your other beverages? Where were you thinking of selling it in the store? First of all, I'd like to tell Todd that I visited this store, and I went up every single aisle, front, back, everywhere, to look at the traffic patterns. And I think that it would be okay in this store. I'd also like to say for people who had concerns about selling liquor at a 99-cent store, that this is definitely a grocery store. There is far less other type merchandise there than at Smith's or Vaughn's or any place. They only have one little corner. I was shocked, to tell you the truth, from the last time I was there to this time, how it is a grocery store. But I would like to know where you intend to sell it in your store.
Sure. The intent in this store, from my understanding, is going to be it's literally going to be like one refrigerator, those double-sided refrigerators, and it'll be in the back of the store, away from the front of the store, where there could be easy access, somebody taking it and going.
So you're talking about where you sell your milk and butter and yogurt
Yes.
and stuff like that?
Yeah,
You'd
towards
have
the
one
end where the other
cabinet?
refrigerated items are.
I see.
We will not be selling it near any kids' toys. We will not be selling it to any children or to any effect like that.
Maybe it's better up in the front where there is adult surveillance and they can see exactly who's going in rather than ripping off one of the beers and putting it in their pocket way in the back.
See, this is our concern.
I understand that. I mean, that could happen in a Vaughn's and an Albertsons, where I know my Albertsons, the liquor's not towards the front, it's in the back, it's in the side, on the way far side. Stop somebody from doing that. If you want to tell us to put it in the front, Mayor Goodman, Councilman Tarkanian, I wouldn't have a problem with that. If it is viable to be able to put the refrigerated system in an area in the front where the front people can see it, we will do that. If that's a condition, that's not a problem.
I'm visualizing the store now, and I'm visualizing how you might be able to see it. Can I ask Flynn, what you and I have discussed this to some extent, where do you feel would be the better place as a planning director?
In terms of the placement of the alcohol within the store, I don't think that we have any particular recommendation. What our concern is, obviously, is monitoring the inventory that they have there, and largely that's through their staff, training their staff members in terms of control of the product and visibility of the aisle where the product is located. So it's really in the operation of that. What we might do is, once they apply for the business license, we might take a look at that additionally and see if there's any operational restrictions we might put on the license to make sure that the inventory is controlled.
Well, I can tell you that you would have more visual control from the cashier if it's in the front.
Could I add one other thing? I had a thought, and I'm sorry. You were sunken, too. I don't know who sat here that was so huge.
I'm sorry.
I had Mayor Pro Tem raise me up. She had to stand to be able to see you. My other thought was perhaps there could be a condition there. Well, not with you in it, though.
No, but he's going to raise it.
There you go.
No,
Great.
that's fine. Thank you. I can see much better now.
Isn't that great?
Good to see you.
My thought was, if it is cost prohibitive to move it up front, they could put a camera where the camera has visibility right up front by the cashier, so they can see who's taking, and you would want that economically anyway.
We absolutely would. I mean, face it, we don't want that stuff stolen, taken from there. We don't want to have kids or teenagers coming in doing that as well. And if you put that type of condition on it, we will live by that. That is not a problem, and I think it's actually a very good suggestion.
And Madam Mayor, if I might, that would be a wonderful condition to place upon their business license, because again, it goes back to the operations of the alcohol sales. So we'll go ahead and make a note of that, and when that item comes back before you, we'll have that as one of the conditions on the license.
Good.
Yeah, that works it out much better. And then there were a few other things as I walked your aisles and closely around the outside, and we wanted to bake some of those conditions on this.
Okay, sure.
If we could. Now, I don't know if you've done any maintenance work since I was there, because I was there when this first came to my attention, and that was several weeks ago, but I gave those to Mr. Flynn, and he can read them to you, because I would be in favor of the motion with these conditions, and I want to make sure they're all right with you.
That is fine, thank you.
And certainly, these were some of the things that were also mentioned at the Planning Commission, concerns that the planning commissioners had relative to the maintenance of the property. What we would propose is an added condition that states as follows. The following maintenance issues shall be corrected prior to the issuance of a business license for alcohol sales at the business. Number 1, repair all signage. Number 2, repair and repaint the stucco pillars and exterior walls at the front of the building. Number 3, restripe the parking area. Number 4, trim all foliage in the landscape buffer areas and replace any dead foliage. And number 5, remove all litter and debris on the property and continue to maintain the property in conformance with the requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title IX, which essentially speaks to our property maintenance requirements.
Don't have a problem with that, Councilwoman.
All right, then I would move to approve with all conditions, and with the following, the recommend...
Condition.
Excuse me?
With the added
And with the
condition.
added condition that was recommended as
Right.
far as the camera was concerned.
Absolutely. Now, would that be, I assume from discussions here, that would be to the business license when we come back, not to
Right, the
this
camera would
particular
be.
license?
But I just
Understood.
wanted to make approval.
Understood. We agree.
Okay.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
I would like to tell you I had a good time there, too.
Well, thank you very
And
much.
someone who was with me bought a lot of stuff from your store.
Very appreciative. Thank you so
I
much.
just want to know, is a six-pack also 99 cents?
No, 6 packs will not be 99 cents.
So you need to
Sorry.
add something under your sign,
Yeah, we're going to do 99 cents,
but,
except for.
right, certain
Thank you so
items.
much.
Thank you. Motion carries. Was that posted that I missed in that great conversation? Okay. So now we're on to thank you. I got so excited about your chair. Now you're up on the right level. Agenda item number 80, SUP 50824, public hearing, applicant owner 217 LVB LLC, a request for special use permit for a proposed 41,566 square foot liquor establishment tavern use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation where 1,500-foot distance separation is required from a similar use at 217 North Las Vegas Boulevard. C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Both planning and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. You look very different than earlier this day. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. John Curran, 261 Las Vegas Boulevard North, here on behalf of the applicant to answer any questions you might have, and if not, respectfully request you follow staff and planning commission's recommendation for approval.
Can you describe what you're doing? And then I'm going to ask, what's behind the sign that says up there,
I
hidden
believe
behind
that
the
says
bush?
live music that's
Okay.
up there right now, but that signage changes occasionally. This SUP before you today was actually part of an entitlement package that was passed here on November 20th. There was some sort of mix-up with the notification. That's how it got pushed back to today. This is business licensing and planning sort of remedy for concern about a tavern expansion. Basically, it's a tavern expansion to a private outdoor plaza, which again, we voted for approval on the 20th of November. So this just grants the tavern into that private outdoor plaza.
Thank you very much. Public hearing, anyone wishing to speak to this item, please come forward, state your name.
The name's Hodges. Well, planning and staff recommends approval of it, and you got a new business going, you're creating, and so as far as I'm concerned, he's on his way, and it looks good. So, you know, hey, don't kick a horse while he's on the move. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Could we hold that picture just right there for a moment? Whoops, flash, right there. Look at how much nicer that looks like with the trees on there. If you would imagine that without the trees and how barren that would look, And I just wanted to point that out. I mean, the treescape in the town is really coming along nice. Thank you.
Wonderful. Did you hear Councilman Barlow ask were those cell tower trees? Short ones, very short ones. No, well, you are. Okay, anyone else, public hearing? Yes,
Good
sir.
afternoon again. Dimitrios Karapanagiotis on behalf of Boyd Gaming. We are not opposing the use. We are really glad, for this tavern to go over there. We just want to have it on the record that, and as Director Flynn said before, each special use permit stands on its own. And this is not going to set a precedent because we're talking a separation of 0 feet over here from a non-conforming tavern. We want the City Council to recognize this unique situation over here and acknowledge that this is not going to set a precedent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Fagg, would you care to respond, please?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. In response to the question about setting a precedent, there's a couple of unique factors about this property that need to be taken into consideration. Number one is that they have had the tavern use there on the property for quite some time as part of the former casino operations. What they are requesting to do is to expand this to the outdoor plaza area that City Council recently approved last month. And so that's why the SUP is required in this specific instance. And then secondly, relative to the waiver request, again, goes back to the fact that there are other taverns in the vicinity, but keep in mind, however, that this one was existing prior. However, per the code requirements, we did notify accordingly.
Thank you. And could you answer, from the exterior courtyard, are there exits onto the regular commercial area, or do you just have to go back in through the hotel to exit?
No, it's my understanding that there will be other openings available to the courtyard area that the applicant will have the ability to either close or have them remain open. So the applicant has the ability to either close or open.
Then the applicant also has the ability to serve directly out onto their patio?
Yes, from the
this?
building itself.
Okay, thank you. Points of clarification. So anyone else wanting to be heard on this? I'll close the public hearing, and Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is going to be pretty neat. And with that, I'm going to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilwoman.
If I just may say something, going back to the last item I had, if I could ask that those protests that came in after we got our blue books, could I get a copy of those? I did not get a copy of those. It was item number 79, and a lot of them came in afterwards, and I want to let those people know this is a grocery store. I don't need them right away, but if you could get them to me maybe before the end of the week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, boy, there's a package of them.
Maybe, I hope I'm just a few.
Okay, this is agenda item 81, VAR 51785, public hearing, applicant Nevada Career Institute, owner Southwest College of dental assistants and practical nurses, an appeal of the approval by Planning Commission to allow 309 spaces where a minimum of 395 are required on 6.42 acres at 4624-4660 North Rancho Drive, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 4, Councilman Anthony. Note to allow 300 parking spaces where a minimum of 380 are required. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please come forward and state your name.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Mitchell First, and I'm the applicant representing Nevada Career Institute.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. I'll declare it open for anyone who wishes to speak to it, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Flynn for comments, please.
I'm concerned about it said denial by staff and then approval by planning. So, when it's split like that, then there's some question that has to be answered in the hands of the council.
Thank you very much, sir. How are
Yes.
you?
Well, I'm Bob Muse. I own the shopping center immediately adjacent, and we actually did an appeal because we were concerned about parking. I have to say that we've had some interesting conversations with Director Flynn and Councilman Anthony's party, and I think we worked everything out. Hopefully, we can get this done. I had a whole presentation, but I think we've addressed it with some conditions, so
Okay.
let's listen to Mr. Flynn, and I
Okay.
think we can address
And
it.
if I may, we'll have, Mr. Muse, thank you very much for coming forward, and I have your letter and backup. If there's anyone else who wishes to be heard on this, let's please come forward and speak at this time. Hearing none, we'll have no more public comment. Mr. Flynn, please, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In discussions with the applicant and the appellant and Mayor Pro Tem Anthony relative to this property, I believe that we have come to a meeting of the mind so that we can add a condition to address the concerns relative to the parking on this site. The added condition that I would propose is as follows. The development allowed per the approved Site Development Plan Review, SDR 16503, for the site shall be limited to a total of 53,706 square feet, which consists of 25,506 square feet existing and 28,200 square feet of additional development allowed. Any additional construction proposed beyond the 53,706 square feet shall require the submittal of a new variance application or a special use permit for an alternative parking demand analysis to address the parking needs for the site. And so that is the condition that we would propose to add, which hopefully will resolve the concerns of all parties.
Great, thank you. And are you in agreement with that? Yes. I mean, could you come to the microphone and repeat that you are in agreement with this condition or these conditions?
We're in agreement with that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, and Mr. Muse as well. You are
Yes, ma'am.
satisfied
I
with the
think that
compromise?
solves our, and we're very happy to see those folks coming in.
See
We
how
just-
beautiful we are, and we listen to everybody.
This
It's
is
wonderful.
a great city to deal with. I appreciate
Right.
it.
It's
Thank you.
wonderful. Well, it's because you happen to be in wonderful Mayor Pro Tem's ward. Go for it, sir.
Okay, first of all, this is a good day because we're taking an empty building, abandoned, we're putting in a school. We're going to train nurses and medical assistants. And did this gentleman come from Washington, state of Washington, or California?
Washington. He's California, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's with our architectural firm.
Oh, okay. Okay, anyway, we're going to be, you're going to be opening up a school that's going to be training medical people, and if I was in your shoes, Mr. Muse, I'd be doing the same thing. I would be very concerned because of the parking variance and people parking onto your property and causing disruption over there. So I'm glad you did this, but it sounds like we worked it out between Flynn and you and my office. And
Your office was very helpful, very helpful.
What I want you to also understand is, moving forward, if you do start to see a parking problem on your property, just call my office, and we'll follow up on it, and we'll monitor it, and we'll keep in touch with the applicant, and we want to make sure, and I know Mr. First wants to make sure that he's not causing a problem on your property, so.
Right.
But I'm glad you got involved so we could work this out to your satisfaction and to your satisfaction. And when do you think you'll be opening up the school?
Councilmember Anthony, we're hoping to start construction in the next few months, and so we're in the final phases. We've already submitted one of the buildings for a plan check, and it's permit ready, and we're about ready to submit the second and third buildings.
And when do you think you'll be open?
It's a great question. We're hoping certainly, we'd like to be open by the fall.
Okay.
And we'd love you to come to our grand opening as well.
I will be there, and just explain what type of occupations you'll be training out of that facility.
Thank you. And we are training practical nurses and surgical technologists, medical assistants, medical office specialists, and other careers in the allied health fields. Nevada Career Institute, council member, has been in Las Vegas for more than 20 years, and currently we're on Decatur, and this is a site that we're really excited about to create a campus type of environment for our students. And so we're also going to be soon, hope to be training registered nurses, and we're working with the Nevada State Board of Nursing now to gain their approval to do so. We have a couple more kind of hurdles to jump over, but we're hoping to gain their approval for our RN program as well. And you may be interested to know our practical nursing program. We have an 87% pass rate on the state exam, so we're creating a lot of caring and competent and safe nurses for the city of Las Vegas and surrounding communities.
Okay, great. I'm glad we worked this out, so I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval with all the conditions.
Do you mind if I just ask one word? My name is Rick Sellers, Carpenter Sellers, Delgado Architects. I just want to make sure that we have these square footages understood, because when we came to the meeting last time, we have a grand total of about 70, how many square feet? 75,000 on the site approved to date. Our understanding is that same square footage would stay, and we'd still be able to develop those same buildings as long as they were office buildings. The way this square footage changed, now it's 28,000 square feet. And I want to clarify where those two totals or where that 28 came from.
Mr. Fagg, please respond.
I'll go ahead
on
and
this.
address that. As has been stated, he is correct that under SDR 16503, there was a total of 74,902 square feet allowed under that site plan, scattered across 10 buildings on the site. That site plan is still in place. However, because of the variance, the total amount of developable square footage without any further approvals required would be a total of 53,706 square feet. And then, if you wish to desire any further square footage up to the total of 74,902 that's allowed on the site, you would need to submit either a new variance application for that additional square footage or a special use permit with a parking demand analysis for that
So
additional
the site
square
plan
footage.
is still approved as is with this
Correct.
condition on top of it?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure and clarify that
So
we
you
weren't
have to
losing.
come back as you expand to meet these conditions that have just been set forth. So it's not like you just move on with the same number of parking spaces. It's the agreement that you have reached with the...
Correct. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose that extra square footage that was already approved at one time, and that we
Correct.
didn't.
It's just that you would have to have a public hearing with a variance or a special use permit to do the additional square footage.
Okay. All right.
And finally, I'd just like to say, if I could, Councilmember Anthony, thank you for your reception to our meeting and for hearing about our career college, and also to your staff. You guys have been very helpful, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Again,
you.
that's my motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. And the motion carries. Good luck to you. We look forward to all the wonderful people you're going to be training. All right, we'll move on to agenda items
Madam
80.
Clerk, you can add me as a positive.
Excuse
Thank
me,
you.
I'm sorry, Councilman? Oh, you got that? Okay. Agenda items 82 and 83, VAR 51622, variance to allow a 5-foot side yard setback back where 10 feet is required, and number 83, SDR 51621, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 5,359 square foot retail building with a waiver to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer where 5 feet is required along a portion of the west property line. The applicant owner is Southwestern Holdings LLC on a 3.41 acre portion of an 899 acre commercial subdivision at 4833 West Charleston Boulevard. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval on both items. Both items are C1 limited commercial zone. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Our public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? If you would state your name, please, or who you represent.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name's Todd Vitalago with Vitalago Petch Architects, representing the applicant. I'm here to answer questions today and to state that the landlord is in concurrence with the staff and Planning Commission approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing item. Anybody wish to make comment? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Fagg, any comments here on?
Certainly, just to clarify the recommendation of staff and the Planning Commission, this new building will be built on the foundation of the former original pancake house that was there on the site previously. And so because that foundation encroaches into the setback area, we find that to be the basis for the recommendation of approval of the variance. And also, they will be meeting as closely as possible the landscape requirements for the site. And so with that, we have recommended approval.
Okay. Now I'm reading what business. I drive by that all the time. See the cyclone fence still there and the pancake house signage still there. I think everybody else does it and wants to know what's coming. So I gather you'll be taking that signage down soon to announce yourselves?
Yes.
Okay. Council, and the public hearing I've closed, so Councilman, please.
What happened to the pancake house besides the fire? They couldn't rebuild? Are you the manager or the owner? I missed that.
No, I'm the architect.
You're the architect.
The landlord and the tenant have come to an agreement where the landlord is going to put up a new retail building on exactly the same footprint, but they may not be the same tenant.
Okay, I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry. The landlord and the tenant have come to an agreement.
Where the landlord is putting up a new building in the exact same footprint of the old building, but the old tenant may not be there.
He won't
May
be
not be
there.
there.
He may not be there. Is this landlord out of state?
Yes.
See, he just doesn't understand how important this was to all of us that live in that area. Just breaking our hearts.
But it's May not.
May not.
Yeah,
but May.
it seems to me, you know, that place was crowded all the time.
Yes.
They did tremendous business.
So being the architect, he could take the word back. It was a beloved
Well, that's what
site.
I'm asking you to do, to take the word back, because we're going to miss that a lot. I can't tell you when I tell people how disappointed they are. It was a regular place they went. I spoke with you earlier, Flynn, about the landscaping. If we have it reduced, we're going to make sure it's very intense and lush. Okay?
That is correct.
Do you need to put that in a condition, or I just leave that up to you?
No, we have the landscape plan and
Okay.
a condition that they do have to have that reviewed and approved by staff prior to installation.
Okay, then with a
Let's take them one at a time. if you would.
reluctantly, because I'm going to miss my entire family there, I would move for approval on item number 82.
There's a motion, please vote, and then please post. But it was good news to hear the May. Maybe they will be back.
I don't trust Mays there,
Okay.
sort of. And I move for approval, no,
That carries, so move on 83, if you
yes.
would, please.
And I move for approval on 83. I spoke with Mr. Fagg, and he said to me that it wouldn't hurt us much on that zero. Okay. And so I move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda
Thank you.
item 83. Please vote, and then please post.
Thank you.
And that motion carries as well. Good luck, but hopefully you'll push forth the word. A
If
lot
you
of
would-
business, a
yeah.
lot of business.
You know, my concern is that if it's just, sir, before you leave, my concern, and if you would take this back to the owner of the land, please, and the manager, my concern is we have many, many office buildings around there with many, many, many vacancies, whereas we had a vibrant restaurant there before. So I hope that something is put there that will bring back vibrancy and not end up another not very much used office.
I don't think the intent's for office. I do know for a fact that the landlord is in discussions with food and beverage end users, so it'll probably be food and beverage nonetheless.
Well, that might be so good then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. That breakfast place was full all the time. Thank you. Agenda items 84 and 85, VAR 51936, a variance to allow 15 parking spaces where a minimum of 28 are required. And in agenda item 85, SDR 51784, a site development plan review for a proposed 1,750 square foot restaurant with waivers to allow 10 feet landscape buffers along a portion of the north and west perimeters where 15 feet is required, a 4-foot landscape buffer along the south side perimeter where 8 feet is required, and to allow a building orientation to be away from the street corner where such is required. The applicant is Starbucks Coffee Company, and the owner is TEG Charleston Decatur LLC on .047 acres at 4717 West Charleston Boulevard. Staff and Planning Commission both recommend approval on both items. They are C1 limited commercial zone. These items are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Our public hearing items, which I declare open, is the applicant or a representative present. Please, your name.
My name is Elizabeth Hughes with SCM Solutions. My address is 1281 East Magnolia, number 186, Fort Collins, Colorado, 80524. And I can't offer you pancakes, but I can get you coffee.
I'm very glad to hear that because the residents in Ward 1 also love Starbucks coffee.
That's a good thing. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and we would also like to thank planning and staff for an excellent job. It was a great experience. We are coming to you with staff and Planning Commission recommendation and hope you will follow.
Is there a drive-through on this one, unlike the one right to the south?
Yes, there will be a drive-through on this one.
Wonderful. Looking forward to that with any luck. Public hearing open. Anybody wishing to come up on this Starbucks initiative, which used to be Del Taco or Taco Bell?
One of the two.
Pancakes?
Not at Starbucks yet.
Or this is going to be a
I'll give you
Starbucks?
coffee.
Or this the coffee folks? Oh, whatever. Good luck.
They're on the backside, the little one. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Starbucks? Seriously? What's
No,
up with
no,
the
no,
donut?
name
I'm sorry.
first.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Raymond Fletcher, Ward 1. We need more Dunkin' Donuts, Your Honor. We have plenty of Starbucks. You can get some donuts. Thank you.
You cute. Anyone else in the public hearing? Hearing no one else and seeing no one else, close the public hearing. Okay, Councilwoman.
I'd like to state for anybody who may be watching from Ward 1 that I did get some calls relating to concern about parking, but because this is a drive-through, it's in consulting with our specialists, it doesn't seem that it will be a problem for us, so I move for approval.
Okay, let's take it one at a time. 84 first, is that all right with you?
Right.
On agenda item 84, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on agenda item 85,
I move for approval with Mr. Flynn being sure that, again, this is intense flush landscaping since we reduced the size.
I will confirm that, yes, the
thank you. And
landscaping
there's
will be
enough
intense.
parking because of its prior use, as I recall.
Yeah.
There's enough parking allowing this change in the number of parking spaces, you're hopeful.
Drive-through operations, the large majority of their customers will be driving through rather than parking their cars.
Did that show on that prior drawing?
It showed,
The drive-through?
Yes.
Yes.
could you put that back up just so the mayor could see the site where that shows the landscaping?
And the driving through, how does one enter? So where's the drive?
They're moving the angle of the building, so that's helping with the drive.
Okay, where do you enter, off of Decatur or Charleston? Can you point to how you drive in there?
There's an entrance off Decatur and Charleston. There's an entrance off Decatur and Charleston.
Okay, and then you drive around, and then you exit only off of Decatur?
There's actually an exit off Charleston and Decatur.
Okay,
The easiest for the drive-through would be off Charleston.
and you'll be open for business when?
I don't know,
No timeline here, okay,
or I don't know it.
okay. But it'd be nice if you could get back to Councilwoman so we know when the move will be. I'm sure they're going to keep the one on the south side
Yes.
open until this is
Until-
open.
Correct.
Great. Well, how wonderful.
ASAP.
Thank you.
I already moved it.
Okay, there is a second motion, and did it post? Yay. Wonderful. Congratulations, that's great. Okay, agenda item 86, SUP 51693, public hearing, applicant owner Easton 95 LLC. A request for a special use permit for a proposed 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 400 Northeastern, C1 Limited Commercial. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Planning and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Applicant or representative present.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Drea. I work with Jay Brown at, 520 South 4th Street. We were happy to find what I'm sure is the only sliver of a parcel that will not require a waiver or a variance for a billboard. So as a result, we come to you with approval from staff and Planning Commission. And if you care to discuss it, I'm happy to.
Okay. It's a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard comes Mr. Farlow.
Todd Farlow, I hope they use some of the revenue from this sign to get their card payment things on those pumps to work.
It is a new owner. My applicant just took control of this site early September.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully you'll convey the message. Mr. Fagg, anything on this conditions, please?
No, we just have our standard conditions of approval here. We do have a required review in 5 years after the sign is up and completed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilman Coffin.
I move for approval, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And on agenda item 87, SUP 51776, public hearing, applicant Dollar Loan Center, owner PK1 Cheyenne Commons LLC, a request for a special use permit for a proposed auto title loan within an existing financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residential property where 200 feet is required, and to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 1,000 feet is required at 3051 North Rainbow Boulevard. C1, this is in limited commercial zone. Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Dave Gallion, Dollar Loan Center, 8860 West Sunset Road.
Thank you. And can you describe anything here that we're sort of...
Well, we currently come in front of you with planning and for approval and staff's recommendation for approval. Just as a quick reference to it, this was the second store we have ever opened up. We've been in this location 14 years, or I should say in this shopping center 14 years, in our current building for 5 years. With the separation that they're looking at for like businesses are check cashing services that now Walmart offer, Bank of America, and a current pawn shop that's across the street, all different than anything that we are looking to do. We've offered short-term loans, again, for roughly 16 years now, and have recently gone into the title loan side. In the last few months as doing that, we've actually have been able to help an additional 555 customers.
Wow.
And in this current location, it is our largest that we have out of the 80 locations that we operate.
And Mr. Fagg, any conditions on this?
We do have our standard conditions of approval relative to an auto title loan business, which restricts any vehicles that may be taken as part of that process. Please note that this is being incorporated into an existing business, as the applicant has stated. Staff doesn't feel that that will be any more intense than the business that is there, and so consequently we have recommended approval of the request.
Thank you very much. Okay, it is a public hearing. Would anybody like to speak to this? Please state your name.
My name is Anthony Hardy. This is no offense to the person that's standing here, but the loan system in the state of Nevada, you have to blame the state. They say that, I heard some pretty bad news here lately, that in this state, the interest the different loan companies can charge is at their discretion. If they, you know, they can charge 20%, 30%, whatever, you know. And so since it's loose on both ends on how much interest they can charge, some people are getting murdered with interest, not this particular company per se, sir. But I'm just saying, these loan companies is hanging people out to dry. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Thank you. I'll close the public hearing, and Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you
Thank you,
very
Madam
much.
Mayor and
Good luck.
council members.
Agenda 88, SUP 51794, public hearing, applicant Felipe Taco, number 2, owner Martinez 208, revocable trust. A request for a special use permit for proposed 1,800 square foot beer wine cooler on sale establishment within an existing restaurant with a waiver to allow 160-foot distance separation from a house of worship, where 400 feet is required at 6450 Westlake Mead Boulevard, Suite 110, C1 Limited Zone, and Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. The staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please state your name.
Yes, Mayor and City Councilman. My name is Victor Martinez. I'm the owner of the shopping center, and I represent Felipe's Tacos. Felipe is here along with Uzmila, Cuban lady, and father and son own the restaurant along with Uzmila. Their hardship stems from, they've been there about 9 months, and they had very good business. They still have not as good now, but their customers are still saying that they would like to have and enjoy with dinner a glass of wine or a glass of beer. And that is our situation at this point. I also, depending on the results here, as the owner of the shopping center, we have a fairly large space, which was a very successful small supermarket. And I personally am going to open that within the next 2-3 months, make applications and go through the process. I also, at this time, at 1 o'clock, I am also a buyer of the not property, but the grocery store that was at Rancho and Washington. And we've been working with the health department and city staff on that, and approval was supposed to be in sometime at 1 o'clock. And it's the Pueblo, the new name is going to be Pueblo Nuevo, but it's at 1000 Rancho and Washington. I also would like to thank Councilman Barlow for his work, and say hello to Councilwoman Tarkanian, born and raised in Fresno, and be sure to thank Jerry for what he did for Fresno State and the Bulldogs.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I will do that.
Thank you.
You just got her vote.
You got it.
Tell me, on both those diagrams, where is the house of worship in relation to, can we go backwards on both the total property and, I think there was a diagram of the layout. Yes. Where on that, is that immediately to the left?
To the south of the property, the area indicated in the yellow hatching is the house of worship there across Lake Mead.
And West Lake Mead's 4 lanes, 6 lanes?
6 lanes.
And could you explain to us your denial?
Solely for the reason of the waiver that's required from the protected use.
And your parking is adequate for what you have?
Yes.
And what are the restrictions on having this beer wine cooler? Same as when we were talking to the 99 cent? Are they located to a certain spot? Is there a camera on it or anything?
No, actually, this is for a restaurant, and so it's a beer wine cooler on sale. So the patrons are restricted to keeping it there within the restaurant itself.
And the owners know this? They're not to leave the restaurant and go walking in the neighborhood?
That is correct, and again, that will also be placed on their business license.
Okay. Okay, and it is public hearing. Please come forward, state your name, and make your comments. Thank you.
My name is Hodges, and, well, it's a church in the area?
Across the street, that's what I just asked. You saw it on the
Oh,
diagram,
okay, well,
6 lanes.
Well, when there's a church involved, is the church complaining at this time? What's going on?
Councilman, do we have, Mr. Farlow's asking, do we have complaints from the?
Mr. Hodges? No, no.
Hodges.
To answer your question specifically, I've spoken to the surrounding residents in the area to include the church, and as of current, there's no one, with the exception of a couple of residents that sent in the notification card that they're opposed to it.
Well, the main thing is, as long as the church is good, because the church has quite a few, commission, members and whatever, so if they're all right with it, hey, sounds good to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come? Oh, you're getting down to business. The
Thank you.
jacket's
Todd
off.
Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Barlow, at the Planning Commission meeting, there was some items that came up on code, that there were some code violations. Has that been taken care of? Thank you.
Mr. Farlow, immediately, I don't recall what those code items were. They weren't brought to my attention, but we can most definitely take a look at that. I pass the building, or I should say the property, 3-4 times a week, and I haven't seen anything that stands out. So if there's something specifically that you want me to take a look at, I'll be happy to do so, and I'll drive by there today. But other than that, the property has always been in an upstanding condition for the most part. And if there were any code violations, it was possibly maybe graffiti. I don't know, I'm speculating, but I haven't identified anything outside of graffiti in that respect.
Councilman, if I might, could you inquire of Mr. Fagg? I think he might have some comment for you.
Yes, sir.
At the Planning Commission meeting, one of the photos that we had showed a food vending cart located outside in front of the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant did not have that properly permitted. We met with the owner, I believe, the day after the Planning Commission meeting, but we're still in the process of getting that finalized for the food cart. And so we are going to be addressing that issue.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Flint, what are the conditions? Because I noticed that a number of restaurants now have began to pull carts out into the parking lot and have and cook from one of the parking stalls. What are the appropriate conditions, or should they be doing that, or is that a permitted use? How does that work?
There are standards to allow that they have to comply with, relative to submitting a site plan to our department to review where the location of the food cart is. They can't occupy any required parking spaces. They can't have things such as chairs and tables or a sunshade or things like that set up. So there are some very specific standards that they have to meet, and that does have to be approved through the Department of Planning, both our planning section and our business licensing section.
Okay. Is there someone that can address the food cart?
He's I remove.
Are you the owner, sir?
And can you state your names again for the
My name
record,
is
please?
Felipe Limon. I live in 3000 Vegas Drive, Las Vegas. I removed the car you see in the picture, and there is not there no more. I have a taco stand next, but I apply and planning and everything. They all approve it. I have a license.
Okay, but having the cart at the front door, you removed it from your front door?
That one I removed it. I have a taco car. It's bigger than that one, and next to it, in the parking lot.
In the parking lot?
Yes.
And you saying that's properly permitted?
Yeah, they approve it. When
Are you familiar
planning,
with that?
they approve it. health
I'm sorry?
department, and all of them.
Okay, we'll go out and verify that, and if in fact there's a problem with it, then our business licensing department will address any issues that they see and assist you in getting into compliance. But if everything's okay, then that's fine. Okay?
If there's any problem, I can remove it from there, put another location with no problem.
Okay. Sir?
My name is Matthew Tice. I'm the executive pastor of Liberty Baptist Church. I represent our ministry, and we are the house of worship adjacent to this property. We oppose the moving forward of this. We don't want beer and liquor to be sold across the street from us. There's 3 reasons we oppose it. Number 1, our church has been there for 23 years, and so we were there when it was just desert. You used to have to drive Torrey Pines between Washington and Lake Mead, and it was dirt road. So we've been there for 23 years. Anybody that's purchased property has known that it's going to be a house of worship. Number 2, we believe that our community, that specific community, needs less liquor instead of more liquor. Just a block east from us, Councilman Barlow, you and I were involved with a SOAR project in the most violent crime area of our entire city is right there in the Sierra Oeste apartments. It's our opinion that less liquor needs to be in that vicinity rather than more liquor. Number 3, I represent constituents of about 1,000 people in our church. We have a membership of 1,000 people that each one of your districts would represent. Many of you have visited our church. Councilman Anthony, you've been at our church. Councilman Ross has been at our church. Mr. Beers, you've been at our church. Mrs. Tarkini and your grandchildren have played on our playground at our church. And we're just a church trying to help a community. We're a growing, vibrant, active church. But it's our opinion, bottom line, we need less liquor instead of more liquor in our community. And so we as a church would ask that you continue to uphold the restriction of selling alcohol.
Thank you for what you do for the community, and we appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I close the public hearing, and Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Just so that I remain consistent, there's a number of applicants that have come before me throughout Ward 5 that sit adjacent to or sit right within the boundaries of a park, church, child care facility that's looking to establish beer, wine, liquor within those boundaries. And I'm going to remain consistent in relation to the variances that have come before this council that I've had to address directly. And I'm going to remain consistent in my approach to wherever there's opposition as it relates to the distance separation to hold up the ordinance in that respect. So unfortunately, I will have to deny the request for beer and wine due to the distance, not meeting the appropriate distance separation at this point. That'll be my motion at this time.
There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. The motion for denial is upheld. Sorry.
And I
Your
think,
Honor,
Yes.
I'd like to be recorded as a yes vote on that. For some reason, I just misunderstood, voted the negative, in essence, voted against the motion, when I intend to be recorded as yes on the motion.
Can you change that? So that unfortunately is denying it because of the use being so close to the church and a house of worship.
Yeah, the distance separation.
So a separation distance. If you were relocated somewhere else or perhaps further away, it would definitely be another consideration because everybody appreciates what you sell and what a fine establishment you have. But I think in consistency, and this is Councilman Barlow has said it forever. So thank you very much. And Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say, Mr. Hernandez, this is nothing against your business at all. It's just that it's a very strict ordinance we have in the distance between the religious organization and selling liquor. and we follow the recommendation of Councilman Barlow for that.
And I do think it's interesting because when you stay put, because your food's so excellent and you have a wonderful opportunity with the congregation across the street to sell your great products, they'd be more likely to come in because you don't have alcohol. But if you ever open a sister store, make sure that you look at the ordinances that apply to the area before you buy in, if in fact you want to be sure that you want to have the opportunity to sell beer or wine or anything. So I know that we are all supportive of your restaurant, sir, as your ownership of the property, and just to stand solid with the councilman and what he promotes. So we thank you, and we're sorry for that, but we do understand, and obviously you've gotten a vote of confidence here. So thank you, and we will now move on to agenda item 89. I instruct the city clerk to, yes, sir.
We trailed 78.
Oh, my goodness.
And-
You should have put your hand up see what happens when you're late? It's your own fault, the punishment. I even have a card in here to remind me.
Your Honor?
You didn't have the courage to
Your
stay
Honor?
longer. Thank you. You get a raise.
Well, thanks. No, I have a conflict with this item because I have a minority interest in a tenant at this location, so I'm going to recuse myself from discussing and voting in this matter upon
Okay.
the advice of council.
Does that mean you're not excused, though, from the rest of city council?
Oh, no, I wouldn't miss adjournment
Okay.
for anything.
All right, back to 78. We'll start it again. MSP 50453, public hearing, applicant owner. WMCV Phase 1 LLC et al., a major amendment to an approved master sign plan, MSP 6344, to add 14.68 acres to the site area, to add one 30-foot tall freestanding sign with 4 electronic reader boards, to add 6 2,968 square foot LED display wall signs on the existing parking garage, and to allow LED on the 11 existing wall signs approved by MSP 40138, where they were approved only for vinyl and laminate materials, on 35.72 acres at 445, 455, 475, 495 South Grand Central Parkways, PD Plan Development Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Coffin. And both the Planning Commission and, the Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing and declared open. Is the applicant or representative present finally?
Thank you, Your Honor. John Lelu, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway from the Greenberg Torg Law Firm, here on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval. I'd like to point out that this is a conforming application. What we put forward before the City Council and the Planning Commission is already allowed by the city's new supergraphic signage ordinance, and simply, and we're not asking for any additional signage on the buildings. We are asking for an additional pillar sign on Grand Central Parkway, but with that one exception, we're not asking for anything that we don't already have. The only thing that the World Market Center is asking for is the ability to use LED as an approved material as per the supergraphic signage ordinance. The Planning Commission did vote to recommend denial. Respectfully, we disagree with that recommendation, and we look for this council's approval of the, again, conforming application. Thank you.
Could you show, you said one addition, so do we have where that's going to be to this plan? Is there a site plan here that would show where that one addition would go?
Yes, there is a site plan, and on that site plan, it would be the
Do we
pillar
have
sign.
that? Okay, to point to where that would be?
Yes, it's on,
Please.
right there, Your Honor.
I don't see your finger.
Right there, Your Honor.
We can't see it.
Overhead, can we do? Aha, there we see it. Okay, so it's right, if we look out the window of City Hall, Are you on the west side of the railroad tracks or the east side of the railroad tracks with this sign?
The entirety of the World Market Center is on the west side of the railroad tracks.
So that's what you're...
And the sign is on the west side of Grand Central Parkway.
Okay.
On the World Market Center property, just a tad north of where the existing pillar sign is. So it's just the addition of an additional pillar sign.
Okay, a building sign attached on the side of the building?
No, it's a
Freestanding?
freestanding pillar sign that matches the existing one, only it will have an LED screen on the top.
LED. Okay, thank you. Mr. Fatt, could you please explain, could you give us, since you were there, the Planning Commission, why the denial and why the staff approval?
Certainly. In terms of the recommendation of denial from the Planning Commission, there were two primary concerns. One was relative to the LED signage potentially being a hazard to drivers who are on the I-15 freeway, since the signs on the building are relatively close there. The second,
Can I interrupt there? Are they aware that also is there already on premium outlets?
Not the LED.
Not the LEDs aren't?
Well, no, not that big.
no, they don't have LEDs at the premium
Okay.
outlets. The second concern was visibility from the residential neighborhoods to the west, because the signs are rather large in size and are elevated up above the freeway, that they were concerned that that would pose an impact to the residents. I will note in the staff's recommendation for approval, we do have a number of conditions in place which we feel will assist with the impacts of the signage. Number one, it's to be understood that this is not for any off-premise advertising. It's restricted only to those tenants that are there on site. Secondly, we do have a restriction against the illumination of the signs. We've limited it to the same level as we have in our super graphic sign code. And then thirdly, the other condition that we have relative to that is that there shall be no moving images of the LED signs. So it's limited to static images only. And then there's a time limit a minimum time limit that they have to be displayed so that they don't flash or unnecessarily distract drivers.
And to which your clients have agreed to all of that?
Yes, Your Honor, we have agreed to all conditions. In addition, you had asked us to withdraw our application with respect to all east-facing signage with respect to the LED portion of the application in consideration of the new Citra project. We have agreed to that withdrawal, and we're happy to make that withdrawal here today.
Thank you, and I would also ask, or say in time, as the property, the 61 acres of Fifth Symphony Park, change and grow, that certainly come back. It was just now that I had requested that, and just that is not in perpetuity.
We're happy to
Thank
make
you.
that accommodation.
Thank you.
Madam
It is a
Mayor?
public hearing? Yes, sir.
Sorry, if I could just clarify what the applicant has offered here. Could you identify which signs will not be LED then?
Yes, if we could show the site plan number 3, page 3.
Site plan, page 3.
Yes. A, B, C, D, and E. And then site plan, page 4.
Okay, what are you saying? A, B, C, D, and E what?
I'm sorry, back to site plan 3.
Go back to 3, if you would, please, there.
A, B, C, D, and E are the signs which are attached to the east-facing side of the parking garage. So none of those would be LED. We are withdrawing our request with respect to those signs. However, we maintain the existing master sign plan entitlement to allow the vinyl signs on those sites.
And I would just like to add to that, if this item goes forward, then what we would do is we would need to add a condition that notes that signs A through E will be restricted to vinyl only and not LED.
Yeah.
And then we would also place another condition stating that we need to get an updated master sign plan showing the specific conditions of that.
That's fair. There's an additional sign, Mr. Fagg and Mayor Goodman, and that is on site plan 4, letter H.
Letter H.
Which alphabet letter was that? H.
H. And that's on the east-facing side of Building A.
So that will
That would not be LED. We've withdrawn our request as to that. It would be
So all the, excuse me, all the LEDs are on the side facing the freeway?
correct, and south and north.
And south.
South
see?
and north, too.
Yeah.
So where there's signage already by the different Mulaski building or whatever it is.
Madam Mayor, if I could, do you
Yes.
have a sign now on Bonneville, which is south?
See the right
Mayor
there?
Goodman, through you to Councilwoman Tarkanian,
Yes.
I want to answer your question as best I can. Given the fact that the market is about to start, I believe they are installing signage, vinyl signage. So are you asking if we have a sign up today, or if you're asking?
Well, yes, today, because I thought you said you already had signs, or did you say you already had permission for signs? But I
already-
hadn't seen a sign there, and I just wondered if I totally missed it.
That's fair. Mayor Goodman, through you to Councilwoman Tarkanian, we have permission to have those signs. Whether or not they have installed a sign today, I'm not sure. I haven't been by the south-facing walls.
And did you get permission for all these signs when you first applied? For the,
Mayor Goodman, through you to Councilwoman Tarkanian. Yes, we, in 2010, Councilwoman, we applied for an amendment to the existing master sign plan to allow for the super graphic signage that you see on the sides of the buildings during the market. All of those signs are vinyl. What we are asking for here today is to use LED as an approved material for the existing sign package. So yes, all of those vinyl signs had been previously approved in 2010.
about 4 years ago, they were approved, and now you're putting them up.
No,
They're up?
no, they go up for the market, and they come down after the market.
But the LED signs would come up and go down? No.
They stay.
They
The
stay.
LED
change.
The LED signs would stay. There are issues with respect to the vinyl, Councilwoman. It does not wear well in our sunlight. They last about 6 months, and then they get frayed from our wind or faded from the sunlight. So the signs have to come down. So typically, what we would do is we would take the signs down after the market and wait until the next market, or right before the next market, and put the new ones up.
Architecturally, that's a beautiful building, and I hate to see it not show as beautifully as it can with signs on it. That's my comment.
It is, it's a magnificent building. It really is. I know the whole desire of the council at that time was to have an eclectic group of buildings, and just in itself, the World Market Center is magnificent, just beautiful. So this is public hearing. Anyone who wishes to come forward and make comment, please state your name. Your names.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here today on behalf of Lamar Advertising. As Mr. Lelu indicated, the master sign plan to allow the vinyl signs that you see sometimes when the market center is up and running was approved in 2010. And as this council knows, subsequent to that, we worked, and Lamar Advertising was part of the group that worked on the super graphic ordinance that now we refer to these large signs as super graphics. The key component for the outdoor advertising industry was a provision that would limit on-premise messages on super graphic signs to the principal business, principal being the key word, to the principal business operations or attractions that were on that property. We have had a conversation with Mr. Lelu prior to coming up here, and he would agree to amend your condition number 3, which states right now, all signs shall contain on-premise advertising only, as required by the Downtown Centennial Parkway Center standards. We would like to add on from your super graphic ordinance and have it read, and is limited to on-premise messages that identify, announce, or advertise the specific principal business operations or attractions that are housed on the premises of the building to which the signage is attached. Again, that comes right from your super graphic ordinance, and obviously I'll let Mr. Lelu confirm, but we had talked about this ahead of time. So we would ask, if you're going to approve this application, that you do so amending condition number 3 and adding that language.
First, we turn to you. Are you in agreement? Certainly, Mr. Fagg, your comments as part of the conditions. Mr. Lelu?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, we are in agreement.
You are in agreement.
Yes.
Mr. Fagg, please make comments to this condition. Is this new to you today?
Yes, it is new to me today, but the language is already in our code. And so if that is what is being proposed by whoever makes the motion, we would add the same language as we have in our super graphic sign code.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to make further comment? You have that look. It is a public hearing. Come forward and state your name, please. Yes? Don't go too far. Public comment?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. At the Planning Commission meeting, there's a real problem with the intensity of the light because it's not really well defined right now. And Commissioner Truesdale wanted this to be kicked down the road a while because in February, there's a big convention here on the LED thing, and he invited all the commissioners to go down there and so they could actually see what they're voting for. Because if you have a sign, an LED sign, the size of that building down there, and you have white light on that, you will be blinded on that freeway. There's a real problem on that. The other thing is, if you have rapid movement or something on these LEDs, it could be distracting for the drivers, and you're going to have a real problem with that. So I would ask that no decision be made until we see the light intensity, and I hope that all the council people will go down there to that convention they're having next month and see exactly what we're voting on. The second thing was that, as Jennifer mentioned, they were on these on-premise signs. If you go down, and a couple of commissioners brought this up at the Planning Commission. If you go down Bonanza to Lamb there's a bar there, and he's supposed to have on-premise advertising on his LED sign. And the sign is, I suppose, it's 12 feet by 6, something like that. And the whole thing is, it's an advertisement for Budweiser, a moving advertisement, Budweiser, and then down at the little bottom, is the address of the cafe. So actually, he's probably getting revenue from the beer company to advertise a thing, which makes it an off-premise advertising. But I think the rules need to be nailed down before we get involved in putting a sign the size of a building out there. And the other thing, Councilwoman Tartini, you brought this up. We went to a lot of effort the architects did to make this one of those beautiful buildings down there, and that the architects will always all coordinated in that. And then to just upset the whole dang apple cart by putting making it a sign is ridiculous. Now, if they want to cover up that parking garage with sign, I have no problem with that. But ruining the architecture and without basically the laws on what contains, the difference between an on-premise and off-premise advertising, and also the intensity of the light, I would hope that you would obey this for a while. Thank you very much.
Anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor, 7330 Dean Martin Drive. Man, I can't put it any better than Ms. Lazovich and Mr. Farlow. Our concerns are, the principal business, the use, in the event the privilege license or the on-premise code is abused. If it goes off-premise, that's where we have a huge problem. So
thank you for your input. I think for Mr. Lelu and their conversations, it's been agreed to, as well as what Mr. Fagg has already spoken to. There are no moving images. And time you have set in the code or conditions the length of time that each advertisement could go, and that it was what's going on site. not off-site advertising. So I think all those things being considered. Anyone else on the public hearing? I'm going to close it if you don't rush to the microphone quickly.
Todd, and they all make sense. If the sign has something to do with reflections on the freeway and it may catch the attention of the drivers, that could be devastating depending on what happens.
Well, I think that's
So I
why
hope
the
they
conditions...
straighten that out pretty quick.
Thank you. I think that's why the conditions have been placed. I think everybody has the same concern, which I do think Mr. Lelu has as well. So
Your Honor.
speaking to that. Yes, sir. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I watched that Planning Commission hearing. I know it's a mistake to ever turn on Channel 2, but I did, and I was really, I must have been sick that night, so I watched a couple hours of Planning Commission, saw the
They're going to
debate.
get back at you. Be careful.
It was, it was interesting, and I watched this item specifically, and so when I came in, I called them up and asked if they could come in to explain to me how they control the light, because the intensity is a problem. If you are a freeway driver, you know, you don't want your attention taken away from the road if you're on that northbound, well, even southbound as well, and frankly, on the interchange from eastbound 95. So the maximum amount of illumination they're allowed to put out is something called 300 nits. And I don't know if that's an apparent strength from a distance or whether that's power output at the source, but I was assured that if that becomes a problem, the 300 nits in that environment, because a lot of it depends on the color of the sign, that you in fact can adjust. You can adjust downwards the strength. Is that correct, Mr. Lelo? You have a dial or you have a method of reducing or increasing the power to the LEDs. Is that correct?
That is correct. The signs have within them an auto adjust. So if the intensity gets too bright, the sign will auto adjust down. So let's say that the sign is completely white, as Mr. Farlow gave as an example. The intensity would auto adjust down such that the 300 nit level would be maintained. In addition, the signs would auto adjust down in the evening. Obviously, 300 nits on a sign during the daytime is very different than 300 nits on a sign when it's dark outside. So the signs do auto adjust to make sure that they don't look like you're looking at the sun.
And no animation, and the way you, that's understood, that's in the conditions. I'll say why I asked, Your Honor, because in that stretch between Sahara and Charleston, particularly on the northbound side, there have been a ton of accidents. It's just way more than there should be. And I've looked at some of those signs facing the northbound people, southbound facing signs. A number of them are illuminated, a couple of them from the strip joints. And I've seen a little movement in those signs, and I'm thinking, that's not what we want. And the intensity on one of them is really high, and it's a distraction. And so I do not know how good our codes are right now, or if we've really kept up with the strength in nits of these signs, but we ought to be looking at everybody that's near a high-speed or high-traffic place, because it's a distraction. And I think maybe some accidents have been caused by this stuff. But this thing here, I don't think will cause the accidents. I think, you know, they're not going to have any, well, they don't currently have on-premise signs because you don't have strip clubs inside the World Market Center.
Are you sure?
And you know what can show if you do have an on-premise sign, if you have a strip club in there. So we have to be careful about that. So as long as it's furniture, I guess it's all right, you know. It's like the model on the furniture, though, has to be careful.
You know, Councilman, I have to add to you, I drive that strip all the time. The lane changes and the way people drive, I don't think they're looking at anything. Their eyes are straight down on their handheld unit, and they are crossing across lanes at high speeds. I'm hopeful that the Project Neon will do a lot to straighten things out. Plus, with the road closure on F Street right now and working on that, there are more road closures. People are turning off trying to get to the Phoenix. I've never seen driving like on
Well,
that entire strip.
it's going to be, I think, past our lifetimes before that's ever
Please don't
finished.
say that.
I'm expecting you to live a long time. Just that's a long time project. But one last thing is that we need to survey the signs along the freeways, the expressways, as well as 95 and 15, because some of those guys are way out of bounds. on the intensity, and there's too much animation. And if we have to perhaps look at cutting back on some of those folks. I think we have to do that. On premise to somebody is TNA on a moving screen facing a freeway. It could be a
Well,
little
and-
bit distracting.
And to a little bit more highway patrol on that particular stretch. It is awful. It's awful. I mean, it's really a dangerous place. This is a piece, but knowing the constrictions that have been placed on it without, as you say, the animation and watching the wattage, I don't know if you call it wattage anymore.
There's
Intensity.
variations, Your Honor.
Yeah.
There's
So-
one of two variations that's commonly used.
Well,
The
and I
most
think
common
it's
one is
going to be,
lumens, and
it's
then
going
the
to
other is
be an ongoing look. Everybody's evaluating, looking at it, and, you know, we're a flexible group, so hopefully we've gotten this far. And Councilwoman, do you want to add something, or go to Councilman Barlow?
I just wanted to ask, are those signs you're talking about in the county? They're all in the city, facing north, facing the freeway?
I'm not sure how many are on the residential
This is
side,
yours.
which would be the southbound.
This is yours.
Southbound, I don't know. There's not many sides there because that's
Okay.
where Scotch 80 is.
Right,
And
right.
that other subdivision. But on the northbound,
There are.
where you have an industrial area facing south, signs facing south, that's pretty active. And it's worth looking at, as well as in the county. But again, that's Sahara, on the Sahara North, that's city. On your side, in essence, Ward 1 side, you know, it goes farther south than Sahara.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to admit, I am very concerned about this, Mr. Lalo. Specifically with the size of the LED facing the freeway and the number. Let's run through that real quick. If we can go back to the overhead, I believe we can start with slide number 2.
I believe
Next.
Is it
Okay,
2 or 3?
Let me see, which slide, okay, just stop there for a moment. You have A, B, C, D, E, which will be all vinyl, which is currently there now, right? So that will remain vinyl, not LED,
Correct.
okay? Next slide. And then you have I. I faces, is that the side of Mundo?
I faces north on the side of Building C.
Building C. Okay, and will that be LED, or will
Yes.
that remain vinyl?
LED.
So LED to the interior. And then we'll move out, and I believe A, is that a pylon sign?
No, A is a freeway-facing sign. That's a
Okay, then
west-facing
not,
sign.
not there then. What is it, K? Out
K.
towards Grand Central.
Correct.
Is that the pylon sign?
Nope, the pylon sign is on a different slide, or I think on a
Okay, so
different
what is
page.
K?
K is an existing vinyl sign which we have asked to allow LED as an approved material.
Say it again?
We currently have the entitlement for vinyl at K, and we have asked for the approval to use LED as an approved sign, or as an approved material there.
Is that on the side of the building, or is that a sign?
It's the side of the building.
Okay, so you're asking for LED there?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the new addition that you spoke of earlier?
The additional sign is a freestanding pillar sign, which is right on the side of the street on Grand Central Parkway to the north.
That's
But
the
it's not
sign that had
depicted.
the Mundo.
But it's not depicted here, right?
They showed it, do you have that, the signage one that says Mundo at the top, the gray structure, please? Nope, 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 nope. Yep. That's the one.
That's what the pillar sign will look like. That's proposed at Grand Central Parkway. That is the only new sign proposed.
Okay, that's fine, that's okay. That looks good. Let's go back so I can walk through this. If you take me backwards. Previous slides. Okay, that's good. So you're asking for LED for K. What about H?
We have withdrawn H.
You've withdrawn H, so you'll keep vinyl, or whatever the super graphic is that you wrap the building with will remain, right?
Yes.
Okay. J, LED?
Yes.
F, LED?
Yes.
G?
Correct.
E, D, C, B, A.
That's correct.
And each one of those, I know they vary in size, but what is the average square footage of each? Do we have that in the backup plan as far as the size of each?
Yes, it's
Okay.
actually indicated there on the chart that you see in the upper left-hand corner.
Okay.
It has the area there in the last column of all the signs.
Okay, so we have the height and the width, which is 180 feet tall and 150 feet wide. So that's more than, is that more than half of the building? Flynn? What percentage, I guess what I'm getting at is what percentage of the LED would cover the side of the building?
I don't have that percentage.
Is it 50%? Is it 60% of the side of the wall?
Yeah, I don't have the percentages here calculated with the square footage of the area of the wall, so I don't know that.
Okay, well, let's just say that it's 50% because that's pretty big. That's pretty significant as far as 180 feet tall and 150 feet wide is a gigantic LED sign facing I-15. And not only just one, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 separate monitors, flashing lights facing I-15 and facing west.
That is correct, Councilman. I would point out that the supergraphic signage ordinance does have a minimum size requirement. So because of the size of this building, they have to be that big. Otherwise, the signs would look ridiculous.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I get that, but I still have concerns in relation to the number. Why so many? Why couldn't there just be 2? And the reason I ask that is because I just drove into town this morning. And as I approached the Mandalay Bay has this big standalone sign, and that thing is blinding to drivers coming through there at night. I mean, it's illuminated. I don't see how they passed NDOT with that, but I'm just using that as an example. That's just one. And you're asking for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, which is, I would say, possibly twice the size of the Mandalay Bay. Although theirs is moving, yours is proposed to be static in the sense of, although LED, it changes out like the billboards, I'm assuming, change out on the freeways, right?
That's correct, Councilman.
I personally can't support the number of signs that you have going forward, because I don't believe that it's necessary to have 27,000 square foot, 15,000 square foot, 15,000 square foot, 18,000 square foot, 11,002 square foot, 18,000 square foot, 40,000 square foot, 45,000 square foot, 7.9 thousand square foot. So, I mean, that's a lot for me to swallow. And so, for that, unless we can talk about, reducing the number, I can't move forward with a recommendation to approve that number. I just can't do it.
Could I chip in, Councilman, Your Honor? I was thinking, I looked at this, again, as I say, I'm nuts, I watched the Planning Commission. Your buildings were used as the model for the supergraphic ordinance, weren't they?
Yes, they were, Councilman.
Yeah, so that the root of the bill is based upon approval of signs on your location.
Yes, Councilman. The root of the bill was based upon the master sign plan that we had amended back in 2010.
Yeah.
So once we did that, the city started work on the supergraphic signage ordinance, and there were I think I'm speaking to the choir because most of you guys were very familiar with this. There was a year-long negotiation process with several stakeholder meetings. We were involved. Various of the off-premise signage providers were involved. The NRA was involved. Every major stakeholder in the city of Las Vegas came to the table and crafted this super graphic signage ordinance. Once we were finished, we put it before the city council, voted on it, and it got approved. But yes, the master sign plan that was approved at World Market Center was used as the model for the super graphic signage ordinance.
Well, I just wanted to say that I think I know when somebody said, maybe it was Councilman Barlow said, some of those signs are small, and you said, well, you don't want to make them too small, I think it was, because they look silly or something. Well, there actually is another word for that. They're too small because there is a minimum size sign in the super graphics ordinance, because you don't want a small sign on a very large palette or canvas, if you will. It looks funny. And so in a sense, aesthetically, you have to have signs of a certain size or they look silly. I understand that. I think, I'm okay with it if it's this way, but, I don't know how the councilman feels, if he'd like to delay it a month or something like that so we can get together.
I mean,
and see
I
about that.
agree with the standard of LED facing the freeway. The only issue that I take with it is the number. I think that number is very aggressive on World Market's part, very aggressive. I mean, to me, that would be the equivalent of having 6 billboards with LED side by side. I mean, there's a reason why we have distance separations in relation to our sign packages, and that it's just a lot. I mean, if in fact there was an opportunity for us to, say, for instance, approve, 2 to 3 to see how that works out, and come back at a later date to, increase the number, I mean, I can do that. But to approve this 7 in a row at this size, I think combined, when you have all those lights together, you'll have a light that illuminates equivalent possibly to the Luxor light. When you have all those lights together from one building to the next, from one building to the next, they're too close. And I'm thinking you're just gonna blow up and illuminate that entire corridor. And I mean, you're looking at an on-ramp that has to be, I don't know, maybe 500 feet in height, if not more, as far as the ramp that takes you to 95 and MLK. I mean, that's a lot of light that'll be in these drivers' face, in my opinion, because it's so close to the freeway. And then the number is what I'm really concerned about. I mean, I think that's just a lot of light shining right on top of the freeway, going northbound and southbound on I-15. I'm surprised that this conversation didn't come up in this respect as far as the illumination during the planning commission meeting. And maybe it did, so I don't want to say that it didn't. It very well may have. But I would actually like to see us start off smaller than what you have currently proposed today. I mean, is there any wiggle room to work in that respect? I'm not saying no, Mr. Lelu, don't get me wrong. I want to make sure that we make the right move today going forward, and then back into the opportunity of additional.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
There are 7 LED panels? Is it more? I'm not talking about the freestanding sign. I'm not talking about, what is it, H? I'm talking about the ones that address specifically the freeway, that are visible from the freeway, specific. How many are there exactly? 7?
I count 7, Your Honor.
Would you be amenable to starting off, just as a question, with, let's see, 7, you space them out, so every other, maybe 4 or 5 of them? I mean, what makes the most sense economically once you're running power and changing out vinyl for, I mean, you're having to run all of that, so there's a cost. as you project that. And if I could, Councilman, what I'm asking is, knowing there's a cost involved with this, and whether, just for argument's sake, I pick 5 out of 7, because they are contingent one to the next. There is an electrical, continuity there, that if you had that as a start, and then pick up the other 2, because you have to do that. I mean, that is costly to run all that electrical wiring. So to take one here and one over there and one over there, the cost would be prohibitive to go ahead and then reconnect everything else. So as a way to help out, but to also have the visibility that you're trying to get to see how it impacts the driver, would there be any appetite if you did 5 of the 7 or 4 of the 7 or whatever the councilman wants, but where you could figure out how to do that so that adding more panels, if there were no problems, could be done?
Mayor, versus belaboring the issue, I mean, I would be happy to obey this item a couple weeks, sit down with Mr. Lelu and maybe some engineers to help, maybe there's getting the engineers who operate on this or who will be putting this together who can shine some additional light on this conversation, just to make sure that that we're making the right move here. And, I look at this as having, if I had 3 light bulbs right here in the room, and this room was dark, well, there was this, how do you say, candlestick feet? There's so many candlestick feet that the light will illuminate. But then if I add 4 more lights, I mean, I get more light in the room. And that's how I'm looking at it. Once the sun goes down, I mean, this place is going to look, very illuminated. And so I want to make sure that, I'm not opposed to it. I just want to make sure that it's right.
Question, could I ask one more?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fagg, have you had these types of studies done? Do you have any knowledge to add, which I know you have tons of knowledge, but in this specific area, knowing you've been doing research on it, where are you on this?
As I had indicated, we do have a limitation both in the conditions of approval and in the code, Title 19, relative to supergraphic signage, as to the maximum illumination of these types of signs. Relative to our experience, we have to admit that no, as staff, we're not very experienced with this yet, just because this is new technology. We don't have that many signs that have LED currently, and so in terms of enforcement, we're still rather new at this. So I agree there's an importance for us to be cautious as we look at LED signs.
Okay, thank you. Very important comment. So
All right.
are you going to move to obey?
Yes, Mayor, I think that would be best to just move to a base so that we can really get some more technical answers to the questions before I move forward with a recommendation. So my motion at this time would be to obey 30 days and bring this back.
Could I just put one more
that
comment on
point.
the record? I just want to say that a lot of this testing that's done is done with people who have normal vision. And we have a lot of senior citizens in our city, and many of them already are afraid to drive on the freeway. But I will tell you that if you have the start of a cataract, if you have a cataract, before it's time to take it out, you take the eye of the cataract, they see light like this coming shattered all over. They don't just see the regular light that we see, they see a shattered lights putting light all over the place. And I think those things have to be looked at too, because it isn't just the normal eye, and it isn't just so you have a cataract you can take it out. No, you have to wait till the right time to take it out. So I just wanted to make that point from a health medical viewpoint, talking with an ophthalmologist.
So let's go, you're not so old, that's enough. Do you want to put that in the form of a motion? Is that all right for the 19th?
Yes, the motion is on the floor, Mayor, 30-day advance.
30 days, the 19th of February, I think that puts us.
Is it too late to thank Jerry for what he did at Fresno State?
Never too late.
What did he say? I didn't catch that.
So is it too late to thank Jerry for what he did at Fresno State?
Oh, it's too late.
Great sense. All right,
tell you
there's a
he was
motion here to
disappointed.
obey this item to the 19th, give you plenty of time for this.
Yes.
There's motion, please vote, and please post.
I don't know where you were driving. All right, the motion to obey to the 19th carries. I don't know where you were driving back to, but you probably should have taken a little longer.
I know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Councilman. Excellent. Agenda item 89, I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. So done. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium. Give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, will be limited. Anybody from the public, please come forward, state your name, and you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Anthony Hart. I know it's late in the day, Mayor. I just want to show you something. This is the beginning of my journey coming in this town in 1991. And Barlow and Ross and all of them sitting up there. And it all started with this right here. I don't want you to read the whole thing, just the big headline where it said, "Lone citizen takes on City Hall." You know, can they show that, right? Well, that's good enough. Okay, what it is, that was part of my journey, because when I did that, Senator Joe Neal and the mayor, Jan Jones, and Frank Hawkins, and City Council, all of them, and Bob Nolan, and all. And anyway, furthermore, if it's up to them, they'd have ran me out of town on a rail. And Joe Neal took their advice, and so he took the bill off the floor. And so I was supposed to leave town, you know, on the rail. But see, I'm the kind of guy, when you throw me down, I don't quit. I come bouncing back. So, Barlow, you sitting up there on the counter, I refuse to kneel to this. So Joe Neal and them, they threw me under the bus. But I'm a man that don't quit. So when you knock me down, that makes me mad. I came back. 2 years later, I went back to the legislature to put it, you know, what I'm trying to say. The rest is history. 5 and 6, 7 and 8 is in a, you know, it's here today because they tried to knock me down, but I came back. I just want to let you know, young man, you need to teach this to our young people. Quitting is easy. Anybody can quit. Getting knocked down, no big deal. Get up. I learned that from the great boxer Archie Moore. He knocked down 6 times, then he got him like the Canadian, whatever. That ain't the point. The objective is, right here is where they try to put me out of business. But what they did, it made me mad. I kept on going. You understand what I'm saying? That's all I want people to understand. In life, it's easy to quit. Okay?
Let me get a copy of that.
Oh, you want? Okay, well, y'all give them.
I'll get it after the meeting. Thank
anyway,
you, Mr. Hodges.
I just want to let you know that a lot of things I've done in my life is on that, because I want our young people to know. The one thing about life is that some of the greatest things that ever happened failed. See, a lot of people don't know. Some of the greatest inventions, some of the greatest things, I want us to get that. Failing ain't no bad thing. That's the foundation to success. You know what I mean? Getting knocked down, get up. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, you knock them down, they quit. You know, that's it. You know, they give up. Don't do that. So I've been knocked down so much in life, with me, it's kind of like the walk in the park, you know. Anyway, I know the time is up and we all need to go. But thank you, and I make sure, will y'all get him a copy of this, whatever? Thank you, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Sir.
No, that's not mine. Somebody get this together.
And again, please state your name. Thank you for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Raymond Fletcher. My apologies. I got a little excited about my Dunkin' Donuts earlier.
That's quite all right. We always like everything that has to do with humor.
I can understand at this point you are exhausted. You've been sitting all day in a meeting. What I've observed in the meeting is approval of various liquor ordinances, expansions for taverns and whatnot. The President of the United States recently stated that he does not view marijuana as bad as alcohol. He doesn't think that it's any more dangerous. Recently, Senate Majority Leader, our senior senator, Harry Reid, changed his opinion on medical marijuana. There's an interesting interview in Political magazine that he did. Talks about seeing the effects of the medical marijuana. Now, I understand that you guys have issued a moratorium on it, and Colorado has passed a free-for-all. For whatever reason, they have. So has Washington State. What we residents are asking is not for a free-for-all. Let me put it to you this way, ma'am. Imagine for every second of every minute of every hour of every day, you are in pain. You are sitting down. You can't stand up and stretch. Your back, your lower, your bottom area, your body is in constant pain. Take a pill. Take another pill. Take another pill. Before you know it, you build up a tolerance, whereas that prescription doesn't help you. You put individuals, and I don't mean this offensive when I say this, and I'm not saying you as an individual, but collectively, our society, our government, puts those that are in need of these medicinal opportunities in a position to have to deal with the black market way to acquire it. Imagine, I have to find somebody on the street. I'm not saying I do this, but imagine what I would have to go through. How many other individuals with disabilities may be robbed, mugged, murdered? What about people with cancer and whatnot? Now, I know this is a troubling situation for you, and I can certainly appreciate it. We're from different generations. And
We aren't, don't say that. I'm of the here and now, so's my councilman and councilwoman. We are young folk.
You are, but we've grown up in different generations, and the way that society viewed things that you do is more accessible to the way society of my generation and the generation coming after me views things. What I'm asking is this: if our president has stated that he does not view marijuana any differently than alcohol, and if our senior senator, the majority leader, has stated that his opinion on medical marijuana has changed, and our city attorney has difficulty working on crafting regulations or whatnot, that he doesn't want to get in trouble with the Nevada Supreme Court, and I can respect that, then could you not, as a council, draft a letter or something to ask the senator, ask the president, if your position has changed, if you think that this is an opportunity or an avenue we could go down, why don't you change this classification?
I might respond to you. The U.S. Conference of Mayors signed unanimously, the U.S. Conference of Mayors in June, to the federal government to release how each state handles its marijuana issues. Let each state decide. So far, it sits as a felony, and that's why I'm sure our council has stepped back from wanting to work against what is currently the law. It's a felony. As far as what we have personally said, we have spoken to the medical marijuana. In fact, I believe Councilman Coffin, who had to leave, has been in an accident, and while he's not a user of medical marijuana, I don't know even if he has a card. I have a sister in Pennsylvania who has glaucoma, a great deal of pain, and has used medical marijuana. And I think the consistency, in my personal opinion, speaking for no one else on this dais, but Tom Reagan wrote an article yesterday or 2 days ago. It's the consistency of the quality and what the individual who truly needs the medical marijuana can be assured that they're getting it, that the black market's not part of it, and that, in fact, it is the same price wherever you go, in whatever the confine is, that you can be assured, like the FDA seal, that this is a quality piece of meat, and anytime there's an FDA seal on it, you know that that is the same quality. And from my perspective, mine, but deferring to council at this point, there are states, and you've just cited 2 of them. We're going to we'll see what happens, how the federal government deals with it. The fact that our president has taken issue, we need to make sure that what's happening in the federal government's doing better than what it's doing. And my personal response is, we're suffering right here because some of the decisions that haven't been made from the level of the federal government. We are now exposed because we've had a cutback in Homeland Security funding with our block
grants, we've had to cut back. There's so many other issues. This issue is critically important, and I couldn't agree with you more. And at the time that the country moves forward and we are given that license, I know that the medical marijuana cards that are out there, the people that have them can't find the distributor for them, and therefore they do have to turn to black market. We don't want that. That's a criminal element. We do not want it. We will not tolerate it. What we want is a consistent product that the person who's buying it doesn't have to run around cockamamie all over the state trying to find a consistent quality that's delivered to that patient what they need. So I appreciate what you've said, and I couldn't agree with you more.
I appreciate you, and as lastly, anything I can do to help you on this issue, ma'am, members of this council, I stand here ready to assist.
Well, we would like that, and if you'll please give our city clerk staff here, if you could go and get his phone number or email or something, I would
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 49 today, we have the annual financial report. And some time back, Councilman Coffin brought up an issue that's going to have to be addressed, which is the old sewer lines throughout the town. Now, there's supposed to be a sinking fund on that. And I asked in the last council meeting about regarding our underfunded obligations. Those sewer lines are probably 75 years old now. Now, I don't know what the lifespan is, but say they've got a lifespan of 100 years. Is the money there now? Are we going to have the money to replace those sewer lines when they start to fail?
I would, just because we are at the end of the day, but I do see, poor soul, you have remained here all day long.
So
the former head of Public Works, who in fact deals with this, and we know as we've added all these communities up high that are sending down everything into smaller and smaller and smaller pipes. This is the gentleman that has the expertise, in a nutshell, with the funding that he knows he has available and has to plan out for the entire community. Mr. Cervantes, if you could give him a brief response, because I think it's very important.
Yes, Mayor. In our sanitary program, it's an enterprise fund, and based on enterprise fund, we charge a user rate based on the ability to not only operate the system, but to maintain the system. So in that one particular asset program, we are in good shape to be able to replace the assets as they require replacement.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Now, the next thing. Yesterday, we have
How
a
many
new...
things are you going to be allowed in one day?
Yes,
You've already
yesterday
gotten
we
the
had...
vote so many times here. Quit while you're ahead. What's the next one?
We have a new chairman of the Federal Reserve, and they're going to continue the quantitative easing at a price of $86 billion a month. Now, right now, that goes, our economy has been growing for the last 4 years. 100% of the growth has gone to the 1% at the top. And 94% of that 100% has gone to the top 1/2 of 1%. That cannot continue. Now, right now, the Fed is throwing money out in the economy, $86 billion a month, that's going right to the top. Some way, just think of what could happen if we took our share of that. Nevada, the state of Nevada, $1.72 billion a month. What we could do with that. We could do our bridges. We could do all of our infrastructure. But the way the Federal Reserve is arranged, the Federal Reserve banks have 3 categories of directors. They're A, B, and C. A is the bankers, B is the industry and agriculture and that. And C, when it was formed 100 years ago, was supposed to represent the common man. Right now, all of those directors up there, not a one of them that's not worth $100 million, or $10 million. Just say that. They're all rich. Somewhere, and this is why, Senator Reid, we have to reconfigure the Federal Reserve banks to where that category C actually represents the people that need things done, like the city council, a city councilman or a state legislator or somebody that represents the poor old working guy can get a say in that. The other thing is, the new Fed, Yellen, she says that that her aim is the employment. That's her aim. Can you imagine what we could do with how many people we could employ with $1.72 billion a month?
How old are you, Mr. Farlow? We
It's
can't
ridiculous.
handle the federal government, but you can continue to help us here, which you've done such a good job. We would love to be able to have some influence
It's
back
collective insanity. That's what it is.
We appreciate you, and we appreciate your influence in everything you do, so thank you. All right, anyone else who wishes to be heard? Thank you for staying, Mr. Cervantes and Mr. Sanchez. Okay, we will move on to Agenda 91. And council member recognition. Comments made by individual council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? Everybody always speaks. Councilman Beers.
Why, thank you, Mayor. I am pleased to announce that we're going to be conducting Beers with Beers, not at the Banger Brothers Brewery, but at the Three Angry Wives Pub, which one might argue is perhaps the antithesis of the Banger Brothers Brewery. But Three Angry Wives Pub is up at Boca Park, and we'll be there on January 30th, which is a week from tomorrow, from 5:30 until 7:30 p.m. Invite everyone, 21 and older anyway, to come on down, join us for a beer and a chat about what's going on with the city or Ward 2, maybe a little stadium talk. Would be fun. February 8th is a Saturday, and from 10 a.m. to noon, down off of Buffalo and Alta, rough cross streets, at Ansan Sister City Park, we're going to be doing a shredding event. That is kind of on the Ward 1 and 2 border, and so we would be more than happy to have Ward 2 people who stray over the line and come dump their stuff with us, too.
How many boxes are we allowed this time?
5, but I do the counting, so it's kind of a situational
Oh, good. Well, we get some
thing.
juice here for sitting, yes?
And then, and that's February 8th, the Saturday, from 10 to noon. And then on February 13th, we'll be doing another coffee with the councilman, this time at the Starbucks at Rampart and Lake Mead. That'll be from 7:30 to 9 in the morning. Come on by for a cup of joe and a chat. Also would like to, on behalf of Councilman Ross, mention that we have the Nevada Child Seekers Missing Juvenile information. If we could get that slide up. Jose Hernandez is 16. He also goes by the handle Mumbles, and if anyone sees him, he was last seen in North Sandhill and East Bonanza Road, neck of the woods. If anyone sees this individual, please encourage him to reach out to Nevada Child Seekers, or perhaps reach out to Nevada Child Seekers on your own. You see the phone numbers on the screen. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilman Beers. And you are going to have a beer down there at the Banger Brewery, I know it.
Yes, ma'am.
It's going to be Banger Brewery Beers for Beer. Okay, Councilwoman.
Tomorrow, we will, Tomorrow, we will have a citizens meeting focused on neighborhood updates and appreciation. We call it Connect the Dots. So this Thursday, tomorrow, January 23rd, from 3 to 6 p.m. in this very room in our City Hall Council chambers and the Now Cafe, we will have this meeting. Parking is available across the street from the City Hall, and we ask anybody who attends to bring your ticket from the parking with you, and it will be validated at the meeting. Neighborhood board and committee members, as well as other interested residents, will attend. And we hope they will enjoy the light refreshments, the updates from city departments, neighborhood roundtables on best practices. And they will share neighborhood lessons learned, tips for success, such as which were the best ways for successful block parties, graffiti removal, neighborhood watch, feral cat abatement, fundraising, and so forth. So we ask attendees, if they can, to bring photos of the neighborhood events and activities. We'll share them. This is a meeting where we can all get together, help each other with what has succeeded, and hopefully we can use it in our own neighborhoods. So we hope you'll attend.
And thank you, and I hope you have a major professional come lecture about feral cats. Our councilman from Ward 5, who has great experience with feral cats, I'm sure he could lecture and get a huge turnout.
I heard he was unsuccessful in his feral cat problem, so I don't know if I should have him come.
Okay, Councilman, it's yours.
Oh, Councilwoman Tarkinian, I agree with you. I'm not too successful. But interesting enough, I don't know where the 2 cats that were living under my porch went. So.
They felt the dislike. They left. That's how cats are.
Okay, well, they're gone, so no need to trap cats anymore, so I can call D&E and tell them to come pick up the cat baskets. But on a different note, Coffee with the Councilman will be taking place on February 6th from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Starbucks located at 751 Rancho and Bonanza. Please come out and hang out with my staff and I to discuss any issues or business opportunities that you would like to cover with me, or just share, or just sit down and just enjoy my company at Starbucks. In addition to that, we do have the Bluegrass Festival taking place each Sunday of the month, the first Sunday of every month. The next Bluegrass Festival will take place on February 2nd from 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. inside of the newly renovated Lorenzi Park. The concert will be held on Sunday, and we invite the entire family to come out and enjoy music of local bluegrass bands playing traditional American music with banjos, fiddles, guitars, and mandolins. Now, to my favorite councilman, representing Ward 4. Is it 4? 2. 2. Representing Ward 2. My other favorite councilman is in Ward 4. I would like for you to meet me out there, if not beat me there, and bring an instrument for us to play. Let's have a good time.
That sounds like fun.
All right, good deal. And in addition to that, as we just completed the MLK weekend, I want to thank the entire community for supporting the MLK Parade, which is the largest parade, Mayor, in the United States, the largest MLK parade in the United States, and we're very proud about that, as far as Las Vegas being on the map to host the largest and most successful MLK parade, and also the 3rd annual Dream Fest, which took place inside of the Edmond Town Center. Approximately 3,000 people came over and enjoyed themselves all day at the Edmond Town Center for the 3rd annual Dream Fest. So we're looking to continue that, and I really want to thank law enforcement for being a community partner on this, making sure that our community remains safe, and being a great community partner to a successful event for the Dream Fest, as well as the parade, and of course the entire MLK committee for a wonderful job and a job well done. So thank you and kudos.
Thank you very much, and I must say, Oscar and I have walked the Martin Luther King Parade every single year. This was the best attendance ever, and it's growing every single year. So if we've already got that reputation, it's going to do nothing but get bigger and better, and we're so proud. The only thing I ask for the 9 millionth time, special events, if you ever turn on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, music on every lamp pole, so that we can have music with our parades in addition to the bands, because I never hear the bands. So for my comments quickly, I will be hosting Coffee with the Mayor along with our wonderful councilman Bob Coffin in Ward 3 on Tuesday, January 28th from 8 to 9:30. 8 to 9:30 at the coffee shop inside the Cardenas Market at 4421 Bonanza near the Lamb intersection. Please come join Councilman Coffin and me to share your concerns or just have a good time, and we are looking forward to that. The Cardenas family and the Cardenas markets are fabulous, and I love them, and their produce, it's a great time. So come and join us. And then on Friday, January 31st, I'll be joining area students for the festival, the Chinese New Year, and that's the Year of the Horse. which I love horses, but this Chinese New Year celebration is at the Forum Shops at Caesar's Palace, and it will take place at 10 a.m. with everyone welcome. And again, a pleasure to wish everyone a happy, safe, and healthy Chinese New Year, and our own New Year to everyone and all of our family and everybody who calls Nevada home, but especially in Las Vegas. So our next council meeting is Wednesday, February 5th at 9 o'clock. I'm not sure if there'll be RDA, but the actual council is at 9 o'clock. So we stand adjourned, and thank you for lasting the duration. We noticed that some empty seats, but they were all excused, so we cut them the slack. Thank you all, and thank you, city staff, for all your help. Bye-bye.